live. Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, a very interesting morning. You're waking up with a lot. Not only are the bond yields going higher once again, we are continuing the downtrend. A lot of risk-on attitude to start off quarter number 2. There was an earthquake in Taiwan, which wasn't good for the chip makers. Not to mention it was like their biggest, I want to say, in like 20 years. So people are a little bit concerned there, but it could have been a lot worse. Still a tragedy. So we'll see how that plays out. But you had a couple of stocks getting affected by that. You had Fed speakers this morning, Bostic saying he's only going to want one rate cut. You got Spotify price increase. Look at the chat right there. But all in all, we're getting ready here for the data, and it seems to be a continuation of the last couple of days as everybody is getting a little bit worried on the pushback for the rate cuts and seeing where we're going to go. You also had hot ADP jobs data, so that had a negative effect, but once again, we were already trading a little bit weaker, so it's going to be a wild one. I hope you're ready for a good Wednesday, Chattadonia. We are going to hear from Jerome Powell here in a little bit, so get ready for that, but it's going to be locked and loaded in chip news. I already told you about Intel. They got it down, man. We got a lot of activity, but everybody's back. No more holidays. It's ready to go. Welcome to April, but Chattadonia. Good morning. How are you? What's up, Brody? What's going on, Devlin? What up, Awaz, Laurie, Nathan, Kurt McGirt, baby, Najee Wolf, Spiky, Tim Whitman, Malcolm King, Ray, Mark, Ansel, baby. Good morning, Alaskan Assassin, Regal, Mark J. There he is. Laker J. Good morning, baby. Winning loser. Rico, Kurt, Eric, baby. Good morning. Dan Kingsley. Guts, baby. Ari, J. Samuels. TSM, baby. Kirby. Straw Hats. Bobo. Emilio, baby. El Chaparro. Josh, Isaac. Daniel. Worldwide Jack, baby. Good morning. How you living? Oh, don't move to Texas? Don't move. Are you trying to keep the Californians out? Horn. Let's go, baby. Start them off with that. So I'm talking about. Good morning, baby. God bless y'all. What up, Ed, Red, Matthew, James, Aaron, baby. Uncle Terry. Oh, what a way to spell Aaron. A-R-Y-N. I like that. What up, Trey? What up, Uncle Terry? Donnie, Jerry, Ryan, Javon, Wookie, baby. Battle Boy, Carissa Hines. Like that video, baby. Good morning, Gary. What up, Bryce? Your boy Never Spence, baby. Jay Solis and Bree. Robo Hand Tech. Oh, I'm used to seeing that in the Twitch, baby. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you. Carve balls. Jerry, will ya? Sean Most. Good morning. Chattadonia. I hope your morning is blessed. Let's have a good one. We got news. We got info. We got everything. All you got to do is hit the like button and avoid P. Diddy. That's it. I don't know. Someone said Diddy, so I think that's it. Just like the video, and if Diddy invites you to his house, you run away. Okay? So like the video or Diddy is going to catch you. Okay, sounds good. All right.
Stocks, treasuries hurt.
Here's your news. I'll be right back.
Rate cut bets. U.S. equity futures slipped and treasury yields held near 4-month highs as solid economic readings and higher commodities prices reinforce the view that interest rates will remain higher for longer as stock markets are struggling to extend the previous quarter's strong gains, with MSCI's all-country index down for a third straight day. Wall Street also was headed for a weaker open, with contracts on the S&P Global Index down 0.2%. Treasury 10-year yields inched higher to about 4.36%, up more than 15 basis points from last week's close after traders paired expectations for the timing and scope of U.S. rate cuts this year. The dollar held near 7-week highs against a basket of Group of 10 currencies policies. The spotlight now is firmly on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, who last week said the central bank is awaiting more evidence that inflation is in check. A strong monthly U.S. jobs print on Friday, coming on top of a robust reading on U.S. manufacturing, could further dent policy easing expectations. Given the risk that payrolls data may affirm a higher for longer outlook for Fed rates, it is not surprising that risk appetite has taken a step back, said Jane Foley, head of FX strategy at Rabobank in London. In Europe, the Stoxx 600 equity index held flat and bond yields slipped after a below-forecast inflation print. That cemented expectations that the European Central Bank will kick off its policy easing campaign in June, possibly ahead of the Federal Reserve. Swap traders currently price less than 3 Fed rate cuts in 2024, with a high chance that policy easing is delayed beyond June. Pacific Investment Management Company is among the asset managers that are positioning for the Fed to deliver fewer cuts than other major central banks. That's despite comments Tuesday from San Francisco President Mary Daly and the Cleveland Fed's Loretta Mester, who threw their weight behind 3 cuts this year. Rising commodity prices, meanwhile, are fanning inflation expectations, with Brent crude futures holding above $89 a barrel. Copper advanced for a third day, while palm oil is at the highest since November 2022, raising the risk of higher global food inflation, adding to the concerns. Taiwan's strongest earthquake in 25 years cast uncertainty over chip production as the world's largest chip maker. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company evacuated factory areas. Shares in the firm slipped 1.3%. In New York pre-market trading, Intel Corp dropped more than 5% after warning of declining revenue and widening losses. Losses also rippled across sector peers, with Nvidia Corp, Micron Technology Inc., and Advanced Micro Devices all sliding pre-market. Waiting for Powell, U.S. stock futures are falling this morning, and treasuries are resuming a decline as traders wait for remarks by Fed Chair Jerome Powell. While it's only been a few days since Powell last spoke, the stakes are high. The comments are his first since a suite of stronger data this week prompted traders to trim bets on the number of rate cuts this year and sparked a rout in global bonds. Some may be hoping for some dovish balm from Powell, but PIMCO has seen enough already and is positioning for the Fed to deliver fewer cuts than other major central banks this year. That case may have been strengthened by data Wednesday showing euro area inflation slowed more than expected last month, cementing prospects for an interest rate cut by the European Central Bank in June. A payrolls preview. Powell is talking amid a rush of Fed speeches. 5 other officials are talking today, while 2 others said yesterday they still expect the U.S. Central Bank to cut rates 3 times in 2024. The other big event today is the ADP's employment report, which may give traders a preview of Friday's ever-crucial payrolls data. Economists predict the figures will show employers added 150,000 workers last month, the highest this year, amid a pattern of labor markets in developed countries consistently beating expectations. Further to go. Stronger data so far this week has taken some of the steam about the rally in U.S. stocks, with the S&P 500 stumbling after its biggest first quarter gain in 5 years, but Citigroup strategists suggest there's scope for gains to resume as investors appear to be showing persistent demand for U.S. stocks. Overall positioning isn't stretched compared to history. Strategists led by Chris Montague wrote in a note saying this leaves room for further gains. Musk on Disney. Tesla shares had a bruising day yesterday, falling almost 5% after the carmaker delivered just 386,810 vehicles in the first 3 months of the year, missing Bloomberg's average estimate by the biggest margin ever. However, founder Elon Musk also has other firms on his mind. In a post on his X platform today, Musk said that while he doesn't own any Disney shares right now, he would definitely buy them if Nelson Peltz was elected to the company's board. Taiwan quake. Taiwan's strongest earthquake in a quarter century leveled dozens of buildings on the eastern side of the island, killing at least 7 people. The tragedy has potential repercussions for global markets and the economy because of the critical role Taiwan plays in the manufacture of advanced chips, the foundation of technologies from artificial intelligence and smartphones to electric vehicles. Shares in TSMC, the main contract chip maker to Apple and Nvidia, declined as the company evacuated factory areas, while Nvidia shares have fallen 1% in pre-market trading. Top overnight news: Taiwan was hit by its strongest earthquake in 25 years, leveling dozens of buildings on the eastern side of the island. At least 9 people died, Taiwan's emergency service said. TSMC halted some chip making and evacuated plants. BBG. NATO is drawing up plans to secure a 5-year military aid package of up to $100 billion in an attempt to shield Ukraine from winds of political change that could usher in a second Trump presidency. OFT. In meetings in Guangzhou and Beijing, Yellen is expected to tell her Chinese counterparts to stop relying on exports to prop up their underperforming economy and instead boost their own consumer market. The warning from Yellen is a sign that the Biden administration is moving toward raising Trump-era tariffs on some Chinese products, including electric vehicles. Such a move could reignite tensions between the world's 2 largest economies, which have tried to stabilize relations in recent months. WSJ. Eurozone CPI for March falls a bit short of expectations, coming in at +2, 4% on the headline, down from +2, 6% in Feb, and below the streets +2, 5% forecast, and +2, 9% core, down from +3, 1% in Feb, and below the streets +3% forecast. BBG. Joe Biden rebuked Israel for not doing enough to protect civilians and aid workers in Gaza, some of his sternest criticism yet of the country's conduct. The remarks echo reprimands from the UK and Australia as Israel's global isolation grows. BBG. Auto sales in the U.S. MAR came in at an annualized rate of 15.5M last month, down from 15.8M in Feb, and below the consensus forecast of 15.9M, while average sales prices tumbled 3.6% YY, the largest recorded decline in the month of March, and discounts surged by 66%. Market Watch. The rally in crude prompted the U.S. to cancel plans to buy up to 3 million barrels for its strategic reserve. Separately, U.S. stockpiles fell by 2.3 million barrels last week, the API is said to have reported, and OPEC Plus may today affirm its current supply curbs. BBG. Loretta Mester, president of the Cleveland Federal Reserve and a voting member of the Federal Open Market Committee, revealed in a speech on Tuesday that she had raised her estimate of the longer-run federal funds rate from 2.5% to 3%. Disney secured enough votes before today's shareholder meeting to defeat a challenge against its board by Nelson Peltz's Trian, Reuters reported. BBG.
Alrighty, there's still more. S&P futures are down by 0.2 Wednesday morning. A bit off of best pre-market levels comes after U.S. equities finished lower on Tuesday, with U.S. S&P suffering its biggest decline in 4 weeks. Long duration and riskier pockets of the market tended to underperform, while managed care and EVs were also hit. The Treasury's weaker, with the curve steepening after a mixed performance on Tuesday that saw further pressure on long-dated yields. Dollar is down by 0.1. Gold is up by 0.4, adding to a 6-session streak of gains. Bitcoin up by 0.1 and WTI up by 0.9. Market has leaned risk off to start April and Q2. Big issue has been backup in longer-term yields. Firmer growth and inflation readings have received bulk of the blame, though some focus on higher neutral rate talks. Supply pressures, both corporate and government, and deficit concerns. Complacency concerns, another issue coming out of strong Q1, while desks have also flagged dampened support for corporate buybacks. Corporate, biggest buyer of U.S. equities,
In the earnings season, positioning another overhang with CTAs recently around max long. ADP private payrolls up 184 in March, outstripping the 150 consensus, with continued strength in leisure and hospitality. Releases added gains for job changers rose sharply. Markets now waiting for Friday's non-farm report with questions about how labor market strength will factor into the Fed's rate cut calculus. ISM services still to come, expected to tick up to 52.8 from 52.6, while prices should get outsized attention following hotter ISM manufacturing reading earlier this week. Several Fed speakers today with the focus on Fed Chair Powell at 12:10 Eastern. Powell gave fairly balanced remarks on Friday following the dovish takeaways from the last FOMC. Fed mantra continues to revolve around ability to wait for more confidence on inflation before cutting rates. Softer March U.S. auto sales, cooler Eurozone inflation, biggest Taiwan earthquake in 25 years, and China CAC and PMI also in the headlines today. Intel, a huge lagger after disclosing metrics of Intel Foundry, with street takeaways noting negative margin and highlighting some skepticism about guidance for break-even in 2027. Para up on report that they could enter into exclusive deal talks with Skydance. Play higher with EBITDA ahead of cost control and the company boosting buyback authorization by $100 million. Call Maine. What? Is that real? Oh, it's real. Please hold the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, a little pre-market love. Bradley Frizzle and the peach. If that's not a good reason to like the video, I don't know what is. Oh, Arna. Literally, I saw that as I was reading Calm. The ticker was Calm, and I said, I can't be calm. God bless you. Good morning, Bradley Frizzle. What's up, Peach Nation? Get your ass up. Like the video. Good morning. My goodness. So I'm talking about. Happy Wednesday. Oh, call Maine. Another post-earnings standout following fiscal Q3 beat. Reuters reported Disney has won the proxy battle with activist Trian in line with weekend headlines that they had a bit of a lead. Signet Jewelers boosted EPS guidance after buying up convertible preferred shares. And that's it. I think that's it. Again, you already got jobs data. People awaiting Powell. March ADP tops consensus, biggest hiring since July. March ADP printed 184 versus 155. Bulk of new job gains, again in service, providing industries of leisure, hospitality, trade, and transportation, seeing strong gains, while professional business services saw modest losses. Pay gains for job changers jumped by 10%. The biggest increase in the industry was construction, financial services, and manufacturing. Report noted inflation has been cooling, but data is showing that pay is heating up again in both goods and services. ADP report comes after yesterday's largely in line jolts. Focus is now on Friday non-farms, which is estimating to be about 203 now from 190 earlier in the week. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. That's it, Chad. That's it. No more headlines. We got through that quick, man. I got some pre-market movers. Still. So CSL, Carlisle. Goldman initiates buy. They're up by 4.3. Owl is up by 3.7. Acquires Kuvare Asset Management for $750 million. RMD is up by 1.5. UPS up 1.2. Redburn Atlantic upgrades to buy. Phillips 66 up 1.0. SCCO up 1.0. Call Maine up 6.4 off of earnings. Play 6.0. Earnings and increases share purchase authorization. Signet up 3.8. Repurchase is 50% of convertible preferred shares ahead of monthly maturity update. DHT is up 3.5. ALTM up 3.4. Raymond James upgrade to strong buy. PCT up 3.1. GCT 3.0. INDV 2.5. Craig Halliam initiates buy. Para up 2.4. Reportedly considering entering into exclusive talks with Skydance on potential transaction. GT up 2.3. ERO up 2.1. LSPD 1.7. Cost reduction repurchase refirms guidance. Plug up 1.6. ROIV up 1.6. BTE up 1.5. AYI up 0.2 off earnings. LGVC up 91%. Shareholders approve combination with Nuvo Group. ABIO up 88%. All stock agreement with Aruka Therapeutics. VNDA up 25%. FDA approval of Fanapt of mixed episodes associated with bipolar 1. Lens up 18.6%. Top line data from phase 3 Clarity presbyopia trials. ONMD 14.4. CEO succession plan convertible note sale. ADXN up 13.5. Joint venture with Perceptive Advisors. FEAM up 13.0. Commensive commercial production. SGHT up 11.9 presents results from 3-year perspective Gemini trial and crossover phase of Sahara BC trial. ATIA ATAI 8.6, Maxim Group update, DXYZ 7.9, INVE up 6.4 to sell physical security access card and identity reader operations and assets to VitaTech or Vita Protech for $145 million. ALDX 5.6, Oppenheimer upgrade. Outlook 4.5, OCA up 4.1, PWFL up 3.9, LRMR up 3.8, Leerink initiates outperform. HIDI up 3.6, MaxN up 3.1, Hive up 2.8, CTMX up 2.8, CRNC 2.7, BLDP 2.7, Save 2.4, Riley 2.4, Sega 2.3, EBS 2.3, and then Gilt 2.3. Awarded $5 million order from U.S. Department of Defense. Trading lower, you have Intel down 5.1, financial framework for foundry business, path to margin expansion. SMCI is down 2, probably off that. Allied down 1.9, JP Morgan downgrades to underweight. SolarWinds down 4.7, Wolf down 3.6, Wells Fargo downgrade. Reddit down 2.6, Casa down 77, initiates court supervised Chapter 11 sale process. Lumen to acquire Axiom from 5G software and RAN assets. Vev down 30 off earnings. Sol down 6.8. GCTS down 5.5. GoEV down 4.7. Aus down 3.3. Chardon Capital downgrades to neutral. EVLV down 2.8. And VTSI down 2.8 as well. Wow. There's a lot of like weird biotechs, I feel like. There's surprisingly a lot there considering. All things considered, but Chatadonia, I love you. I hope your morning is beautiful. You can make it beautiful by liking the video. Y'all keep pushing it to the wire, bro. I don't know how y'all do those likes at the end there, man. But either way, good morning. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back, and then we're going to go over some plays, and then I'm going to want to hear from you on your plays, and then the bell rings, and then we get data, and then you're going to get a bunch of Fed speakers, including Powell. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Oh, Carissa already warned you? Oh, man, like the video. I'll be right back.
Whether or not we break out from a range that we've already seen. I mean, part of our, investment in the inflation protection has been because, when we had real yields at 2.5%, you really start to compete against risk assets. And we looked at, some of these forward inflation swaps that were much higher than what the current break-evens were pricing in. Now we're getting a bit of a catch-up on the break-even side, and we think that continues.
And let's just round it off in terms of the biggest risk out there. I was listening to Mr. Cantor on surveillance just a short time ago. He said, next year we face the Super Bowl of fiscal policy debate. So fiscal policy, Zach, could be a very explosive time bomb for us. Nobody wants to deal with the fiscal dilemma in Washington, do they? It's just like a political suicide mission.
It's a difficult situation, and the election this year certainly highlights that. I do think that there is a lot of political risk here in the U.S. and geopolitical risk that markets are seemingly comfortable with now, but it wouldn't take a ton, in our view, to kind of disrupt the calm markets that we have. So that's certainly something that we are factoring in as a key risk when we look ahead to the second half of 2024.
Well, he certainly laid it out very clearly. There's an issue around tax, debt, the IRA, the subsidies in EVs. So it could get frisky in the fiscal elements next year, regardless of who is in the White House. Thank you so much to both of you this morning. That's Zach Griffith and Leslie Falconio, my guests on the markets. Coming up, your morning calls. Darryl Cronk will join me from Wells Fargo, telling us this: proceed with caution. Why he sees further downside to the equity markets. That conversation right ahead.
Dave Calhoun, leaving Boeing, is also expected to exit the board of Caterpillar as well, too. They making unsafe tractors now? Not fooling nobody. Chatadonia. I hope you're feeling blessed, man. We got 7 minutes till the bell. Let's have us a great day, but I do have a couple of plays that I'm going to be looking at. So I'm going to be watching UNH and Humana, watch for some of that healthcare follow-through from yesterday. That was really big news. Keep an eye on Baidu and the China names, but they don't seem to be too good. China PMIs came in slightly above, which was good, but like we said the other time, the data, if it starts softening up, it'll kill that momentum. Then call Maine. That was a good earnings there. They've been clapped, so they're kind of moving up 6%. And then watch Intel. They had the big news there in Chipland. SMCI is getting affected. And then I'm going to be watching Marvel just alongside that. And again, that event is right around the corner. Other than that, those are my main plays. Chatadonia.
It's your turn. What do you got for me? You heard the TV. I just told you my plays. Now you're here right now. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat and hit the like button. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Like the video, SLV calls, CXAI shares, Lulu, SPY puts, NVIDIA puts, AMD puts, NVIDIA, like the video, Pfizer long-term, NVIDIA, spot calls, SPX, Intel, KOS shares, Tesla puts, Humana calls, NQ, Walmart put, Gold call, Palantir puts, NVIDIA, Tesla call, NVIDIA puts, SMCI put, Netflix put, short in USD, JPY, Oxy calls, SMCI, SLV, selling Intel calls, Tesla calls, out of the money, Reddit puts, Uranium, NVIDIA, Uncle, ABIO, TLT puts, Morning, F350, OR, Nugget, NVIDIA, 512, 885 calls, SQ, RTY long, XOM long, good morning, kings and queens. NVIDIA, Mara, Hold, IVP, QQQ, calls on family. We want Papa Powell, Tesla, NVIDIA, Ulta, and the final plays. CDTX shares, TSM puts, McDonald's, SPY, Gap fell, and NVIDIA to 1,000. Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. So, Chad Adonia, that's a great show in there for plays. Thank you guys for all of that. That was a good one, man. That was a good one. Y'all were ready to go. So, thank you. I like the video, too, but now the plays don't matter. A lot of things don't matter. You know why? Because here at the Code, man, there's something more important than all of it. The plays, the news, the info. Before we try to chase a dollar, baby, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have or ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for making the sacrifice regardless of what your beliefs are. You did it for Americans and people you never met. So God bless you and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. Anybody making their community run, baby. Let's go. God bless you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh. Chattadonia. The Jets have been sent. That's it, baby. It's Tuesday. No, it's Wednesday. What am I saying? Man, these days. That's it. I don't know what happened with Ulta. All I see is 3 arrested after theft at Ulta. It's a local news. That's the only thing. See acquisitions, CFO, initial statement of ownership update. And that's about it. I'm not seeing anything on Ulta. But Chad, we got 1 minute, 43 seconds. We already went over the plays. Wow, the likes are close, but you guys still scare me at the bell. It's still 200 likes away, man. Oh, the screen. I'm just excited. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm just excited. I'm looking at the likes, and then I'm looking at everything on. And you guys know we have Powell today, right? We have Powell within like a couple of hours. We even got ISM data right after the bell. So hit that like button, Chad. We got just over 1 minute until the bell. So like that video. If you have any questions, you let me know. I'm going to answer them. If you have any comments, anything funny, I don't know what it is, but let's do it. And we need 1,000 likes to unlock the stream, you know. It's like XP. It's like Hall of Fame play starter. Break starter is what it's called, you know. So you got less than 1 minute. Like that video, baby. If you have any questions, let me know. Again, there was a couple of things here, but once again, bonds are another issue. Some issues overseas with that earthquake, but all in all, man, we are still worried about rate cuts and the path of rates moving forward. All right, 30 seconds. You need 20 more likes. I didn't do any plays for now. I mean, there's a couple plays we're going to be watching. I will be watching. I'm going to look at Call Maine. That's going to be one of them. Keeping my eye on the biotechs, the healthcare from yesterday. I'll see if Intel has a play because of the news, but besides that, we're going to ride out. And then I do think 30 minutes after the bell, ISM services, we may be able to make a trade on there, whether it's bonds or the overall index. We did it, baby. There you go. 8 seconds. So, Chad, God bless you. Thank you for liking the video. Way to do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here it is. Round 1. Fight. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Spotify, too. That price increase. They're already up 6. So, Intel on the low. Watch out for Tesla. And, again, Disney, they have the vote today, but it looks like Disney is going to be the winner. Tesla, where's Call Maine? Call Maine is still up 5.8. So Call Maine is either going to give this one up or this thing is going to rip. Oh, yeah, they're near all-time highs. So, again, it's either going to do the little start off 6%, close 3. It's going to start off 6 and close 10. Call Maine options are juiced. Ugh. Ulta on the lows again down. I don't have any news on Ulta. That's really weird that they are down 10% right now. Yeah, bro. Ulta's down 9.8%. Let me see if I could get another. I'm going to try to get another headline, but all I saw was a theft. It made no sense at all. Meta rocketing, Dell on the high. Again, chip makers, see how the Intel news plays out. CCJ on the high again, too. Spotify still going up. Ulta had a presentation. Oh, well, there you go. They probably incorporated some guidance in there. Intel, try to move up here a little bit. Marvel. Amazon, where's NVIDIA? SMCI was down earlier. SPY trying to work its way up here again. You're honestly not that red. We were red a little bit more to start. Dow is actually close to going green. Tech and Russell are suffering, though. Yeah, Play, that's the other earnings. They were up 6. So I like Calm, but Calm hasn't moved yet. That one's expensive. And then Dave & Buster's, they had good earnings and raised buyback. Abivai on the high. Disney just had a pop now. They were green, then went barely red, and then coming up. Again, uranium plays are still working their way up here now. Oh, shit. Yeah, CCJ, 48.49. No news on the Taiwan earthquake. Just accept that, like death updates and like injuries. And then there was like tsunami warnings, and then we'll see. I mean, there is a chance it could affect some of the currencies, and then some people are a little worried about if the Taiwan thing will slow down the chip-making supply chains. And that's where some people are getting worried. But other than that, honestly, it could have been a lot worse. I'm surprised. The last time there was an earthquake of that size in Taiwan, I think like 2,000 people died. So right now they're reporting like 9 and 10 people, which isn't as high as 2,000. So we'll see, but we'll find out. DraftKings on the high. Let's see. It's 70 so far. Oh, I thought it was 7. So I said, I don't know. All right. I sold out of CCJ. I still have the puts, but I sold out of my shares. I made $6,000 on it. That was a nice pickup. So then I still have $600 of puts for the next 2 weeks just in case it comes down. DJT. Yeah, and I still have the puts too. So remember, I spent $600 of those puts the other day, remember, to protect it, but then I made like another $2,000 off the shares. So now I still have the puts. You could sell them if you want, or you could just ride it out. So I could sell the puts and get back maybe like a couple $100 now, and then that's it. Or I could just hold it, and then if I get lucky, CCJ drops in the next couple of days, we'll be good to go. But we are out of that now. So we will take it. I don't know which is bullish, Disney or It seems both, honestly. I mean, again, right now it looks like Disney is going to win the vote. So the stock is not doing too bad, but I think it shows confidence in everything going on. At the same time, I think it gives you a little bit of that pressure from Peltz, which some people liked. Some people want to say that's why they started doing good all of a sudden. I sold out a CCJ, uranium. So I've held that play for a couple weeks if you've been here. It was a really good play. We bought shares. I went big on it, and it ended up paying off. And then we even made a protective put play on it 2 days ago. So then that's it. Marvel standard deviations are down 20. That could be good. This could be the day to buy them or wait till like Friday leading into next week. I'm in the shares on Marvel. I'm up like 6%. But I do like that play still. But it's kind of already been holding up since that upgrade. Carm. That one dropped in DJT. Ahmed, I have no idea. Okay, going hard in the gym yesterday. Let's go, baby. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if I should tell you guys this. I've been doing something weird in the gym. Cause Meta just had a nice pop there. Lowe's is on the high. BioMarin too. And Disney. I've been working out at my house. That's why you guys notice I haven't gotten sick. I've been going to the gym and I don't get sick. It's because I work out in my house. That's it. I don't have to breathe all of those poopy fumes in the bathroom anymore. It's good. But here's the deal. Since I'm in my house and nobody's around me and it's kind of more calm, instead of listening to music, I watch TikToks while working out. It's awful. It's awful. It's awful. So I put the TikTok, I have a thing that holds it, and I just put it there, and then I could just, I could just scroll. It'll put a 4-minute video, and then I let that play, and then I lift, and then I'll do a set, and then I'll scroll. No, I don't. Honestly, I've gotten good workouts. Do I stop to laugh? If I do laugh, yeah, sometimes. That's why I deleted it, plus China watching it. I'm cool. I'd love to give China some workout. I'll be like, this is called a bicep curl. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It helps the time. See, somebody feel me. Somebody feel me. It's okay. But hey, listen, I had to admit my sins in front of my brother, so either way. Oh, calm options came down a little bit. The ones super duper far out the money. Yeah, calm. I don't know. I don't think calm will be ADM. So I think calm might be able to do the breakout, but if you guys remember ADM, this is a very slow mover. So there's a couple of options now coming down in value on calm, but they're still far out the money. So it's if it's a slow mover, you'll still get kind of clapped. Yeah, CDTX, they had approval, I think, of something today. There was something, or it was yesterday. AMD ripping. AMD's actually in the green. Yeah, SPY's near the high too. I mean, SPY's about to go break even. You guys realize that? So I know we did start off with red, but you are actually above 5,200. We could have stayed below 5,200, and that could have been a nightmare. But you're above it. You're about to fill the gap and go break even. Ulta, apparently they had a presentation. Yeah, here it is. Ulta lower pre-market amid presentation at JP Morgan Retail Conference. Ulta shares are moving lower in conjunction with management 9 a.m. conversation of JP Morgan Retail Roundup. They said what we're seeing right now, As we're 2 months into our fiscal year, we've seen a slowdown in the total category. We came into the year, and we talked about this on our call a few weeks ago, expecting the category to moderate after several years of very strong growth. So we plan for moderation in total category growth to the kind of mid-single digit range, which we've seen so far in the slowdown of total category across price points and segments. So that's a bit earlier and a bit bigger than we thought. Still growing and a lot of engagement, all things said, but we've seen the growth rate come down probably faster than we anticipated. So that's the comment that it's down on. Tesla China offers zero interest loan vehicles. Tesla China. Seems pretty good. And Coinbase on the high. When we got out of CCJ, that one's still holding. Again, I think oil's hitting another high. Powell speaks at 12 Eastern, I believe. Hitty, oh, didn't they have news? I read this one in the morning. Hitty had something. They just went red to green. Micron pop. Yeah, actually, Micron too. Remember, they've been the leaders since their little earnings, and they've just been going crazy. So watch if that picks up. Again, Tesla not really moving too much on that news. Amazon's in the green. Google is in the red. And Meta's doing good, and then Apple green. Honestly, big tech not too big of a factor today. Microsoft barely red. SLV's going up. Yo, you got more silver gains, silver and gold. And then SPY coming up here. SPY is about to go break even. Dow has filled the gap now and broken even, is in the green. SMCI was down 2%. Again, I think SMCI dropped off Intel. And then Intel's still getting clobbered. Intel might go down 7 right now. PPTA on the low. Then Dave & Buster's and Calm haven't had any post-earnings. Again, PPTA, small cap company, getting clapped. IWM green or IMW. Weed stocks going up. Again, some people were asking why they didn't move yesterday. So watch that. You talked to your friend in San Diego. They said it's popping. You can't get any restaurants. It's crowded. Generally, it just depends on the days. But, yeah, San Diego is the new L.A. I'll just tell you this. Like, I have my L.A. friends. Like, I remember when I was growing up, like, I would always be like, come to San Diego. And they would never come out. They were like, just come to L.A. Now my L.A. friends visit me in San Diego. It's weird. It's really, really weird. But yeah, San Diego is borderline it's the new hotspot of SoCal. Amazon Web Services lay off hundreds of physical store tech and sales staff. Spotify's raising prices. So they killed it. They gave back a little bit from the morning, but watch, that could have a late day move. Gold on the high again, man. That's nuts. Eli Lilly. No, we care about the bonds. What do you mean? Bro, once again, bonds go down. Market has pressure. Ever since the bond yields are getting closer to 4.5, I mean, it's been very I feel like you could feel it. Even if you don't know what 4.5 means, you feel it. Just because lately, I mean, it's been months of hot data. But now we're finally like, now that the yields are back up to these levels, everything is getting a little bit more pressuresome. Yeah, get ready. Couple more minutes, ISM data. No. Excuse me. 18 minutes. The one that comes out in 3 minutes, that's the S&P Global. So that's the composite for services. But we want the ISM. Disney dump. Or? I mean, it's still morning. Disney likes to do that in the first 30 minutes. And then CCJ holding. Again, we just still have the puts. Calm. Apple's breaking out. Why is Apple in the green? Then Micron. And then gold again. Calmain popping now. Like I said, those options. I like Calmain a lot. Just with how the setup is and their good earnings. I think it's a slow mover. So approach at your own caution on that one. But that one's still going. Again, Play is your other post-earnings that did good today. IBM on the high by 0.39. That's interesting. ISM is just the company that does it versus S&P. So it's like Institute of Supply Management. It has just better data, considered more accurate rather than S&P Global. S&P Global is, again, their private company that does it, but it's just like private data versus, one more comprehensive. Powell speaks around 12 Eastern. Hey, Bio, Eli Lilly on the high, bonds another new low, baby. The carnage. So, again, it may look like the market's ignoring it for now, but everything's red. NASDAQ's still red. I want to say NASDAQ and bonds are matched up. No, bonds are even worse. My goodness. Showtime at Disney. I'm at Disney. Yeah, Disney came down now by 0.5. PayPal, Pfizer. Remember, we still have our deposit. 3M, where's Solventum? 6J new lows. U.S. Services PMI 51.7, estimate 51.7. So that's the ISM. That's the S&P one. ISM comes out in a little bit. That's going to be the one where bonds and SPY get a knee-jerk reaction. 10-year almost hit 4.5. I mean, that's it. Once that starts happening, I mean, we may get a little bit more tension here. Yeah, it's at 4.42. Yeah, so again, the last time the bonds did this, I mean, it was September. It was August. We had the pressure. August wasn't that bad. Halfway through, though, we dumped in August. And then you kind of chilled out, but then it was like on the beginning of September, it was that monster climb to 4.5. But yeah, 10 years getting there. So I don't know. I think after the data, it will be harder to get the market to, I think, be that jumpy if the yields do keep climbing. Elf imploding. Again, bad news out of pretty much Ulta said their business is slowing in the quarter. They already guided lower, but they said it's slowed down more and faster than they expected. Eli Lilly, man, 2.4. That thing's ripping it. WDC, that's in the green. So interesting. You still got some green chip names despite your boy Intel. And then new lows on the bonds again. Apple falling. They were just hitting the green. They're still up by 0.1. I think Meta in the green. I think Google and Microsoft are the only ones in the red. Amazon just flipped red. They were green earlier. And weed stock still holding up. Futu on the high. No, China plays ain't holding. TSM, again, TSM earnings in a little bit. Again, I think they might get affected by the earthquake stuff, or that's what people were worried about. Humana's on the high. Is that bouncing already that fast? Yeah, Humana's up. It's small for now, but keep your eyes on that one. Intel not bankrupt, but Intel just, they gave really bad guidance, and then literally Intel is just, they said it's going to take till like 2027 to break even on the foundry. And then some people are even saying that that could take longer. Micron. Oil is a mix of both supply as well as like some of the like global tensions, and then not to mention just demand. But then again, I'm hard pressed to blame it on demand all the time. But I mean, it's there. It happens. Coin was doing good earlier. MRK on the high. Yeah, Coin's kind of been pinned. 0.81. SPY going up. Again, SPY right now, right at break even. Now it's green. NASDAQ and Russell, only one in the red. Yeah, WDC, Micron, those are the ones in the green. There's one more chip name that started running up. I think Marvel or TSM. Yeah, Marvel's catching candles. Or is that TSM? That was TSM. AMD, I think they were green from the get-go. Broadcom. Eli Lilly. SPY chilling out here. So again, SPY just dancing at break even. Broadcom, they want to go green. And Eli Lilly, bro. Merck is on the high too. MPW, no news. I mean, I don't know if people are still worrying if the dividend declaration but if anything, I mean, real estate is just getting knocked, but MPW is underperforming REITs heavy. But last 3 days, I mean, there's just been problems with bonds. Bonds and yields kind of freaking people out. Vinda, that was one from yesterday, right? That one went a little crazy. Two-year is rocketing. That was after the data there, because again, that came in stronger. And then yesterday, the 2-year didn't go up. But the whole bond curve is just getting smashed again. 3 days. This is one of your biggest 3-day declines in a while. So bonds don't really move like this. Again, you could have tried to blame the quarter or the start, but now everybody's bringing up everything from hot data, inflation, explicitly blaming the government and funding and supply. What is Solve and why do you suddenly own it? Yeah, 3M. So it's the healthcare unit of 3M. They spun off. So now you get to keep your 3M shares, and now your 3M cost basis should have been lowered, and then you have X amount of shares of the new company. Oh yeah, high commodity prices could be a big reason there on the bonds too. That's the thing. You guys not. I mean, you want me to show you something? So this is bonds overlaid with oil. So this one's reverse. So this means yields going higher. But do y'all notice anything? This is oil. Oil starts to go higher. What happens to yields? This is inverse. So by purple going down, that means yields going higher. So legit, oil and commodities, that's something, it's no coincidence. Even I'm sure if you even pull this out throughout the last couple of years, man, anytime we would get oil starting to move back up on the high, yields would definitely get impacted. So again, definitely more on this little run here because it was up a lot higher, but commodity prices are worrying some people. So there's a lot going into it now. There already was. The irony, the funny part, we already knew what was factoring into this shit. It's just now the market, now you might get equities responding just because we are at 50, or now that we're at 4.5. Damn, CCJ on the high. I'll let you go, man. I mean, dollar and oil correlation, usually inverse. It used to be a lot stronger, but I have not really looked at it lately. I don't know if it's been on there as much. And that's why sometimes, too, it's sometimes it's subtle. Again, we've even spent this whole year, a couple years, watching bonds and stocks have weird correlations, too. So sometimes it's just a matter of going back and looking. And that's what I'm saying. When we do look at some stuff, you kind of huh, would you look at that? Like I'm saying, go back, look at oil and bond yields. Again, last October, last time oil climbed and held up, no coincidence. I mean, bond yields were hitting 4 or 5 and higher. Yeah, Ulta just pretty much warned of a bigger slowdown. Or they said their slowdown that they already warned for came in faster and bigger than they expected. That don't Ulta can only make me Ulta. No.
PAA option chain, super cheap. Plains All American Pipeline. Is this for oil? I mean, they look good, honestly, on the daily. Seems like they're one of those energy names that just benefits as a company and off the price of it. ACB 25% or 14% in 25 minutes. It's weird. Are any of the other ones moving? I was saying, watch the wheat stocks. I do want to double dip. I mean, we had a great pickup. All the wheat stocks are moving. I'm surprised it's not up more. CCJ on the high. We sold out of that one, but that one keeps ripping. I'm surprised MSOS isn't up more. And then SPY still near the high. Surprisingly not green yet. Just dancing around break even. Dow is the one holding up. IVW. S&P growth making move. Tandem. And then XLK. Tandem Health is up 2.7. They kind of woke. I don't know. Is Tandem halted? Am I tripping? There's nobody trade this shit. NOC is tanking. Northrop. TSM. You guys are calling that one out earlier. No, Tandem's trading. Okay, I was like, what the hell is that? Micron pop. More uranium. Yeah, TSM it's holding right there. Again, I think AMD, they got a good gain. Marvel, they're a little bit weaker. They won. Who was the other one? There's another chip maker that already went green. Elf and Ulta. Elf was reacting to Ulta, and then Ulta was at a presentation, and they gave an update on their guidance, and they said things were slower. It was much slower than they initially expected. Honestly, now that I think about it, I got to go tell Josh AI to get ready for that question. You know what I'm saying? We got to get him ready. Okay, there you go. I got it. Here you go. Ulta is down today because the CEO made a comment at an event explaining how first quarter performance is lower than they expected and dropped faster than they expected. They already guided lower, so this hurt them and even hurt ELF stock as a sympathy. There you go. That's for 10%. Is it down 12 right now? It's down a lot. Back to the desk, baby. Are you still overseas, man? How you living? What play? We sold out of CCJ, but if I held that, I think I would have made another $500 off CCJ. GE's on the high. Remember, they had moves yesterday. I mean, I still got that Marvel play, but other than that, I've not made an opening play. I was looking at Calm. What was the other one? Play. I'm even kind of down with Tesla, but I do want those premiums to die a little bit more. Morning. What's up? Bless up, G. Good morning, baby. How you living? Tractor Supply maintained 256 price target. Bookings up. Arab B&B. SMCI Big Red. Yeah. They're starting to drop a little bit more there. So again, chips are a mixed bag. Some are like really outperforming today. Some are in the green. Some are just getting murked. And then, obviously Intel, that's the one that's dying. SPY back to VWAP. We did not go green on the SPY. We did it for a little bit, then came back down. Uranium names are still running. So uranium still got the juice. No info on NVO. Eli Lilly was just running up, but
Bro, both of those names have so much news. Like, even last week, there was so much news that just, like, didn't even hit. So, I mean, I think there could be a lot of tension baked into those names, meaning they could move whenever they want. You sold your Intel, like, right now or earlier? If you did it before, man, that sucked, bro. Intel keeps doing that. Remember, Intel, the only one with, like, a bad earnings, and then now they come out with this guy, like, dude, like, what were they even guiding? And then now all these numbers are coming in lower. SMCI dropping. Even Intel's coming down a little bit lower, too. Whoa. ISM services. 51.4 versus 52. So, honestly, ISM services came in lower. Composite, where was it? Actually, I need to update it. Yeah, TLT big pop. I mean, again, you're popping after dying 1%, but SPY's taking it, but this should ease you up on the rates. So employment went up a little bit on ISM. New orders dropped. Prices plummeted. Wow. And then services came in lower. I'll take it. This is the lowest ISM prices in a year. That one is a surpriser that everybody is happy about. That one had outsized attention today, and that's so fucking weird. Services has been coming down. It's the prices that dropped. I'm telling you, that's your answer for today. We'll see if it holds up, because like ISM services, it's came lower before, but like it's still been generally like kind of sticky. But right now, it's the prices there. Like, go take a look. This is a new low in prices now for services since the start of the cycle. So it's good. It's good news in that aspect. But remember, we're still kind of murdered here. So does it mean it's good news and we rip and go crazy? No, but like in a world where the last 3 days you've only had bad news, I definitely think that calms you down a little bit. I think that gives you some good news to chew on as you figure it out. Yeah, gold is ripping. My goodness. Gold pop off that. Good morning. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Clam, for super stream. God bless you. God bless. So let's see how long this holds up, man. I'll take it. This just brought the NASDAQ up 1/3%. Everything is green now. Even Russell went up 0.47 on it. And then, like I'm saying, if this holds up bonds, but it's just a good sign. I mean, again, that could have killed you today. If that number came in too hot, and then if those prices went up, that would have destroyed us right there. That would have been the dagger for 4.5, but I think that just bought you time in terms of rates hitting 4.5, at least until tomorrow or Friday. Insinuate stagflation a little bit, yeah. And I mean, inflation coming down too, though. Remember, if inflation comes down, you have a real reason to cut rates. But then again, I mean, gold is reacting to like 5 other things at the same time, 5 other countries. One bit of good news. I mean, but here's the market. Just remember, we're still down. The market's doing a lot better than I would have expected. But then again, bonds just got saved there a little. But it's like, even the bonds, that was a fat move, 0.5% in 1 minute. You're still down 0.5% on the bonds. So it's just like, remember, we just had 3 days in a row. We haven't opened up like that in a minute. But that is still continuing. So good stuff before. Hey, I'll take it, man. You got Powell in like 2 hours. So you're going to have a little bit to wait. Market's super strong. It is, but it's still like, I mean, again, we're not even, we gapped down heavy yesterday. The only thing I could observe today is that at least they're reacting intraday. Like yesterday, last 2 days, we're blaming these moves on a lot of things, but a majority of the moves were happening pre-market. So that, I'll take it. I'll take it for now. Tesla is at 165.40. It's coming down over the last 3 minutes, but then the last 5 minutes before that had a little pop. MSOS, yeah, they're dropping again. All those REIT stocks were just running. WDC, that was another one from the morning. One of those chip names doing good. WDC's up too. And then Micron's up 1.6, so it's not everyone. And then Coin, I know some of you are waiting on that. Marvel, that's green. Russia, Novak. Russian fulfills its commitments to OPEC in full. And then Treasuries paying pair gains after U.S. service data. Dow Jones or DJT. I keep calling it Dow Jones. I'm DJT. I'm wired to think Dow Jones Transports. Uber, they're going up. SPY might go up here again. SPY has benefited more off the data, but generally the data could have packed the punch today for the negative, but it was kind of a sigh of relief. See what the bonds ended up doing, but SPY's loving it for now. MPW came up on that. Robins, like Robin Hood. Robin's Hood. Microsoft, they were one of the red ones. They're about to go green. Amazon's back to green. Apple. So big tech's starting to lead almost. SPY's up right now, 0.28. That's the leader. But remember, NASDAQ was down by 0.3. So that's actually kind of moving up a decent amount. Is oil going to keep going up? It's been straight up since February. It could be. I mean, the only thing now at this point, it's going to be a matter of both demand as well as seasonality and then things like OPEC. But essentially, the worry is that it does keep going up. And like you're saying, a couple of weeks, it's borderline just, it's hard to ignore the elephant in the room. But if you did hear any of the Fed speakers yesterday, all of them mentioned oil, but they all said it had to be sustained. They're all acting like oil hasn't held up this price for a long time. Tiga, I just saw some land overseas. Clear at 160. What are your thoughts on dumping into the long term or getting another rental, baby? And Ernest, my man. Orna. With a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this. You know, that's what you should get, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So, honestly, 160, at the very least, I'd put that money to work in fixed income, or as you're waiting to use that money, you could collect 5%. You know, that's welcome to high interest rates. Thank you, Papa Powell. But when it's all said and done, I would split it up between both. If you could get a good rental, I would do that, but I would kind of mix it up, you know, put a little bit, maybe throw in like 40, 50 grand into stocks, and then you could put 100 grand into another house. But it just all depends on the deal. Like, if I could get a real good house deal, I'd put all of it into a real good house deal. But, you know, you could kind of balance it out, get you some paper, get you some real assets, and there you go. Ernest, the bodyguard. Hope you're living good, baby. Happy Wednesday. Well, this candle, I wouldn't read too much into it, but this right here has all been since ISM service data. That came in favorable for the market. Rentals at 8% rates. I don't think it's time for rentals. Mark, you did this last time. You literally are telling everybody that this is not the time for rentals because of interest rates, but I have not even told you the price of the property. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even, like, on the advertisement, it don't even have a price. If it's like, act now, come in today, you could do it. I don't even have an MSRP listed. So there's no way. I mean, it all depends on the price. It all depends on the price. Like I'm saying, if you find the right, I give you $100,000 house for $20K. Who cares what the interest rate is? Hamas chief Haniyeh says sticking to ceasefire conditions, Israel must end military offensive and pull out from Gaza. All right, bonds and SPY. So you got a little bit of relief from ISM services. We'll see how long this holds up. But Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. It's only been 39 minutes. Oh, man. But I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. I'll see you in a little bit. Follow me on Instagram. Thank you. Okay, goodbye.
Yes, how is this impacting other big players out there? Let's talk about Apple for a moment here. You are seeing it shake off today, some of the bad feelings that investors had in the market about that stock.
Well, it's in particular looking at the technicals for Apple. So now it's trading just below 170. And if you look back to what its intraday low was in October, it was around 165, 166. So after it's coming off one of its worst quarters relative to the S&P 500 in history of this century, so it was basically the fourth worst in the first quarter relative to the S&P 500. Most traders are wondering if most of the pain has potentially passed. When you think from a fundamental perspective, just the massive buybacks that Apple tends to have, also just the dividends, and then also when it comes to tax loss harvesting, and also just given the stock was up close to about 50% last year, if some of the pain has already passed, but looking at those key thresholds, it might be getting close to a support level there, Shonali.
What else are you taking a look at today, Jess?
Cal-Maine Foods. So this is important because this is the biggest supplier of eggs in the United States. So looking at this stock and its gains today, up close to 7%. So this would be its best percentage gain of this year. But this is also coming off the back of a steep decline. It saw an intraday trading yesterday dropped close to as much as 6%. So that was at that time its biggest intraday decline since October. But basically looking at what's happened in temporarily halting productions after chickens at its Texas plant did test positive for that highly contentious and contagious bird flu there. But when you're looking at when it comes from an earnings perspective, beating on the top and bottom lines there. So you are seeing that stock more supportive, and then also just the fact that that was a temporary halt, and strategists on Wall Street think that this is something that wouldn't be an issue over the long term for this company.
Jess Menton of Bloomberg News, we thank you so much for keeping an eye on all that's moving. Now coming up, we're going to talk about that boardroom battle at Disney coming to a close. Vanguard coming in hot, according to Bloomberg's latest reporting. We'll bring you the latest next. This is Bloomberg.
So is Vanguard? Vanguard gave Disney the vote since they own like half the company. Micron breaking out now, another high. My goodness, what time? Still early, no more data except Powell. You have like 4 other Fed speakers though, no? Or 3? Already had Bowman. You already had Bowman and Bostic. Then you're going to get Goolsby, Powell, Barr, and Kugler. Jeez. Yeah, CCJ. I sold out of CCJ. I took $6,000 profit, and then it hit another high. Oh, I could have made some good money off that. Yeah, they voted for Iger. That's why they're saying, as of, even though the votes today, they looks like they have enough commitments where Disney ended up winning. So sad day for trying. We made our vote, but then Vanguard outvoted us. That's why we need bigger long terms. TJ like easy go for real. It seems IPOs, if it meets criteria but the premium is too much, even though we bought it when the premium fell, thankfully. We didn't buy it at the top, but that one, I don't know, man. Too much premium will kill. No buys in April? No, yeah. I still got my deposit. I'm not using it. I love how 3M is a 52-week high here. That's hilarious. Because of, like, the adjusted price. Oh, wow. They did adjust the 3M. Oh, what the fuck? So this is how 3M's chart looks now? Are you kidding me? What? Yo, I thought they just adjusted my price. This is how 3M's chart looks now. Oh, dude, that's so weird. No way. That's not how yours looks? So I was like, man, it didn't look like that yesterday. I saw my updated price, but yeah, there you go. That's more. That's what I'm more used to. I was like, what? Yeah, I got 12 shares of Solventum. I got like $800 worth, which isn't that bad. I mean, it's like a free $800 dividend. Now it's tied to equity. Microsoft going up. SPY coming back up. So SPY, I think, is taking it better than the bonds. But if anything, I think it still flows in line with the theory in the sense that that data fought back and defended against 4 or 5. I think the market could definitely use some of that. Qualcomm new high, TSM, watch Micron as well. SMCI starting to turn up here. Netflix on the high, TSM new high. SOXL's going up. Again, even Marvel's ripping up here too. Another LA high-speed chase. Stop it. This early? I don't know if we could. I don't think we've ever watched a police one this early. It's 7 a.m. Yeah, no, for real. Oh, shit. Police chase authority. This is... What? I don't know. You got Powell.
And they technically have re-engaged that pursuit. So you have one unit bound there, lights and sirens, giving the public heads up on what's going on.
SPY hitting a new one. Again, Marvel breaking out. Sullivan has postponed trip to Saudi Arabia as he recovers from a cracked rib.
You know what? We had a little trouble there, but I heard, why did they make that call? You know what? That is a great question.
Eli Lilly on the high.
If, someday I might be able to actually sit down with, or somebody else from media, actually sit down and, what are the parameters? What are they weighing out? I know safety is always going to be a concern for any law enforcement, and these pursuits, they worry so much about, as they should, about safety of everybody involved. Now, they're worried about the law enforcement officers. If it's a deputy or police or whatever chasing those vehicles, they also worry about the public. They don't want to see anybody innocent get involved or hurt in one of these, and they actually do worry about injuring even that suspect. Right now, it looks like we're going to be changing up the freeways. It looks like we're changing onto or maybe getting off of. Nope, we're staying on the 10 freeway. I know this area right now. But yeah, they do. That is the biggest concern. But I wonder if there's other parameters involved as well that law enforcement. And again, these officers, I have no disrespect for them at all. If it
Marvel,
like
TSM, Micron,
just a guy in a helicopter.
SOX is already on the high. Dell's even moving now, 121. I always
kind of wonder what it is that they think about, or what they weigh to make those calls to say, are we going to chase it? Are we going to follow it? Or are we just going to let it go? That is accurate. I got to keep an eye on it right there because it looks like we are transitioning onto. We're actually transitioning onto the southbound 710. Yep, I thought I was going to lose it. Thank goodness I did.
85.9.
Well, Baldwin Park is the area like
you hit 52.23
division of
again.
The
I think 52.25, 27 is one of the levels.
Was when we first were listening to it, and it was on the 10 freeway, and it was heavy traffic. There's heavy traffic on the 710. He picked a bad freeway to jump onto right there, and you can see that truck just hugging.
Bro, this is literally just a police chase. And, the market just opened in the middle of rush hour traffic.
And he's kind of squeezing up in there. And, the only plus see, that's what I was really just going to say that I'm worried about. Somebody might be just trying to get off the freeway.
Play's going up.
Lanes, and then you got this guy
again, post-earnings on play.
Down that emergency lane.
The other
that's
one was Call Maine.
One of these collisions.
Watch if they go up. Again, Call Maine I like, but slow mover.
5. Copy. And I'm getting information that this is the 5 South. This is the 5 South. Sorry about that. I was got a little behind myself. Jeff, we can get like he's going to be getting off the freeway, but we're going to keep an eye on it best we can, see which way he goes down there. They tend to make a right turn, but sometimes
play on
the
high.
Lefts. So we're going to keep an eye, and it looks like he's
Airbnb
taking an alleyway.
Again. Booking was already up 1.
Jeff is our pilot this morning at the tiller. But yeah, he's taking that alleyway right there. Maybe he knows
Apple,
this area because
RXRX
that was something
popping
that
too.
I wouldn't have known was there, and I'm sure the just general public wouldn't know as well. Now we're starting to get into these busy streets.
RXRX,
and again,
big pop.
You got to remember,
20-cent pop,
RXRX. I mean, a pickup truck is large, but this is a full-ton pickup trucks and also crew cab, and that is a big, big vehicle. And again, the hard braking, hard acceleration, these trucks
shares.
Not really designed for that. And of course,
not anything yet. That one's popping. Spy near the high, 5223.
You just don't want to see an accident.
And then bonds halfway of the gains of the services, and then another police chase. I like it. I don't know. Is it too distracting? I kind of like the background filler noise with the call out. I love these police chases, especially after yesterday with Stu.
That is pretty much every pursuit we're on. I always
Meta's
worry
going up
about
here now.
what's going to happen, and
then TSM Spy new high.
So many people watch
about
these
to Meta
pursuits as well.
505.
You got a pedestrian just walking the dog. Now I got to give it credit. I'm going to get wide one more time. No, I'm not going to lose the car. But you can see the California Highway Patrol. They are actually at that light right there. That one officer nearby. But I believe that they actually were just told also, do not pursue this.
I'm still in the bond play. I got
so right now he's actually on the roadway right there.
On that now.
See those street
I was
names
up on
as
it
we're
2-3
making our way.
grand the day before.
Boyle, and this is going to be coming up towards County USC. It's also another very busy area out here as this vehicle continues on the street lines roads, which is always difficult for any kind of pursuit. But as long as we stay in that
ALGM, Microsoft
area,
still high ticker's gassing.
Roads, it's going to be harder
literally
and harder
look at the RPM gauge
coming
there.
up to another major right there in a solid red. Making a right turn on the left turn lanes. And we're right here by County USC. But again, keeping an eye on it, and that's what they're doing from the air as well.
This is good, man. This whole time, bro. Stock market hit a new high.
Well, that's what they call it. They say discontinue that pursuit, and that's what that officer did. They backed off, and now this truck driving on the wrong side of the road on a bridge. And picking up speed, and this is, and these are the things.
See, this is what you signed. This is what you wanted. This is action, bro. This is a movie.
Somebody just driving along. Maybe it's
kind of terrifying.
Well, clearly not us. We're not on the road. But just driving along, and then you've got this huge pickup truck on the wrong side of the road. Clearly everybody's
GE Verona popping.
But, there's moments
again, watch the Marvels, TSM,
like
Micron on the high again. High TSM.
Right there, and this
again, I do think chips are leading you. Now you got AMAT playing along.
Into the East LA area, another hard turn. Looks like we're going to be going back underneath the 10 freeway out there.
We started gassing since ISM services. It came in lower, and then the prices dropped the lowest in a year. Rio Tinto faces possible Norway fund divestment. Yo, check Rio. Yeah, they're getting dumped on. Rio on the low.
Sorry about that. Everybody's helping me out.
Rio.
I love the help. I love it. Anybody that's listening down there, I appreciate it.
But the contracts are kind of weird priced.
And of course,
ethics advisors scrutinizing Rio Tinto's link to alleged deforestation.
Better, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's safer. Making our way back out onto another major, and it looks like another solid red out there, and you got folks just driving. And then you've got this guy just blowing. Yep, downtown LA. This guy right there, that Mustang. He's got somebody in front of him. And what are we doing here? And so there are two people inside that truck. That's what we were told. Two people inside that truck for sure. And they made his way out back over this way. But again, you can kind of pick it up, bro. We're by Sam's Hofbrau. But right now, you can see this driver basically it is.
So watch, Rio's already down 1-3.
I don't think
it doesn't really move too crazy, so that's why the contracts. No play on that one, but kind of big news. TSM again on the high. TSM and Micron going hand in hand, and Marvel.
Oof. Yeah, and that's the thing. And right now, I'm sure there is other law enforcement. We're definitely in the LAPD area right now, that are probably watching. And they, somebody's got to make a decision. Are we going to try to get involved? Are we going to try to bring this to a stop?
Broadcom, they were barely red earlier.
Just kind of run amok out here and hope that nothing happens. It is
Marvel,
really,
MU, MindMed on the high.
Questions in the dynamics on the decision-making process. Again,
see if the bonds also go up. Spy up more off of the data.
It's one of these ones where he pulls up under that. He's keeping.
You're literally half a point from the high. You're about to hit a new high right here.
And back underneath that freeway, so he's going to come out or make a U-turn. I'm going to stay a little wider. Either that, or he's taking a moment to kind of decide what's going on. He's got that cover going on. That is for sure. But just kind of waiting, and I'm sure everybody else's eyes are on it as well.
AMAT, lift. Bro, more chips. It's all just chips. Again, new high on there. Now I'm even seeing Snapchat, but literally big tech doing good. And then a lot of chips are helping you bounce here. I mean, it's almost been an hour. So let's check the volume. Stu is trying to find the guy. 10 million. So pretty average to start off.
You know, right now we're hearing that they actually did get out of the vehicle. I'm not sure how they're getting eyes on it down there, but they said that they did. They just left that vehicle, and it's 2 people got out.
Oh, so look at the guy went under the bridge.
Which is
see, this is like a GTA one. Thank you.
They have, I'm trying to see if we can actually see them as well, but apparently 2 people ditched that vehicle down there, and their vehicle
now we're talking.
Stopped underneath there, and those 2 are out of that truck. That is going to be the sheriff's ship that's been over it all the way since the Ontario area. Right now, this is, kind of what they hope for, and this is a good outcome. And it also shows you that the officers that are making
this
those
is a
calls
different
to
one.
pursue and not pursue, they are doing the right thing. Because now that vehicle is stopped, folks are out of that car, so it is not a threat to the public. And again, they might be they say in the wind, but as it would be, that's better than having that guy behind the wheel of that heavy truck and possibly injuring somebody or themselves on the roadway.
There you go. All right, I think that's the end of it, Chad. This time the driver just avoided. That's it. He went under something and then got out.
I keep trying to get a wider shot about it,
all right, thanks, Stu. I appreciate it. That was good. That was fun. Fun time. That took like what? We were right here when it started. That took us about like what, 15 minutes, and then Spy barely hit a new high on that again. Chip makers. I was calling it out all the way through, and then we just saw that news there with Rio Tinto. I know I sold out of CCJ this morning though, so I took $6,000 in profit, but I think I could have made another $1,000. I'm at the high, or I would have made like $600. But I love it. I'm just in the puts now after we made that play, and then Marvel's coming up again. That one too. If you guys have the Marvel play, you have almost 10% on that. So I'm kind of down with that. And then Spy, there's your pop. Again, all I see is chip makers, bro. ASML, AMAT, Micron, TSM, Marvel. You do have big tech playing along. Oh, that's what I was going to get you guys. Let's have a breakdown of the movers. So to start off your morning here on the S&P 500, after 1 hour, you have 173 names trading red. 326 names trading green. NASDAQ 100, you have 69 names in the green, 32 names in the red. And then Dow Jones, you have 10 names in the red, 20 names in the green. So it's kind of like a 60-40 day, 70-30. It's not too bad. Why chips light? I think chips, it was a mix of the NVIDIA or the Intel news, and then I think also just now buying into whatever data. Again, there was calm data, easing data that gets people excited too. It's a matter of, is the economy strong? And then the next question is rates. But I do think the first question should be rates, though. Rio, new low. They keep going lower. TSM, all personnel are safe and return to their workplace shortly after. White House began clear specifications for Israel. Yeah, Rio's 1.6 now, another 1/3%. Marvel still climbing. There's Qualcomm. There's Micron, and then XLK. And then bonds are just staying pinned here. They're like in the middle of the first candle, whereas markets, again, doing good. And I think market just dodged the bullet with the 4 or 5. We were about to hit, if that ISM services was bad, we'd be at 4 or 5 on the 10-year right now. Well,
I don't know about overreaction to the data, but there's going to be a follow-up to the data. So I think you'll get whatever move, but remember, there's still more jobs data. It just kind of like the setup, kind of how when you get the early jobs data or whatever sets of data ahead, it kind of just leads everybody into it. CCJ is treating me well. I sold out of it here this morning, so I left a little bit on the table, but we got, I think, around more than 10%, maybe like 15 or 12. But I took like $6,000 in profit, so I'm out of it now. Airbus Q1 delivery surge. Duration. Again, didn't they just have earnings? Crude inventories, 3.2 million. Estimate was draw of 1 million barrels. So watch out. You got oil numbers coming out right now. Remember, oil hit $86 not too long ago. Whoa. They just flashed. So, yeah. Crude stocks, 3.21 billion. Last week was 1.2. Gasoline inventories, minus 4.2 million. Estimate was gain of 100,000. Distillates, minus 1.2 million. Estimate was minus 1 million. Crude Cushing, minus 377 versus positive 2.1 previous. So I feel like that would bring oil down, but you never know. Did we negotiate, pump it up? No, we tried to. I think we had votes, but we couldn't move it past the floor last time. So we still don't have a pump it up deal. And then there's Marvel. Then the SPY's still holding up. CCJ coming down a little bit. That one's doing good. Again, Micron, TSM, those have been on fire. Even Apple, man. TSM's doing great, though. 1.5. Where's that Dabe? And Tesla's starting to move up. And then Bond's getting a wick here to the high side. Again, more action in chips. You're literally 1 point off the high. SCVL. What's this? Shoe Carnival, big pop. It's not loading up here, but it says at 36.29. Shoe Carnival. Labu, XBI on the high, UWM. And SPY working its way up. Broadcom, yeah, Broadcom is really green now. 2%. They were negative 2. That's already moved 4. I mean, watch if SMCI goes green. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's in the green now, 0.91. Back above $900. What is Shoe Carnival? I didn't even know what they were. Oh, bro, ARM. I forgot about ARM. Uber, Expedia. Those were both on the high. It's like pay less. Shoe Carnival. A lot of shoe companies, man. Them, Allbirds, Foot Locker. There's a lot. Yeah, Play had good earnings and raised buyback authorization. And then Call Main had a good earnings as well, but I think Play's holding up a lot better. ACAM on the high now. That's another one. Again, Marvel kind of just took off there. So, again, the last hour or so has been chips. We've only been here for an hour. Hour and 3 minutes. Volume's about average. Data was favorable for the market. You still got Jerome Powell and 3 other Fed speakers all in the next hour and a half or 2 hours. But Jerome comes on in about an hour and a half. Kugler. All right. Shout out to La Tire, baby. NVO gapping. Again, Eli Lilly was going crazy. Big fan of the long term, man. Powell, he's speaking at the Stanford Business, Government, and Society Forum. So he may not even talk. He's gonna be talking economic outlook, but it may not be that deep. The suspects got away. Yeah, bro. They used the bridge trick. The guy yesterday could have gotten away. He just didn't want to. Long time. Uber does good every day, though, man. Uber, Meta, back up on coin. I do want Airbnb closer to its home. That would be nice. That would be nice. Did you take an L on the snow option? Not yet, but I will. I feel like that play, I don't know why I've been asked so many questions on it. It's like any other $40 weekly play. But yeah, I'm still holding it, but it's going to expire worthless. I mean, I think you could sell it for $5 now if you wanted to. But yeah, that one, we bought it. Literally just kept going lower. They have not, for a post-earnings play, man, they did not get one single bounce. But it actually even went lower. VLDR, Valander. And then SPY still working its way up. Bonds holding a little better. There's your TSM. Then Uber, then ANET. I'd even watch AMAT as well. I think people like this snow. I've been asked on that play. I've had more people ask me questions about Snowflake and that $40 option than the whole entire CCJ play. But it is, I think there's just a lot of eyeballs on it. And, when it does pop, it will move big. But for now, it just hasn't. I think Snow shares, honestly, that may, because I tried another option that didn't hit as well on the day after earnings. Market's going higher for longer. Just keep in mind, we're still lower than Jerome Powell day. And you see the market now, all the data did was just stop. It stopped some of the bleeding, but we're still holding bandages, unfortunately. So it's you're still right here. You're right at the Powell range. I think the data helped us, and it's just going to buy you time till the next set of data tomorrow, or again Friday. No, the suspect got away. Yeah, Intel's guidance was awful. Oh, where is Nike? Another down day? $90, bro. $90. Another day, another divvy. Starbucks is at October lows. Yeah, I still like both of these guys. I don't know if I'm getting greedy. I feel like I want them a little lower. Hershey's went up. Procter & Gamble went up too. But Nike, I still want it lower. But that's definitely catching my attention. CVS for the long term. if you don't already own a Walgreens, but if you already have something in that space, I mean, I wouldn't grab too many of them. I do think CVS will be around. Apple's on the high again now. Egypt got delisted last month, EGPT. Oh, I didn't even know they had an ETF. But yeah, like Egypt's really bad. Like Egypt is struggling again. They floated their currency a couple of weeks ago, but Egypt is doing very, very bad. Are we back to ignoring bonds? No. So I was literally just explaining this. I think nothing has really changed in the short run. All I see from today is that services data, it stopped you from dying even more today and just bought you not going lower until the next data set will move the bonds again. So that's it. I mean, but if in general, I do if the yields climb near 4.5, market will start responding to bonds, and then vice versa. If they go away from 4.5, then the market will respond less, and that's why today that data pulled us back off of the cliff from 4.5, and now we're kind of up. But I don't think we're out the clear just yet. It may have bought you a couple of hours, but I think we got to wait until we get into the next sets of data. You could track bonds. You could look at the ETFs or go to Trading Economics and go to bonds, and it'll be there. Booking's been climbing. Booking hit 3K end of last year. And then it's been climbing on the earnings, but they've been doing the dance a little bit. Interesting. You get Goolsby before Powell. But you still got like an hour 20 before any of those. Where is this 4.5 number from? Nowhere. It's just a solid level, and it's 4. I mean, it makes some sense in the sense of what it is. It's 4.5% interest. So that means that rate, where's inflation at? Where's everything else at? But it just more bonds move in like quarter point, 50 basis point increments. And anytime you get to levels, I mean, they start to either get more or less restrictive. So it just seems 4.5 has kind of always been the line in the sand where every time we go up there, it starts to go, So it gets a little crazy. GLD climbing again. $211, I'll take it. I do. Silver, SLV on the high. So silver has to be above 26. Damn, silver's almost at 27. Shit. Would you look at that? 24. I see 26.79. Yeah, we hit 26.75. When was the last time? So February 2022 was like the last time we were anywhere this close on silver. This is big. It's actually kind of crazy. My dad just texted me saying Josh called out SLV. He's a sleeper. Shout out to Papa Denardi, my man. Tell Papa Denardi what's up. He the man. Let's go. That's crazy. You got your pops text. He's like, yeah, man, Josh told you to get the long term. Stop playing. Stop playing. That goes hard. That goes hard. Silver. That's wild, though, man. 26.8. Should I go get it? Gold is running up. I could do it. Silver hasn't been this high in almost 2 years.
please, let me give me a second. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on, let me get this. Okay. I know. I have to. For it's a big day today. Silver. All right. So here's your beautiful gold. You gotta just listen. See, it's beautiful, right? That's gold. That's GLD. And I don't really like silver, but I'm glad that it's up here right now. So you guys get to hear how silver sounds now. Are you ready? Here is silver. You hear it? It's very relaxing. There you go. Novak's Russia. OPEC oil production quota will stand at 9 million in June. Russia has potential to boost full production thanks to available refining capacity. Donk. And then gold popping here. Bonds going up with it. Well, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. There gold goes again. No, okay. Ocpol, IWN on the high. Ferg, high ticker is actually gassing. You got a couple of names there. Again, it looked like gold and bonds started there. SPY. This time it's not chips. The last little rally was only chip makers on the high. This time it's everything else, it looks like. And then dollars dropping. Dollars down by 0.3. What's your strategy to win houses in this competitive market? How much over asking do you bid? Oh, well, there you go. I mean, my strategy is don't compete. So I don't like to compete if it's already on the market. So that right there, usually if you could get in touch with the homeowner or work out a deal before it gets listed, that's your best bet. Or, I mean, again, even if it is listed, I have offered on houses that have been listed recently, but it's because they've been on the market for a while, and I use that to my advantage to contact the homeowner and talk with them, even through their own agent, and just, get a little bit more motivated of a seller. So, I mean, I don't like bidding above. I'm not a fan of, last time I bid above a house, like above asking, was like the end of 2021 probably. And then I stopped doing that, I would say, or 2022. But it wasn't I don't think you need a bid above in this market. And if you are at that point, it's either the house is priced dirt cheap or you're probably, emotionally, you just want it. A good resource for off-market houses. There's a lot. I mean, there's no like central like database of all of them. That's why, like I say, like talking to homeowners, or like even then, if you see a house sold recently, like go contact the neighbors of the house that sold and just say, hey, your neighbor sold. I don't know if you want to. Most of the houses you follow in San Diego sold 50 to 70 above ask. That's weird. What price range? Because I've seen the opposite. So, like, I've actually noticed more houses in San Diego selling below asking. But then again, some of these are like, they're above like $1.5, $2 million. 700 to 8. Yeah, I think the houses that are more affordable, you still have a shit ton of demand. But like I'm watching houses sell below asking all the time. Even in like Del Sur. Del Sur is like an expensive neighborhood in California, in San Diego, and like all the houses sell below value, or below, not value, but below what they listed at. It won't show me. San Diego. Ranch, it's still good. That's what I'm saying. Like, that whole area, it's not bad, but it's still like, you got to depend, unless you price the property very, very good, you're going to wait a little bit on the market. And then, like I'm saying, I noticed more people are willing to entertain offers. So, like, let me see. Like, let me just, I'm going to just click on random ones, and I bet you. So there's a couple. Damn. This one was just sold off market. That's crazy, actually. Honestly, these aren't that bad. I'm looking at this. So out of the last three, I just clicked on the first three properties that sold. These are just, this one sold above asking. So this one is crazy. So they listed it at 209, sold for 22. So this one went 200 above. This one is exactly what I was just telling you. Look at this one. Do you guys notice anything about this sales history? Listing removed in September 2022, and then all of a sudden he sells it for 1295 today, or a couple days ago, or I guess March 21st. What do you guys understand what happened there? And then this one, was it this one? Yeah, this one sold 50,000 below asking. Over asking. This one, it was over the last price they listed it at. But no, this one was off market. This guy listed his house 2 years ago and then removed the house. He backed out of the sale. And then all of a sudden, 2 years later, the house is sold out of nowhere. So this was off market. This house got sold without ever being listed in the last 2 years. So somebody went up to him and paid him the price he wanted, pretty much, a little bit more than he did 2 years ago. Ta-da. But yeah. So honestly, those first couple I looked at, some of them were a little hotter, but I was just looking a couple weeks ago. Every single sale was just lower than what it was listed at. Minus 80K for the brokers. Yeah. They are the winners, but I mean, I don't know what it's going to turn into. We'll see. Like, I don't know. I wonder if people will be doing deals, how they'll do them with all the new real estate laws, but, you know, sometimes on like multiple $1 million transactions, the fee is worth it to make sure it's done right. But then, I mean, I think I've paid an agent $200,000 to sell a property before. You find off-market deals by talking to people, looking for them. So you could send out mailers, cold calls, door knocking, again, networks, a lot of ways, finding people to buy homes. Some, people want to buy a home. If you have a home you could give them to buy. Sometimes they have a home they want to sell. You need a license to do that? No. You don't need a license to buy people's houses. or ask them if they want to sell it to you. That you don't need. But if you want to facilitate the transaction and make money, then you will need a license. But then if you want to just buy it and flip it, you don't need one. Brog, B-R-O-G, up 188, just got halted. SPY hitting another high, and then bonds got lifted a little bit. Now equities are outperforming 5226, so 5227. Isn't this one of those baby levels? Yeah, this is that low end back into last week's levels. And then you fill the gap at 44. So you still need like another 20 points up. You had 2 people in the last 2 weeks come to me ask, dude, let's do it. If you don't want them, send them to me, but do it. That's exactly what you need. So I had one the other day, and then I'm down to do it. I even had a Chad. We're at a Chad house. I'm gonna have lending tips look at. But do it anytime. Those are the best, bro. If you have like a neighbor, you got a good relationship with someone, and they're just giving you the first opportunity, I mean, usually it's the best. VRT, they want too much though. Yeah, I mean, well, thankfully you have your agent license now, so you could offer them like a good cash deal if you want, and say if not, like if you really want that price, let's just list it, and it'll take some time, but you'll get it in this market. MXL and SPY still going. Bonds trying to hold up that candle. ARRW or ARWW running. ARW or arrowroot. Then Mava, there's Micron. Micron's still good. Yeah, they're chilling a little bit though. Again, the video went green. TDW on the high. Weren't we just looking at that? Tidewater 5-1. You saw the first 0 commissions on Michigan today on the MLS? No way. Did you show them to your clients? How did you react? What was your response? That's crazy. 0% commission. Did it offer any credit, or was it just flat out 0? Did it mention anything towards a credit? CLX on the high again. Tidewater, Bond, SPY, right there near the highs. What concessions? That's what I want to know. Because that's how I think everyone's going to do it from now on. I think it's just going to be a weird linguistic game. Okay, Bond's still climbing a little bit. CCJ is holding up great, man. Kind of wish I held out for a little more, but I'm happy. Netflix was killing it from the morning. Stoltenberg saying something. So 5226.89. So 5227. That was the low from the last couple of days. Like, this price should make sense. I mean, we've talked about it a couple of times here on the way down last week. Flat out 0. My ask will go. It will go VA. It was run down. Only will go cash or maybe conventional, so I got lucky. Oh, so you're still putting an offer on it. Nice. Nice. Wrong on CCJ. Nah, you had the right idea. Like, protection. And you walked away with a good gain. Because I felt you on it's just going to go positive, then negative, then positive, then negative. That's why I just wanted to stretch it a little bit. Then once I had the gain, buy the puts. Bought me 2 more days, and then that's it. Wow, Lee. Hell yeah. Good work. I'm very glad. I hope all of that, now that you have that, I hope the check comes soon, but I hope that makes everything good, man. That's beautiful. I'm very happy to hear it. And any other help you need, you let me know. We will find you a house in Cali now. That's amazing. That is good news. So I had bad news yesterday. I had it sucks, bro. I had one of the private equity companies I invested in. It's a company, they're private. I invested in them a couple of years ago. I had a call from one of the founders, and the dude called me last night, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm resigning." And they apparently there's trouble in paradise. My founders got in a fight, so now 2 of them are leaving. And I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Your investment's still good, but we just wanted to let you know." I was like, "No, man." Made me sad. CC? That's good. We need good news. We traded CCJ. No CC. And then no covered calls. I haven't done an Airbnb covered call in a while. Where's Airbnb? I would like to. I should have. I think we would have got more money at the time. And then we still have our long-term deposit. Keep that in mind. So we could buy Pfizer came down a little lower. That's the thing I like about it. What's the day? 4-3-4-3. Powell is speaking at 12. Not CCL, no. So Powell's going to be on in an hour at Stanford. So I don't know if he's going to talk about policy. It is titled Economic Outlook. So we'll find out. And we just heard from Powell, but I mean, yesterday the Fed speakers were saying a lot of stuff. I think people are kind of jumpy. And then again, with bond yields and how they are. So I think it will be somewhat big. And 10 minutes before Powell, you get Austin Goolsbee, Mr. Golden Path himself. Damn, Netflix up 2-2. And Netflix and Meta went off today. I like Ulta. I still like it. I would like Ulta to drop more so we could buy more. But, you know, they just, remember, their earnings. So this was their earnings. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the worst. But then they guided lower. So they dropped from like 570 to like 500. Then they went to 508. Then they bounced up. And then today they gave an update that, they're like, even though we guided lower last quarter, we think it's going to be even lower. And it's already slowed down way faster and more than we thought. So they gave an updated, more lower guidance, and now it's trading lower back to its 2 earnings ago pretty much. So I like Ulta a lot. I mean, but if anything, I think it's short-term updates. You got to see where it puts it. If it sends it to a downtrend, I'm a buyer, but, it may be able to bounce back. Don't forget cosmetics and Ulta and Elf and all of these cosmetic names. They've been good. They've been showing growth in a very, awkward environment. They've been killing it. Oh, I forgot we had an AI, Josh. Ulta is down today because the CEO made a comment at an event explaining how first quarter performance is lower than they expected and dropped faster than they expected. They already guided lower, so this hurt them and even hurt Elf stock as a sympathy. So there you go. Yo, Citi and JP Morgan, banks flushing. Hi. Yo, banks, JP Morgan, Citi. I don't know if it's news related, but they both in tandem out of nowhere started dropping. Macy's, damn, JWN still holding. GitLab's on the high. Coinbase still just staying pinned. McDonald's. So high ticker is still very active. That's the weird part about all this. CCJ still holding up again. Citi and the banks are flushing out of nowhere. XLF still in the green. SPY near the high. This pop right here was off of ISM services. Other than that, we did it once again. I mean, we were kind of in the gulag this morning. You had another gap down. You did have ADP came in hot and we were lower pre-market. And then we opened up, got a little bit of a bid. Then ISM services came in favorable by being weaker and prices dropped the most in a year. And then that shot up the bonds, but bonds are still dead. And then that brought equities alive. And then it walked us off of the curve of 4 or 5 rates. Tesla, they're on the high. Again, SPY's slowly trying to work its way up here. But then banks are selling off right now. That's the weird one of the day. Coco, I wish we could trade it. Yeah, Coco has been going nuts. Yeah, the mushrooms, MindMed, they're going nuts. 20%, I think. Yeah. Right on the money. I don't know if they had a headline. They had the headline a couple days ago. I think a week ago at this point. Is that GLD again? Oh, I think it was GD. CRM on the high. Baidunius, Ababa, CPay. Yo, CPay, decent pop. That's like 1.5%, I think, off of that candle. Almost $2, $3. CPay. An earthquake in Taiwan. It's because it wasn't that bad. That earthquake in Taiwan could have been horrendous. So I think they're saying 40 or 60 people dead, which is still awful. But again, in 1999, the last time there was an earthquake of that size, it killed 2,000 people. So TSM is already saying their factory is up and running. And like now the death toll isn't that high. It doesn't seem too destructive, but it honestly that was one of those. It was bad, but like it definitely like that could have been awful for the size and where it hit and everything. But for now, it was buildings knocked over, 40 or so deaths, which is still not good. But some people were definitely very fearful within the first like 20 or 30 minutes because last time that happened in Taiwan, it was massive. I think this tsunami warning is over. Holo. Tesla's going up, man, and then bonds chilling out. We'll see if the SPY does. Dell on the high as well. ACB. All the wheat stocks are running, but then the ETF ain't really up there. Their girlfriend said it was quite scary last time in 1999. She was living here in Montreal. Yeah, it's terrifying. In some of those places, man, those earthquakes and just how things are built, like even in China, people get worried, but I'm pretty surprised. Taiwan, it held up pretty nice. Powell is in an hour. Literally, I think 1 hour exactly. 12:10. All right, SPY's still holding up off that again. Bonds gave up. High ticker, man, getting a lot of love, man. Everything from NEO to Chips to what else was there? IVV, BK, a lot of random small ones. Pepsi, Humana's going up. And then on the downside, just a couple of banks. China names are coming up here. Yang is on the low. It's like a Stanford event. There's like closing and opening remarks. So Powell's making the opening remarks, and then it's titled Economic Outlook, but who knows what he'll say? I mean, we just heard from him. We just got to hear from Powell not too long ago, like that last Friday. He didn't say much, so we'll see what it turns into. I think there is a chance he says nothing. I mean, we have seen that before, where it'll just be like, Powell discusses no monetary policy. SPY move already priced. I did not check what was priced in. We haven't been looking, actually. So I would have to double check. And then Citi moving down, but I think we'll see coming into tomorrow. Maybe we'll do another reprice. Humana new high. I mean, Humana got to move a little bit, though. Like, if it's still within, like, 1%, it's kind of light. Yeah, 1.7. There you go. It's kind of waking up. ASML on the high. TSM. Again, Citi. Don't have any news on banks. SLV in 11. That's when it went crazy, right? Didn't it go up to like 60 or something? I mean, if we get full rate cuts, maybe. Full rate cuts in China. You get China. Again, there was good China data last night. EWJ on the high. And then NVO rocketing up right now. MNMD popping. Yeah, a lot of chats like mushrooms. So you guys have called that one out. No long-term pickups as of yet. I got the money. I have the deposit. I'm waiting. UNH and Humana now on the high. I'm looking at Pfizer, PayPal, and Baba, maybe even Nike and Starbucks. But for now, just like prices are like awkwardly. There's a couple names lower. There's like a couple names higher. I'm just feeling, give it some time. Let's work our way into the quarter, and then we can put the deposit to work. No Neo MO. I like MO, but we're up on it. We're up a lot still from the last purchase. So I'd want that thing a little cheaper, but I still do like MO a lot. Nvidia next week, 1,000. Well, you have the Marvel AI event. So Nvidia will either get helped or hurt by it. I think more likely helped than not. But that's why I'm still in the Marvel. I think I'm going to sell the Marvel out right before the event or right when the event starts. But that will be our chip news for next week. The only other chip news so far, man, this week is the bad Intel news. Bots. Tesla's still going. So again, I think Tesla was red in the morning, no? And then Tesla's now in the green, 1.0. Qualys on the high, QLYS, Enphase running up. JIO, Starbucks, IWN. Marvel AI. Yeah, they haven't done good at it, but they do. This is their first AI event. So remember, if anything, their only segment that's done bad is AI. So now they're making a whole event here to talk about it. Maybe you get lucky, you know? Maybe you get lucky. Wolf back to 2. MU bouncing off the highs. TSM, again, even Broadcom, that one moved a lot. That one's up 2.3. It's kind of crazy how bad the chips were this morning and even the last couple of days, and then they just took off that dip. Pfizer, I think Pfizer could bounce from here, or it could flush back again. That's just the problem with a name like Pfizer, you know? You're in the gulag. It reminds me of Disney. So do you remember Disney until Disney took off? It looked just like Pfizer. No matter what, you were just sell off. You get these pops, you know what I'm saying? Then you'd hold up here, then you bounce, then you die. So you kind of need it to turn up. It's either going to keep dancing and flushing or hold one of the low levels, or, you know, that good news is finally going to start turning it around. But as of now, I do still think you're kind of doing the dance around. So it could either go pinned, go a little bit lower and flush, or by the time we get some updates or earnings, then something will have to change it. Biggest risk to Pfizer is being too early and buying options, not shares. Yeah. I mean, with enough time, I think it's going to... That's why I like the Pfizer. So I'm just waiting for the long-term pickup because I do want it, but I'm like, well, if we could get a better price than not... Because I have bought... My last purchase on Pfizer was lower. So, like, Colt's sister is still green on Pfizer from her good pickups there. So we have had an opportunity to get it lower. We could wait around, but like I'm saying, I'll just give it a couple days. We'll go into ex-dividend and all that and see where it's at. What happened with my kitchen? I'm not... What do you mean? It's good. It's kitchening. It's good. The cabinet, that bridge. Oh, the sink. I got that fixed. Yeah, I got it fixed in a couple days. That was it. He just reinstalled it. Good guy. Powell comes on in 45 minutes. NVO on the high. Your fridge is running. Better catch it. Bazinga. Would you sell your position in AT&T to open position in Pfizer? If the year was 2030, yeah. So I'm not a fan of selling in my long term. That's why I call it a long term. That's why I made my decision to buy it when I first bought it. Otherwise, if I was going to change my mind earlier than 10 years, I wouldn't have made the decision. So although I hate AT&T, I own it, and they are dog shit. I still own the shares. I wouldn't sell out to put it into something else. I'll let it sit there. I'll never add to it again, but I'm not necessarily like, yeah, I have to go get it. You fix? Oh yeah, are you in the OC? Yeah, man. I might. If anything else comes up, I got you. Thanks for the feedback. I hope it helps. If you believed that we would get less than 3 cuts this year, would you go ahead and short TLT? Yeah, or I would even short the 2-year. I would either short the 2-year. TLT, you'll probably get bigger moves. I would say the Fed futures, but like the problem is that they've kind of already moved. So like ideally the number one bet would be you short the Fed futures. If you really think we're not going to get those cuts, the Fed futures, lowest risk, highest reward. But the problem is it's all moved. So like in a weird way, like even the 10-year, 5-year, 2-year, they've all made moves in the last couple of days. So even if you want to take those shorts now on that idea, you're still taking some risk because of how it's already moved in that direction. So it's not like it is just like if you made that bet a couple days ago, it'd be fire. It would have been the best one because then you got it at a good point, but you're already kind of pricing that in, is what I'm saying. Oh, Ross Gerber. This guy loves Tesla, and he doesn't cry a lot. I'm going to let you listen to him. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
His job because it was such a bad investment buying Teslas for her. So let's be real, Elon. Like, it's time for you to grow up and accept reality that you're causing enormous damage to one of the most consequential companies in the world because of your behavior on Twitter. And nobody wants to hear his opinions anymore. That's a fact.
Ross, sorry, Carol. I've invited Elon onto this program many times. And in this case, I'll write to him again and say, Ross responded to your post on X. You can come on the show. He obviously has declined to do that. But
throw in the UPenn thing. Maybe.
Yeah, listen, he's not going to debate me. He doesn't want to debate me because the fact of the matter is I'm not scared of him, and he's so used to bullying everybody out of the business. He's not going to bully me. So, the reality is he's got to get his focus back on what's important, which is solving climate. It's not free speech. So, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, Ross Gerber. It's great to have you on. Gerber Kawasaki, CEO, surviving another day of some mudslinging on Twitter or X, but also talking us through Disney as well. We thank him for it. This is Bloomberg Technology.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions,
especially for heavy industry. We're working on solutions in our own operations,
like carbon capture
and clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Fast track your career.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I told you, Ross is a baby. But I love the Exxon company. Bro, they hate you. You know that? They really think you stupid as hell. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I love you, but I'm just saying, whoever in control of these ads, they just think you a dumbass. They like, yo, what if we spend $50 million a quarter advertising how we do clean energy when we the biggest, polluter in the world? Yeah, thank you. ExxonMobil, baby. Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. No one wants to hear Elon's opinion. That's a fact. That's what I learned today. I thought it was a fact that, water is 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. You know what I'm saying? And I thought it was a fact that, the color of the sun. But I didn't know. Nobody wants to hear Elon's opinion. That is a fact. That is a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. No, it's a fact. It's a fact. If you don't agree, you just clearly don't agree with facts. Talk. My man, all love. Even with you going on a RFK side quest, you ever do warehouse deals? What is an RFK side quest? Just because I played them once? But no, I've never done a warehouse deal. That's it. You can't open up a question though with side eye, because then it's just it hits different. Welcome to America. I don't know what he said. That's why I wanted to answer the question and then I was just I'm what the fuck's a RFK side quest? So, but no, I've never done a warehouse deal. No, I do storage units if you could get your hands on them. They have high premiums, but if you could get the right deal, I was looking. I think I showed you it. For one of my friends, I was trying to, I told him not to do it. It was 280,000 square feet of warehouse. We'll see. Trump is suing Truth Social? What? TSM operations went down for a little bit, but they're already back up, I believe. That's why TSM's up, and we already had this discussion, but the earthquake didn't really cause too big of an effect because it wasn't that bad. It could have been a lot worse. Gold again. Dude, I wish I was in the gold. I just wanted to make that little short play. And then I'm glad I got out of the short. I could have been murked on that short play, so I'm glad I got out of it, but I want more of that gold, man. I just got my coins now. Yeah, but gold is literally $23.05, $3 off the high. And then SPY near the high right now, too. Looking good, man. 5227, literally 1.5228. You've never been in an earthquake? They're weird. How bizarre. I have the nugget play. I forgot. The random, it's up 500 or 600%, which kind of sucks. I don't know if you feel me on that. So that we have in the random, somebody said get the nugget play. You guys remember that? So we got a nugget play in the random. Where is it? Does that sound familiar? The random, it's doing decent. I mean, the random account's at 1,500. We're still, I think we're up. We started this account with what, $500? But then it's down from the highs for sure. But so these plays haven't really hit. But then Nugget. So remember, we got a June 36 call on Nugget in the random. We bought it for $72, and now it's going for $500. But it's up 600%. But I'm like, I don't know. I feel like we got that before everything went crazy. That's why I'm like, it's only up 600, but you have a 36 call till June. Oh, it's because Nugget hasn't broken out yet. Well, there you go. That's where the scam comes from. The gold miners haven't broken out like the price of gold. Appreciate the PHILO from yesterday. Been regulating all day, baby. Love to hear it. PHILO today. It just depends on how lucky you are, man. Just depends on how lucky. Pinduo, are China names coming up now? Again, there's GLD 52-week high now. Been waiting on NEM, yeah. Them gold miners, bro. Miners are different than the spot price. It's very early, yeah. We have Powell in 30 minutes, which is good. I mean, we're going through, but still, this is still the first part of the morning. Europe doesn't close till, what, another hour? On how bonds will react to Powell. If he says stuff that is different, the bonds will have the potential to react. I mean, if he echoes the same speech as the last ones, I think the bonds may chill out a little bit, but it'll just be the same thing. So I don't really expect him to go off script too much, but as far as the effect, it depends how much. 49.50 on CCJ. Nuts. Margin of safety on Nike and Starbucks. Tossing around, starting 500 positions, making place marks. The margin. What do you mean margin of safety though? So like, I think Starbucks and Nike. These are names that are going to be around here for 10 years, right? It's just a question of how much lower can they go and how likely. I don't know how likely because they both got their own situations, but they could go down a little bit longer. So. Why are you not on Twitch? You were going to spam that 10 times? It says you didn't even like the video. I can't answer your question until you like the video, sir. It says link trades, chat history, did not like video. Joined 1 year ago. That's crazy. Of course it's a Twitch guy. He ain't liking the video. But yeah, I like both of them. So I think both of them are generally safe plays. I just think they can go a little lower. So I think Nike could go anywhere from $87 to $80. And then I don't think it'll go any lower than that. But if it did, it could go down to $60. So that's kind of the ranges you got to keep in mind. But I do like the price of Nike now, or like $87 to $80.
And then Starbucks. I like Starbucks, but I think Starbucks could go back down to like 68. So I think there's more risk on Starbucks, but it's still fairly good price when you go back in time and then see how it bounced there. And then bonds making their highs of the jolts. I mean, SPY already got to go a little extra. Yeah, 200 shares Nike, I'm down, but making weekly income. I mean, and if you're down, I mean, that's the thing. It's just if you average down over enough time, I think Nike's it's a good quality name, right? So, but I think Nike's a decent place to start a position if like you're throwing out place markers and building a portfolio, and then you're going to, obviously your first play won't be your biggest position on it, but just depends. Not a recommendation, but those are the names I am looking at. 89 Starbucks and Nikes though. Those are, I don't think you're gonna be like, oh, I own Starbucks or Nike. Like they have their own little moments and they move around, but in the long run, those are some good names. If you're selling puts on Nike, just calculate how much it pays out for however much you tie up. So this is the thing we've been saying, because remember, rates are at 5% still. It's the thing that's been like blowing it's been blowing my mind here, but it's like, I just blanked. I was looking at the income estimator, bro. Right now, Bill and SPACs is at 499. It's paying so much still. Like we have been spending 6 months talking about rate cuts, but like, bro, the rates are literally still very high. Like, it is paying out good money. So if you are going to sell a put, like I'm trying to say here, is like if you're going to sell a cash secured put, just make sure it pays out better than no risk. Because at that point, what's the point of tying up money to buy a stock when the yield on that option for how much you're tying up isn't as much as what you could get doing nothing? Oh, yeah, Euro close. It is 8:30. Well. So, like, let's just see with Nike. I don't know. We'll go to the year. I like to do the yearlies because I like the premium. So I say, what, $80? Let's say we sell the $80 puts, right? So $80 is $800. Why? Or $8,000. That's the first number. $80 strike price, 100 shares. To sell a put, you're committing $8,000 of capital for 100 shares at $80 a pop. Y'all with me? So you're spending $8,000. That's what you're committing in your capital. And now your return at the end of the year, and this is slightly below 12 months, you'll get back $355. So we're going to take $355 because you'll make $355 on every $8,000 you commit. Divide that by 8,000. What are you left with? So this one's tough. Nike needs to drop a little bit more, I would say. It's not capital I mean, you're tying, but you're getting 4.4. So this one is almost the same as the bonds, but bonds are paying a little higher. And then remember, bonds have zero risk. Your risk with this play is that Nike drops a 10, 11% in the next 9 months, and then it goes below 80, and then you're required to pay for the shares there at that lower price or at the higher price, and then you miss out on opportunity costs. Whereas if you just bought Bill, you could have got the same capital return and then bought the stock. But then if the stock bounces, then at least you got paid, and then there you go. But even in Bill, you still get paid on it. You don't collect the dividends selling puts. So you don't get the dividend. So remember, all the deal is with puts, you're like, think about it. It is a put, and you're doing a deal for a stock, right? But at the end of the day, it's a financial transaction. It's money. It's fixed income. You're committing $8,000 for the right to buy, and you're saying, I'll give you my right, and I'll commit $8,000. And then for that $8,000, you are getting paid $355 or 4.4% on the initial investment. So that's all I look at it as. So it's like, is there a better alternative than that? Sadly, there is, and it's called doing nothing, because you could get 4.9, and then have zero risk on the table, whereas this play does hold a different level of risk. But it's almost there. If you sell a little closer, it may be different. But I'm sure if Nike starts flushing and those premiums go up, then it'll start yielding a little bit around 5. Then that might be a better deal. Sell shorter time. Well, do the math. So maybe we could go half of the month if I did the same $80 now. Because, again, what price do you want to buy it at? Like I'm telling you, I think it's going to be between 87 and 80. Ideally, I would want like $83. Remember that? So maybe we'll go 6 months less time, and then I'll go $2 closer. Right? $82. But guess what? That's still $8,200. And then I'm getting back $88. So $88 divided by $8,250. Oh, shit. We need to do $88 first. 88 divided by $8,250. That leaves us with 1%. But then that's for what? 79 days? So that's 2 months. So if this was a bond, it would be paying out like 0.045 a month, I think, right? Yeah, 415. So divide that by 2.5. No, you still get paid more on bill. So again, even if you wanted to do a Nike 2-month covered cash secured put closer at 8,250, you still get paid more money on bill. So again, the idea is some of you want to buy it. I'm like, I get it. You don't have to if you want the capital though, you don't have to commit any money. But you could just wait, again, because if you miss out and the money's in bill, you still get the capital, you still get return on your money. And that's your only risk, is if it bounces and you're never able to buy it. But at this point, if the yield and the return isn't it's not giving you more than no risk, why would you take it? You get Nike way cheaper. Well, that's if the stock drops, right? So if the stock drops, you would get Nike cheaper. But then again, if I just bought Bill and did nothing and Nike dropped, I would still return. I would be getting the covered call money, and then I would still be able to buy Nike cheaper. And then if Nike goes even cheaper below 80, I benefit more rather than losing and missing out. So just the fact of the matter, at a fixed income level, the premiums being offered on Nike, they're not better than bonds. So why would I sell premium? Committing my money to buy it. So like, I think there's other companies, I don't know, we could go look at Airbnb or something, but like there's other names where like it makes more sense, or maybe it's already been, what's a name that's already been dropping? Like Teladoc, I know that's been clapped. I know people like that, but let's just see Airbnb. So like, I don't know, I want to buy Airbnb at $80. Airbnb, I want to buy Airbnb at $80. Honestly, I don't even think this deal's that bad, because you would get paid $370 divided by $8,000. You're yielding 4.6, but then you're guaranteeing yourself the stock 50% lower. In the case of Nike, it was only 9% lower by the end of the year. Are you feeling me? I don't know if y'all feel me. So that's actually not bad. What would it be? 11,000. So if we got back, what? 915 divided by 11,000. That would be 8%. No, dude, that's a better, like this Now you're telling me take a risk, right? Go risk your money and tie it to a stock on a put for like a cash secured put, right? At least this makes sense of why I would be motivated to do it. Why? So this one makes more sense. Does anybody understand why? Selling puts is a good way to enter positions, but if you're not doing the math in this environment, you could make some mistakes. This is what I'm showing you right now. It would make sense to do it on this deal. Why? One, you're getting almost a 50% discount on the stock. Yes, so I'm agreeing to buy the stock I want at a price that is substantially lower. Great. But what else? There it is. It's obvious. It's a high return. So now, what would motivate me? I'm rational. I'm gonna tie up capital on a 6-month, a 1-year basis, and I'm gonna take risk. So if I'm gonna take risk, the risk should offer more than the risk-free rate. Everybody say it with me. If I'm gonna take risk, the risk should offer more than the risk-free rate. So like I was showing you with Nike, you wanted to take the risk of saying you're going to buy the stock at that price, but to take the risk, you were being offered less than the risk-free rate. Risk-free rate right now is 4.99. You're being offered 4. Why would you take risk for less than the risk-free? So now in this case, on this stock, Airbnb, you run the same calculation. Now you're getting paid 8% to take the risk. So now if you were going to do it, this would just make more sense. I'm not saying you should do it, but I would be more motivated to, because now I'm getting offered double the rate of return on my capital to take risk, and I'm getting 50% lower on the stock. So now to go about and take this risk of tying up my money, at least the return, it's somewhere I can't get it doing nothing. So now that way, if Airbnb does go up, if I miss out, I get paid 8% rather than only getting paid 4.9 on a bond. But then if Airbnb comes down, my risk is I'd have to buy it, but then it'd have to come down 40% before anything. And then if it does go lower, then I'm exposed to risk, but now I got paid 8% to take that risk. We could do Roblox, yeah. But is this making sense, though? I've made a video on this in the past, and I've showed this a couple of times, but I feel like this mistake, because we're getting excited and we see stuff in the market now, but, like, I'm just giving you a reminder, bro. Rates are at 4.99% right now. It's blowing my mind because I'm like, dude, we are talking so much about low rates, But, like, right now, you're still getting paid a shit ton of money taking zero risk. So there is alternatives out there. So let's go to Roblo. So what price? I want Roblo at $20. So again, and even then, when I'm saying some of these are prices I've told you guys about, right? We could do Tesla next at $20 if you want to see. But let's say Roblox, $20. Still almost 50% lower than where it's at now for the end of the year. Okay? So we'd get back $203 of premium. Divide that by $2,000. 10%, baby. So again, that makes more sense. Does that mean you take this deal? No. I'm not saying that these are deals that I want to do. But all I'm saying is that this should be the first calculation, and then if it's not like if it's just lower than the risk-free rate, what are you doing? It makes zero sense at all. But then if it is above, then you could start considering it and just seeing what your secured put is offering in terms of return. Yeah, that's for 9 months. So 9 months you get 10%. 9 months right now on bill would return you 4.0. So you're getting paid double that to take the risk to guarantee your capital at a price lower. So that at least makes sense. It's offering double the bonds. What are some better deals you would want to do? None of them right now. That's why I haven't sold any cash secured puts. You know, this is a year. Oh, I should have went to the January 25s. I fucked up. My bad. I should have went to January 25. So in this case, it's $79 divided by 2,000. 3.9. Dud. I wouldn't touch it. See? Why would I take that? If you wanted to go closer to the money, then it might pay out more. If you were willing to buy it at like 27, these probably pay out 10%. But no. We could do Tesla. So January. So I want Tesla at $20. So it would pay me $5 for every $2,000 I put up. So I'd get 0.25%. That's like a Fed rate cut. Fed rate hike. That's just not worth it at all. Do you see what I'm saying? I would just put my money in bill. And that's why someone's saying, well, do a deal that you would do. And you got to think, there's no deals that I would do. I would just put my money in bill, or I would just go and buy the stock at the price if I believe, again, at any of the prices I bought on stocks, I believe they were low, and then they've gone up since then. But in general, it's like a lot of covered puts right now, or cash secured puts, I don't really see them as good yields. It's hard to compete with taking zero risk and getting 5%, which is still paying out 5%, even though everybody and their mother is talking about rates going lower. They're technically not lower at all. Nothing has changed, and like you're getting paid a lot. So to tie up capital, like, because again, this started because I wanted Nike. I still want Nike. I want Starbucks, and people are like, oh, sell puts. It's a good idea, sell puts. But I'm like, not really, because we could wait for the prices to come down and get paid exactly the same amount of these covered calls by just holding our capital in a money market account or bill. So that's where we're at. But if you do this could keep you out of a lot of trouble. It'll just show you a rational investment or not. Because if you are selling puts that pay you less than what the bonds are at, you probably like drugs. You know what I'm saying? Or like maybe you're tripping. Like your rationality compass may be off a little bit, because it doesn't make any sense. You know, it's tantamount to going to the lottery. That's like buying a lotto ticket, and you go up to the gas station. He's like, we have 2 Mega Millions. The first Mega Millions, it costs you $1 to make $1 billion. The second one costs you $1 to make $200 million. Why would you pick the second one? If you take the same risk, why would you do it for less? So the point is, you're risking no matter what. Whether you buy the stock or don't buy the stock, the question is, why are you choosing that outcome, and what is the incentive for that outcome? So that's why most cases, cash secured puts, the incentive isn't there when interest rates are at 4.99, but you got to do the math. Let's say Tesla, $50 might work. So if I wanted Tesla, $50, $54 divided by 5,000. Actually, no, it's going to be 1%. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do it on Tessie. Is Intel still dying? Well, Bill, you get paid out all the time. So, like, you have to hold it till, like, the end of the month to get the dividend payout. But if you hold it half of the month and sell out, and you bought it at the beginning of the month, the equity will have gone up as much as what you would have received when you sold out. So cost of 100 shares divided by premium, yes. And let it make sense naturally. Like I'm saying, we like to view it as a stock deal, but I encourage you to view it as just straight money, like finance. This is a banking deal. How much money are you putting up? What return are you getting? So whatever the price of the capital, the 8,000, whatever the strike price is, just, I know you went like, oh, but I'm getting this, I'm getting that. It's like, no. Just look at it, pure numbers. How much do you tie up and commit? And what is the fixed return that you get back? Because remember, once you do a premium sell, your return is fixed. Because once you sell that contract for $1 or $2 or $3, once you collect the premium, your gain cannot change any longer. So if you sell a put and then the stock changes value heavily the next day, it doesn't matter. Your max gain, your max loss, it's all going to be the same. It's fixed income. So the moment you do that deal, it's fixed income. And that's why I'm saying you got to do a fixed income calculation. What are you tying up? For how long of duration? And what do you get back? And that should be the basis to which you compare it to other fixed income out there, which would be bonds, money markets, so on and so forth. You could buy Bill in the middle of any time you want, yeah. And then again, if you're on SPACs, if you have Fidelity, the best part, Fidelity, that's why I like that account. It's just making you money no matter what. So as long as it's sitting in there, you accrue interest on a day-to-day basis. Whenever you get out, you'll get your payment according at the end of the month, and then that's it. But you get 10 to 20% selling calls. Yeah, if you sell, so selling calls is a little bit different. It is still fixed income because you are agreeing to sell something, and then once you agree, it's a fixed return. But then with selling calls, you're not committing to buy anything. You're committing to sell. And then depending on the return of that asset, that's where you determine some of your risk. And cash does not get tied up with calls, yes. And then right now, you could only get return on your cash. You can't get a return on your equity unless it pays a dividend. Adobe dumping, BHC, big pop. Yo, 40-cent pop, Boss Health. BHC, big pop, 9%. Oh, that has to be some buyout shit. Yo, Bosch Health, BHC. Everybody in the BHC. Oh, I don't think you're going to hit any of these. Contract's already nuts. There's like one or two, but you do have to go shares with that one. It's already up 10. I don't have any news on that. Bosch announced his first public drug plan. That's old. Again, stock's up 8.9. Done with BHC, yeah, you know me. Market going up. I mean, we were going down, and then the data came in for ISM services, and then that kind of, stopped the bleeding, but didn't necessarily heal the wound. So it just kind of gave you some breathing room coming into tomorrow. All right, damn, BHC already down? Oh, dude, what the hell? Powell will be there. Again, they announced first public drug plan listing of your Ceris aerosol.
I'm down. I grabbed 500 shares BHC. I don't know the news yet. I got 1037, 500 shares. I'm down to start with that. I bought BHC. So literally it popped up 10%, no headline. I didn't know what it was, and then it just, that's it. So I figured I'll take the 10% drop candle, and then I think the news will come out, and then we'll know. There's a risk. I could probably lose another 5% or not. Oh, is Powell? I don't think he's on yet. They got music. No, he's not on yet. Oh, unless you're talking about Goolsby. I could give you President Biden. So Goolsby should be up, but I don't have him yet.
Enough. Much
you get Bernie.
More needs
much,
to be done.
much more.
In his State of the Union address,
In the State of the Union,
President Biden called on Congress to pass legislation to cap out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for all Americans at no more than $2,000 a year, and to substantially increase the number of drugs that can be negotiated with the pharmaceutical industry. I strongly agree with him. And think of what that will mean to the people in our country, many of whom have myriad chronic illnesses, no more than $2,000 out of pocket. That is a very significant step forward. And as chairman of the Health Committee, I intend to push that legislation as aggressively as I can. In my view, we can no longer tolerate companies like Novo Nordisk charging the American people $1,000 a month for Ozempic, a drug that costs less than $5 to manufacture, when that same exact product is sold in Germany for $59. $1,000 in America, $59 in Germany, unacceptable. We can no longer tolerate Astellas and Pfizer charging Americans with prostate cancer over $165,000 for Xtandi, when the exact same product can be purchased for just $20,000 in Japan. Even more disturbing is the reality that over half of the new drugs coming onto the market today cost $300,000, and a number of them actually cost over $1 million. This is an issue that we must get a handle on. Working together, we can take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry and substantially lower the cost of prescription drugs in America. And when we do that, we will be lowering the cost of health care in our country, which is double the cost of any other major nation on earth. I want to thank President Biden for what he has done on this issue up to now, and I look forward to working with the President as we go forward. I would now like to introduce to you Chris Garcia from Littleton, Colorado. Even though Mr. Garcia has health insurance through his employer, he and his family cannot afford the outrageous price of his medications. Mr. Garcia has asthma and several bleeding disorders and relies on multiple inhalers and specialty drugs just to stay alive. Even with insurance, the copays for his inhalers and other medications total more than $450 per month. He has been paying $163 per month for just one inhaler, Advair, and starting soon, Mr. Garcia will be able to get Advair for $35 a month. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Garcia, and I'm from Littleton, Colorado. I'm 47 years old and work as a ramp agent at the airport, loading and unloading luggage and cargo and helping guide and park our aircraft. I am also a husband and a father of 4, and if that's not enough to worry about, I was born with 4 bleeding disorders, several allergies, and chronic asthma. These medical conditions leave me in a constant state of uncertainty and can spiral into both a health and financial crisis at any time. The treatments I need just to stay alive cost $800 a month, even after my insurance coverage. I work 4 extra shifts a month to help offset the costs, and even then, that's often not enough. I'm constantly forced to split my medications or decide which medications to forego altogether because I simply can't afford them. Every morning, I hope I have enough meds just to make it through the day without a medical issue. And I know millions of Americans grapple with similar decisions when it's time to refill our inhaler prescriptions at the pharmacy counter. For too long, inhaler manufacturers have prioritized profits over patients, leaving people struggling to afford the very medications that they need to survive. I never imagined things could change, but President Biden has shown us all that they can. The things he's done to cut healthcare costs are literally saving the lives of so many Americans, myself included. I can't describe how grateful I am and what it means for me and my family to know that we have a president who thinks every day about how to improve the quality of life for people like me. To know that we have a president who cares about giving me a chance to spend less time worrying about surviving and more time with my kids as they grow. And now it is my greatest honor to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Chris, thank you. First of all, thank you for the courage you've shown over the years dealing with your health issues, but also for standing up here before the whole nation and explaining to us what you've gone through. It's not easy to do. You know, trying to afford your expensive medications from blood disorders to asthma. Millions of Americans, have similar stories, lying in bed at night, literally staring to the ceiling, wondering what in God's name will happen if their spouse gets cancer, or if their child gets sick, or something happens to them. Are they going to have enough insurance? Can they afford the medical bills they're going to have? Will they have to sell the house to keep things moving? You know, and you find out the big reason why we're lying awake at night with these questions is because the drug companies are charging exorbitant prescription drug prices. Higher prices than anyone
Powell's
in the
about to
world.
start.
Bernie said it,
This one just came. I thought I'd play it. I wanted to get a snack.
25 years. Finally.
There's a lot going on.
Beat Big Pharma. Finally. I'm serious. I'm proud. I'm proud of my administration taking on Big Pharma.
Where at least I know I'm free.
And I wouldn't have done without Bernie. And Bernie got it. You know, look, Bernie was the one who was leading the way for decades, in which why we're here today. You know, Bernie mentioned Americans pay more.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, sorry, Biden.
Welcome. This is Maria France. I am the director of the Business Government Society Initiative. It is an absolute thrill to be here today.
Powell's our president, not you.
I just want to thank you.
I'm kidding. He's my president, but we like Powell. We like Powell.
Spend it at Stanford and help to contribute to what we think is going to be not only a great day, but a great initiative. We have an exciting morning planned, so let me kick us off by introducing our first speaker. Jonathan Levin is the Philip H. Knight Professor and Dean of the Stanford Graduate School of Business.
It's interesting because Powell's comments haven't came out yet.
He's widely regarded for his academic scholarship in the fields of microeconomics and industrial organization, having earned the John Bates Clark Medal for Outstanding Excellence by an American economist under the age of 40. He also serves on President Biden's Council of Advisors for Science and Technology. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan Levin.
Thank you, Maria.
It may not have an effect, but We should find out in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Maria. And
if that pre-written statement
today's a really
hits.
wonderful day for the business school and for Stanford, and thank you for being a part of it. The Stanford Business School has an inspiring mission, which is to create ideas that illuminate management and to educate innovative, principled leaders who will change the world. When I became the business school dean in September of 2016, there were many things that I knew would be important to advance that mission. Building the excellence of the faculty, elevating the school's position in management education, expanding our global footprint, forming new collaborations.
T-Mobile on the high, UAL selling off, and then SPY back to VWAP. So ironically enough now, bonds and stocks just matched up to the top candle. SPY overshot, but top candle of ISM services.
The speed of changes in technology, the political landscape, the expectation that business leaders would have to have a viewpoint and speak about societal issues, or at least would be expected to do that on a regular basis, as well as thinking about their own strategy and operations. And more broadly, increasing skepticism on both the left and the right in this country and in different parts of the world about capitalism and its ability to generate shared prosperity. And of course, education at the Stanford Business School is premised on the belief that organizations and markets and democratic institutions are a powerful force, perhaps the most powerful force to drive societal progress. And also on the belief that by preparing students as leaders, we can bring the ideas of our faculty to life and make a significant contribution to the world. Or as we say, to change the lives of our students and then have them go out and change organizations and change the world, as our motto goes. And during the pandemic, we developed the idea for the Business Governance Society Initiative with the idea that it would give us a chance to put the school at the forefront of emerging areas. So debates about free markets and governance and regulation, advances in technology, sustainability and energy transition, and in that way respond to the changes in the world and get ahead of them. And our goal, of course, was to bring our research and teaching to bear on those issues. That's what we do best. That's the school's core. And then to integrate them into how we think about leadership education. And in the last 2 years, that initiative already has generated new classes and new conferences, new workshops. It's supported more than 60 faculty research projects. It's led to the development of a leadership values survey that we now give to all of our incoming students and to our alumni starting this spring. It's fostered a strong partnership with the New Door School of Sustainability and other schools across campus. And one of the ambitions that we have had with the initiative was that we would be able to try to use the power of the school to spark discussions among faculty and students and leaders from business and government and civil society. And this forum is very much in that spirit. And the idea for this forum actually came from a task force that I convened during the pandemic, led by Professor Ken Schatz and Jim Coulter, one of our alumni.
So still no Powell pre-written. It's 3 minutes before he's scheduled to talk.
Of the school.
This guy's just
last week I
he's
went
enjoying
back
the
and
moment that everybody's here for Powell.
Of that task force, which was
so he's going to tell a story.
Articulating a vision for this Business Governance Society initiative.
If I spoke before Powell,
it was very interesting, actually, in light of subsequent events, to go back and read that report.
I would have like a list of book recommendations. I'll tell you about my childhood, my upbringing,
the school's role
what inspired
in
me,
promoting leadership responsibility, which is
I learned so much at the Vegas Valet.
And it focused on civil discourse.
You know what I'm saying?
And this is written in the spring of 2021, and I'll just read you from the first two paragraphs,
excerpts and everything
of this of the report that was written at the time, and which I just thought was so apropos of the world we're living in today. The report said, the Stanford GSB must prepare students for the responsibilities of leadership. To be clear, preparing students for leadership does not mean
let's talk about leadership.
A particular set of values.
Let's start with the letter L.
It's not our role to
what
tell
does the letter
L
right
mean? Answers to difficult questions about policy.
I feel like we ain't gonna get Powell for like another hour now.
That is something they must decide for themselves.
He should come on in a minute.
Their own values, but we do have a responsibility to make sure they thoughtfully engage with these questions and have the knowledge to make informed decisions. And I think that's a perfect introduction to today's event. We're not here to receive answers.
He's moving,
but
he's
to
making
learn
moves.
something and engage in a discussion. And we're very fortunate to have some exceptional guests here today and speakers, and to have an agenda that tackles a fascinating set of issues. So thank you all for being here. And
here you go. He wrapped that up pretty quick, you know? I didn't. He tightened that up.
And now, to get things started, I'm going to introduce our first speaker,
right on
Federal
time.
Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
15 seconds.
Jerome Powell, Chair of the Federal Reserve, was appointed in 2018.
You have to explain this to Stanford business students.
Interesting
years
at the helm of the Federal Reserve.
There better be one kid in there who asked a question about, yo, fam, you gonna cut rates or what?
Memory,
tomorrow.
There have been quite a few interesting episodes
Don't tell me
for Fed
data
chairs
dependent.
in the last 20 or 30 years. He has guided the Fed.
Oh, there you go. I got pre-written
through
statement.
A global pandemic, supply disruption.
Powell, if economy evolves as central bank expects, most Federal Open Market Committee participants see it as likely appropriate to begin cutting policy rate at some point this year. Recent data does not materially change overall picture. Don't expect cuts until more confidence on inflation. To do so, Fed still needs greater confidence inflation moving down towards 2. Powell, too soon to say whether recent inflation readings are more than just a bump. Too soon to say if more than just a bump. So again, market's moving a little bit off the pre-written statement. He's not speaking yet, but like I said, usually before he talks, we get this, and now we haven't. So Fed has time to let incoming data guide its policy decisions. Central bank is making decisions meeting by meeting. Recent meeting on job gains and inflation higher than expected, but do not materially change overall picture. Fed has time to let incoming data guide its decisions. Economy still one of solid. Oh, there he is.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to begin with some comments.
It's the same
on the
speech,
economy
bro.
And the road ahead.
That's
for
it. He's
monetary
saying we're going to
policy
cut rates this
before
year,
briefly discussing
and he's
the
saying
Federal
he's still not
Reserve's
phased by the
monetary
data.
policy
Once again,
independence, and then joining.
So see if that could walk bonds off the cliff. That's about it.
So over the past year, inflation has come down significantly, but it's still running above the FOMC's 2% goal. In February, headline inflation was 2.5% over the past 12 months based on PCE index. A year ago, it was 5.2. Core inflation, which excludes the volatile food and energy components, stood at 2.8% in February. A year ago, it was 4.8%. So this is very welcome progress, but as you can see, the job of sustainably restoring 2% inflation is not yet done. Tight monetary policy continues to weigh on demand, particularly in interest-sensitive spending categories. Nonetheless, growth in economic activity and employment was strong in 2023, as real GDP expanded by more than 3%, and 3 million jobs were created, even as inflation fell substantially. This combination of outcomes reflects significant improvements in supply that offset to some extent the effects on demand of tighter financial conditions. The healing of global supply chains helped address pent-up demand for goods, particularly in sectors that had faced considerable shortages, such as autos. In addition, labor supply increased significantly thanks to rising participation among 25 to 54-year-olds, workers in their prime working years, as well as a strong pace of immigration. Recent readings on both job gains and inflation have come in higher than expected. The economy added in an average of 265,000 jobs per month in the 3 years through February, a faster pace than we have seen since last June. And the higher inflation data over January and February were above the low readings in the second half of last year. But these recent data do not, however, materially change the overall picture, which continues to be one of solid growth, a strong but rebalancing labor market, and inflation moving down toward 2% on a sometimes bumpy path. Labor market rebalancing is evident in many parts of the data, including quits, job openings, surveys of employers and workers, and the continued gradual decline in wage growth. On inflation, it is too soon to say whether the recent readings represent more than just a bump. We do not expect that it will be appropriate to lower our policy rate until we have greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down toward 2%.
Yeah, Timmy tweeted on the
Given
bump.
the strength of the economy and progress on inflation so far, we have time to let the incoming data.
Powell's
guide
not
our
getting
decisions on
scared by the
policy.
data.
We've held our
The
policy
Fed still
rate at
doesn't
its
know
current
if this
level
is
since
just a
last
blip or
July,
not.
As shown in the individual projections that the FOMC released just 2 weeks ago, my colleagues and I continue to believe that the policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as we expect, most FOMC participants see it as likely to be appropriate to begin lowering the policy rate at some point this year. Of course, that outlook is still quite uncertain, and we face risks on both sides. Reducing rates too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we've seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. But easing policy too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. As progress on inflation continues and labor market tightness eases, these risks
This is pre-written statement from the FOMC.
As conditions evolve, monetary policy is well positioned to confront either of these risks. We are making decisions meeting by meeting, and we'll do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. And that brings me to my second topic. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. Our success in delivering on these goals matters a great deal to all Americans. To support our pursuit of these goals, Congress granted the Fed a substantial degree of independence in our conduct of monetary policy.
Yo, A-Bus,
Fed policymakers
Arbitis, A-Bus, Pharma,
not synchronized with
I feel like we've traded this in the past.
Our decisions are not subject to reversal by other parts of the government other than through legislation. This independence both enables and requires 22% us to make our policy decisions without consideration of short-term political matters. Such independence for a federal agency
I don't have any, I think it's halted.
Should be rare. In the case of the Fed, independence is essential to our ability to serve the public. The record shows that independent central banks deliver better economic outcomes.
Yeah, gold's $3 off the highs.
We need to continually earn this grant of independence, and we do so by carrying out our work with technical competence and objectivity in a transparent and accountable manner, and by sticking to our knitting. By technical competence, I mean that the Fed policymakers use the most up-to-date information and research to deepen our understanding of the ever-evolving economy and to reliably deliver on our assigned goals. We're supported by a highly capable staff. We also draw on the insights and experiences of a wide array of business, academic, community, and labor leaders, as well as others engaged in the economy. And by objective, I mean that our analysis is free from any personal or political bias in service to the public. We will not always get it right. No one does. But our decisions will always reflect our painstaking assessment of what is best for our economy in the medium and longer term, and nothing else. Transparency and accountability are fundamental for any government agency in a democracy, but are especially important for one granted policy independence. The Fed has a special obligation to explain ourselves clearly, to describe what we're doing and why we're doing it. We're always striving to improve this communication, and it is a job that is never complete. But we've come a long way. Before 1994, the FOMC did not even announce monetary policy decisions. Today, we announce those decisions, and we explain the thinking behind them in our post-meeting statement and press conference. We publish detailed minutes of our deliberations and a quarterly summary of economic and policy projections of each FOMC participant. We publish a monetary policy report twice a year, and the chair appears before Congress to present that report.
And then every 5 to 10 years, we'll
any
release
and all
the full
questions
transcript.
that are on the minds of our oversight committee members. In 2020, we completed a year-long public review of our monetary policy framework, and late this year, we will begin just such another review. My colleagues and I explain our views on the economic outlook and monetary policy in speeches like this one and in visits to communities around the country as part of an extensive outreach in which we seek input from individuals and groups throughout society. Transparency is an affirmative and proactive commitment to the public. Lastly, to maintain the public's trust, we also need to avoid mission creep. Our nation faces many challenges, some of which directly or indirectly involve the economy. Fed policymakers are often pressed to take a position on issues that are arguably relevant to the economy, but are not within our mandate, such as, for example, particular tax and spending policies, immigration policy, and trade policy. Climate change is another current example. Policies to address climate change are the business of elected officials and those agencies that they have charged with this responsibility The Fed has received no such charge. We do, however, have a narrow role that relates to our responsibilities as a bank supervisor. The public will expect that the institutions that we regulate and supervise will understand and be able to manage the material risks that they face, which over time are likely to include climate-related financial risks. We will remain alert to the risk that there will be pressure to expand that role over time, but we are not, nor do we seek to be, climate policymakers. In short, doing our job well requires that we respect the limits of our mandate. Thank you. I'll stop there and look forward to our discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we got Q&A, man. So that was pre-written, depending on the contents of this Q&A. But for the most part, this speech is good, though. Powell is just saying he's not looking at recent data, and that's what's been freaking us out.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell, for those remarks.
So generally, bonds and stocks, not too clobbered from that. They're better. They're higher since he started.
Today. I think we have a lot of stuff to talk about, so I'm going to get right into it. Before I get started, I just want to also thank you to the audience for sending questions over. What I've done is I've tried to organize the conversation around two themes. One, we'll start by talking about the macroeconomy, and then you have been shared through a very tumultuous period over the last 5 years, and I want to talk about the leadership challenges around that. So let me just dive right into it, pick up on something you started talking about, which is inflation. 2 years ago, we had inflation readings close to 6-7%. We've come down to 3%. Last Friday, the PCE inflation index, the personal consumption expenditure inflation index, which is something that the Fed often speaks about, came in at 2.8%. We've had a conversation about this. There's so many factors that have been play in the economy over the last couple of years. I wonder if you can just spend some time talking to us about what you think are the key factors that have brought inflation down over the last 2 years.
Sure. So I think I'll start with where we think the inflation came from. So what is actually different this time, at the risk of making that statement, is that this inflation wasn't strictly just a question of demand overheating and the Fed coming in and having to suppress demand. That's been the more typical pattern, perhaps on the back of a shock such as an oil price shock and that kind of thing. This episode actually also involved, as everyone will recall, the collapse of the supply side in a lot of ways. So supply chains stopped working. There were shortages of critical things like semiconductors, which turned out you couldn't make cars. I think many of us might not have realized how many semiconductors go into a car. In addition, there was a major labor force shock. So we lost several million people out of the labor market. So we had a very severe labor shortage. So it was a supply side issue, as well as overheated demand from the closing and then reopening of the economy at a time when rates were low and fiscal policy was very supportive of demand. So we had both of those things. And therefore, if those were the causes, what we needed to see was both the unwinding of the pandemic-related distortions to both the supply and demand in the economy, and also the effects of tight monetary policy. So today, what we think we're seeing as inflation has come down sharply over the last year is those two factors working together. And they do work together. We think that tight monetary policy weighing on demand actually gives the supply side a better chance to recover. And 2023, of course, was a year, as I mentioned, of very significant supply side recovery and expansion.
And what are the factors that you're keeping an eye on, say, over the next few years, maybe the next year or two, that might play out in the inflation picture?
I should also mention inflation expectations, which in our framework and in the thinking of most monetary economists, people think that having the public expect inflation to return to 2% despite it moving up, that's a very important factor in bringing inflation back down. In a sense, if people believe that price setters and wage setters in the economy, if they believe that inflation will be 2%, then that'll actually happen. So as we look ahead, though, one question is how much more juice is there to come out of the supply side recovery? We got a very large increase in population last year, which may have helped with inflation. It certainly helped with output, and it increased the potential output. At the same time, the economy is growing 3.1% last year. Around that, we also had inflation coming down sharply. So there may be more supply side gains to be had. Surveys of businesses still show difficulties in hiring people, different difficulties in in getting the inputs that they need for their businesses. So there's some more benefit there. We also think that monetary policy is tight. It's weighing on interest-sensitive spending in the economy. So, for example, durable goods, surveys of consumers will say that it's a tough time to buy durable goods because rates are high. You also see the labor market rebalancing because you can look at demand in the labor market as well as supply, but you see demand reflected in lower job openings, a very small increase in unemployment, in wages moving back down toward more sustainable levels. So we think those two forces that I mentioned will be the ones we'll be looking for. And the thing we'll be looking at, of course, is the incoming data on inflation as those affect the outlook. And the same thing about the labor market. What's happening in the labor market? Does it suggest that the labor market is continuing its progress, and it's made substantial progress, to get back to a sustainable level of wage growth and balance between supply and demand?
Can I just dig into the inflation expectations point you mentioned? An analogy that people drew a couple of years ago was the high inflation episode of the 70s.
It's at 23.10 now.
We had a high inflation period that then ended up shifting expectations, then through the wage price mechanism ended up leading to a sustained period of high inflation. In the current situation, I guess I have two questions. How concerned are you about maybe inflation getting stuck in the upper twos, around 3? Could that last mile be very hard because inflation expectations getting stuck? And then relatedly, are there things you're looking at to tell you, to signal to you that that is an issue or isn't an issue?
Right, so as I mentioned, inflation expectations we think are an important part of driving actually inflation. And we want them to be at levels that are consistent with 2% inflation over time. Not 3%, but 2%, not 2.5%. The good news is that that's where they are right now and pretty much have been for some time. And we look at surveys of businesses, households, forecasters. We look at other kinds of measures of inflation expectations, model-based and things like that. We also look at market-based. The market is always buying and selling inflation protection, and you can get from that expectation of, or assessment of what markets expect. And all of those are pretty consistently saying that the public does believe, and it's a good thing because it's true, that inflation will go back down to 2%. So that's very assuring, but that's partly because of the very strong action that we took and also because of our ongoing commitment to actually return inflation to 2% over time. So, and that is our commitment, by the way. But over time, so I would say it would be a concern if inflation expectations were not to be consistent with the outcome that we seek. But the good news is they're not, and I think our commitment is understood and respected and believed by the public, and that's as it should be.
Let me flip to the other side of the equation. We've had employment, economic activity that remained quite strong. The unemployment rate it's remained below 4% for the last 2 years. And this is during a period in which you've took the funds rate from 0% to 5.3% in about as fast a rate hike cycle as we've seen in history. A year ago, many people were talking about possibility of recession. That hasn't happened. Again, you made some remarks about this, but I wonder if you can just go a little bit more into this. Why hasn't this happened? Why have we achieved what looks like a soft landing, which is inflation coming down, unemployment remaining low? What are the factors that have played out? And then the related question, do we think this will continue to happen over the next year or two?
Yeah, so I guess I've always had the view and always said that because of the unusual origins of this inflation and its differences from other prior episodes, there was a path to getting inflation back down, restoring price stability, getting inflation back down sustainably to 2% without the kind of large job losses and increases in unemployment that have been typical of prior tightening cycles. And the reason, again, was that some part of this was independent of demand. If you have to get all of the inflation reduction gains from suppressing demand, then the chances are that will involve that will weigh on employment and economic activity pretty significantly. But here we had we had, the situation for again, semiconductors. You couldn't buy a car at the very time when people wanted cars because they were moving to the suburbs, because they didn't want to ride on public transportation because of COVID. At that precise time, the supply of cars went down dramatically because of the shortage. So what happens is the prices went way up. That's how the market clears in our economy. So on the other side of that, though, without respect to demand, once the semiconductor supply comes back, you should come right back down that curve, and you could, in principle, get inflation down significantly without just ignoring demand for a second. Mm-hmm. So I always thought that was possible, and I would say something like that appears to be happening. Sorry. So then your question is, how did that happen? So more recently, we expected that to happen at the very beginning, and that's why we thought the inflation was transitory, meaning it would go away quickly without much effort from us. That turned out not to be the case. And we thought then that was in 2021. In 2022, we thought the supply side would recover more. It really didn't, and I certainly began to wonder whether that was going to happen. And then it really happened in 2023. Right about the time we were almost ready to give up on supply side recovery, you got this significant increase in labor force participation, accompanied by a significant move up in immigration, and you also got the unwinding of the supply side problem. So what's happening is when that happens, potential output is going up significantly, the economy's productive capacity. So you have a situation where productive capacity is going up even more than actual output. And so the economy actually isn't becoming tighter, which it ordinarily would. It's actually becoming a little looser, and you're seeing inflation come down. Very unusual situation. The pandemic has been, a textbook of unusual, unexpected developments and situations. But that really is the story. And then Arvin, the question is, how much more are we going to get out of the supply side recovery, and how much will fall to demand? And we just don't know the answer to that. We're not going to prematurely assume that there's no more progress to be made on the supply side. Indeed, the evidence is that there probably is more gain to be had there.
You had mentioned immigration has been a big part of the last year or two in terms of the supply side. Can you just expand on that? Is that how important is that relative to supply chain? Where do you see that playing out in the next year or two?
So I need to start by saying that the Fed is not an immigration policymaker, and don't comment on those who do have that assignment or the policies that they make. It's really we're just calling the balls and strikes on the economy as we see them. And so from that standpoint,
bonds. It was another latest headline is reiteration of getting inflation back to 2. But bonds are about to go break even on the day. They were down 1% at one point, but they are now leading
to hire for many, many companies. So we've needed more people. So what happened over the course of last year is, to a much greater extent than had been thought, immigration moved up quite a bit over the last 2 years, and this is. Typically, the Census Bureau does all this estimating. The Congressional Budget Office actually went and took a different path and talked to the people who work at the border and that kind of thing, and got a much higher estimate, which now many groups have gone out to validate. And I would say it's clear there's something there. The numbers are actually higher, and that actually explains what we've been asking ourselves, which is how can the economy have grown over 3% in a year where almost every outside economist was forecasting a recession. An overwhelming majority anyway were forecasting a recession for 2023. Not only did that not happen, we had better than 3% growth. So really a remarkable performance, and some part of that is that there are significantly more people working in the country, but then how does inflation come down? It's because the capacity of the economy has actually moved up perhaps more than the actual output. So it's a bigger economy, but not a tighter one. Really an unexpected and unusual thing. Again, we don't make judgment calls, but that's what we're seeing.
So it's interesting in this discussion we've had about inflation and unemployment, we have talked about real factors, immigration, supply chain healing. That's the stuff that seems to have played out. We haven't really talked about interest rates per se, which is, of course, the primary tool of the Federal Reserve. It looks from the outside like the interest rate sensitivity of the economy in this cycle has been very muted, very different than in the past. There's also you look at the economy, they look like there's very differential impacts across different parts of the economy. The housing market, people have long-term fixed-rate mortgages, so interest rate pass-through there is very low. Here in Silicon Valley, we have early-stage growth businesses where the cost of capital is affected by the higher rates, and there it looks like we have a much bigger impact. So I wonder if you can speak about the interest rate sensitivity of the economy in this cycle. And then another question, a related question, which is we have differential impact across the economy. How do you think about balancing the impact of interest rate hikes on different sectors?
So I guess the headline for me would be that I do think monetary policy is working and working broadly as expected. I think you can point to sectors of the economy, and you mentioned a couple. So if you're a household that has a low interest mortgage, you're not feeling the effect of higher mortgage rates. And many companies as well took the opportunity to term out their debt before rates went up. So you have a lot of companies that have longer term fixed rate debt at pretty low rates, and they're not as affected by it. That's all true. At the same time, again, if you look at interest sensitive spending, either in housing or durable goods, you're seeing very significant effects there. And I do think you see the economy rebalancing. So I think it's not right and maybe too soon to conclude that there's some significant disconnect there in terms of monetary policy transmission. But it still leaves the question of how the economy can have grown over 3% during a year in which the federal funds rate is at a quarter-century high. Why wouldn't growth have been lower? And to me, the answer to that is the supply side recovery. I think that's what people need to understand, is that you have this force from outside. It's not just interest rates and demand. You've got a supply side recovery that is creating new demand and new supply. And that's why you get a number like 3.1% at the same time inflation is coming down. One of the reasons why. So I think that's really the story. It's not that the policy isn't restrictive, and it's not that the economy is not responsive to rates. It's that we've had this outside force that is temporarily affecting that.
So if I benchmark Fed policy right now, we have rates at 5.3%. Inflation is running a little bit under 3%. That's like a 2.5% real interest rate. That's really the real cost of borrowing. Compare this to pre-pandemic. We had real rates of close to 0, maybe 0.5%. Sometimes negative. So we've gone from a very low rate environment to a very high rate environment. Policy looks tight right now. Another benchmark, I don't know if my colleague John Taylor is here, but the Taylor rule is a typical benchmark we use for thinking about central bank policy. And by the Taylor rule, policy rates right now should be around 4. So policy does look quite restrictive right now. And I think in talking about where policy is right now, you've said that the risks are balanced. Why continue to have tight policy in an environment in which the risks are balanced?
So we do think that policy is restrictive. We think it's doing its job. I would go back to what I said in my remarks to start, which is we think the risks are two-sided. So there's a risk of if you cut too soon, the risk is that the progress on inflation will stop, or that even it will reverse. And we've seen that in some historical, particularly in the 70s. We don't think that's what's happening here at all, but that's a risk that we have to manage. The other risk is that we wait too long or move too slowly. Once we do move, and in that case, you have weakening in the labor market and economic output. So we're trying to steer between those two risks. Obviously, we're trying to be in the middle and get the timing right. It's very challenging. There is no risk-free path, but and I think we're in a position to address the economy moving in either of those directions. The risk, though,
again, a little bit of pullback
really is that the economy.
Bond's not moving, but he's talking
really
risks of cutting too soon.
Inflation does move up, and then it really would be quite disruptive if we were to have to then come back in.
Weird. Bonds didn't react to this. You've heard him say this before, but
again, it's about
two little knives on the market.
It's never the case that you can confidently look at the baseline and say, this is what we're going to do. It's always about having a baseline understanding but then knowing what the risks are and having the committee be in a position to be able to address those should they materialize. And I think we're very much in that position now.
Maybe I can just follow up on that. So I'm going to ask a question about, is there a signal or a data point that you're paying particular attention to over the next year? And I'm going to ask it this way. So if you had a crystal ball that you knew could perfectly answer one question about the next 12 months, what question would you ask it? What's the thing you really want to know?
Sorry, there's no one thing. It really is. We have a dual mandate. You're asking me to be single-minded about the dual mandate.
No, just kind of a data point that you think will guide you.
Can't do that. No, I mean, we have to, I would say this. In our framework, the two goals, price stability and maximum employment, are equal under the law. But our framework literally says that if you're very far from achieving one of the goals and the other one is pretty much at goal or even better than goal, then you focus on the one that's far from goal. This is obvious, right? So, and that's what we did after inflation came up in March of 21, and then we really had a very tight focus. And you heard us talking about, getting inflation under control. But as inflation has come down, the two things are moving back into balance. And we're not a single mandate bank. The key thing I'll end with, though, is price stability it gives us the ability to achieve both goals. If we don't have price stability, then we're not going to have these long periods of tight labor markets, which benefit everyone. What we saw in the 10-year, 8-month expansion that ended with the pandemic was, for the last 2 or 3 years, the people at the lower end of the income spectrum were getting the largest wage increases. And you saw the gaps between black and white unemployment go to historic lows. So a tight labor market over a long period of time does enormous social good. And that's what we all want to do, is we want to get back to that. For that, you need price stability. But so the two of them actually are quite complementary.
I'm going to shift from just talking about the near term to thinking about the longer term for the U.S. economy. We've had a pretty big shift in growth expectations for long-run growth. This comes out from the Fed's own projections as well as from economic forecasters' projections. For 15 years ago, long-term growth forecasts were 2.8%, 3%. Pre-pandemic, they've been below 2. That's kind of where they've been for long-term growth forecasts. That's where your own forecasts have been. Why do you think that is? Why long-term growth at 2%? We're sitting in Silicon Valley. AI is all the buzz here. We've had high growth over the last few years. Is 2 a reasonable number? Is it possible we could go back to the 2.83% that we had in the early 2000s?
So let me start by saying that sort of every bit of the economy is difficult to forecast. There isn't one that's more difficult to forecast than productivity, for example, which is one of the key elements of longer-term growth. So it's very, very, very uncertain. I mean, basically, what longer-term growth is a function of growth in hours worked and of output per hour. And hours worked is really a function of demographics and more than anything else. And productivity, output per hour, is highly unpredictable. So I think people lowered their longer-run growth expectations to around, I guess, 1.8% is the median, something below 2%. That's given what had been our very low population growth and expectations that productivity might be 1.5%, 1.5% kind of thing, productivity growth in output per hour. That's a pretty good place to be. We've had higher productivity than that recently, and the question is it going to be a sustained thing? Are we going to enter into a new period of higher productivity? That would be great. It is productivity growth that lifts, all boats, generation upon generation. And so people argue AI can be that effect. Some people are arguing that there were a lot of business starts at the beginning of the pandemic and during the pandemic, as Americans went out and started businesses at that time, and also that you've seen a lot of change in the labor force. So people moving, quitting, going to better jobs that might be better suited to their skills. But all of those things, they could become a longer run productivity increase or not. Those might just be the things that we need to get 1.5% productivity. And they might. It is unknowable. And particularly with AI, the range of potential outcomes. it should increase productivity. Everyone sees that. But that's not what we're seeing in the numbers now. It's too soon for AI to be affecting, I think, the productivity numbers. But the logic of it is that it could actually increase productivity. And then the question will be, what does it do to labor? Is it going to replace labor or augment labor or both? And if so, in what proportion? So hard to say about longer run growth, but of course, it would be great if that were the case.
And then just to follow up, and we talked about this before, do you feel like you need to take a stand on this in policy making at current?
No, I mean, so our focus, the things that are really important to the U.S. economy over time are productivity, immigration, even trade policy, industrial, the things that we're doing, industrial policy that is now a thing. Those are important to the longer run growth and economic well-being of Americans. And what we do is we try to move the economy towards stable prices and maximum employment through the business cycle. That's what we can do with business rate, with monetary policy. We are also a crisis responder. We're a really important crisis responder. We can get there quickly. We have great tools for it. So that's a key thing that we do. We also regulate and supervise the banks, and it's important, and we look after financial stability. So all those are very important things, but they're not things that affect the longer run potential output of the United States. So honestly, though, so the question of what will be the equilibrium interest rate, the neutral interest rate going forward, doesn't really matter for policy today. We're really asking about once the pandemic is well and truly behind us, and we're well into the AI investment boom and the effects of AI, what will that look like? And it doesn't really matter that much for getting inflation down to 2% while keeping the economy growing and the labor market strong.
Can I shift tacks and talk about some of the challenges of leading the Fed through the last 5 years? So, just in our discussion, and it's clear from looking at the world, you've had so many different shocks. Economies behaved in so much unusual ways over the last few years. You were appointed Fed chair in 2018. I remember pre-pandemic, the dominant concern of the Fed was low inflation, not high inflation. It was having inflation below target, below the 2% target. COVID happened. We've gone in a completely different direction. So can you just speak about the challenges of taking an organization that was focused on one thing to focusing on something completely different?
Yes, it's certainly been a turbulent time, I will say, to Dean Levin's points. It's been really a lot of things and things that weren't expected. For 20 plus years around the world, economies suffered from lower interest rates, lower inflation, slow growth, low productivity, bad demographics, and a lot of monetary economists were working on how do you make your tools work at a time when you're going to be bounded by zero, and you won't be able to cut and support the economy. So this was that was a big thing. And then the inflation that came, it really arrived in the first quarter of 2021 was a surprise to most people. And again, the macroeconomists generally thought that it would go away over time. Not everyone. There were some concerns expressed, and ultimately it is coming down significantly. So that was, we had to pivot on that, and we did. When it became clear, really in the fall of 2021, it became clear through the labor market data, the inflation data, the growth data, that the economy was not moving back toward price stability. And we pivoted, and when we pivoted, we really moved. So because, that was the right thing to do. So the good news about monetary policy is it can move quickly. The emergency tools we have, as I mentioned, are agile compared to other government policies, and they have a significant effect on the economy. So I think we've gotten to what is, knock on wood, a pretty good place. We're using our tools now to try to bring inflation down the rest of the way to 2% while keeping the economy strong and the labor market strong as well.
I mean, the other side of this tumultuous period that we've been through is the external pressure from the Fed, from outside over where to set interest rates. And you have faced this pressure over the last 6 years, including from the former president. So how do you navigate the decision-making of the Fed in the larger scheme of pressures coming in from the outside?
So the thing is, Internally, we have peace of mind on this because everybody who works at the Fed knows that we're going to do what we're going to do, and we're going to do it for economic reasons, and that's it, as I mentioned in my remarks. And I mean, I think you can go back and look. Anybody can read the verbatim transcripts of the things that we discuss during. It doesn't matter what the election calendar is saying. Whatever's happening in the economy, those are the decisions. We make decisions based on the analysis that I described in my remarks. So I think we know that. So it becomes, but it's a communication issue that people need to understand that that's what we do. It's always what we do. If you look at the modern historical record, you'll see that the Fed has been prepared to move or not move and do what it thinks is the right thing for the economy in the medium and longer term without regard to kind of outside considerations. And it's important to just have people know that, which is why I brought it up. I don't have concerns that that it's going to be a problem for us because we're going to do what the right thing is for the economy over time, and my colleagues and I are tightly focused on that.
Maybe you can just say a little bit more about that. I mean, you're praised by many people in your ability to build consensus. You've served in different White House administrations with different political ideologies. How do you do that in practice? Do you have any advice for all of us? And
so it boils down to two things. One is, we have a specific mandate. Stick to that mandate. Focus on that mandate, and don't be dragged into partisan political fights around. I mean, when I testify, people are always trying to get me and my colleagues to support their perspective on fiscal issues or immigration issues, and they think of an economic hook, and they try to. But we just don't do that. That's part of it. The other part of it just is I spend a lot of time in our system of government. Oversight comes through Congress. In a parliamentary system, it's through the elected government, but because that's the same people who are in the parliament. But for us, it's not the administration that has legal oversight responsibility. It's the Congress, the House and the Senate, and particularly the two oversight committees, one in the House, one in the Senate. And so my colleagues and I spend a lot of time, and we don't go up there to blast talking points at people. We want to hear what they're thinking, and we want to listen carefully and respectfully and tell them what we're thinking. And I think people appreciate that. That's the thing. Same thing internally. I think when you listen respectfully and understand what people are saying and try to, think about how to incorporate that thinking into what you're doing, for most people, most of the time, that's going to be enough. And so they can go along with things that they don't 100% support, but they feel like they were heard, or they're not going to, maybe criticize quite as harshly as they would, because they realize that you're doing this in good faith, to the absolute best of your ability, and based on the actual facts and what we know about the ever-evolving economy.
And can I just ask about how your own background has helped in this process? So you are a person who has shifted between the public and the private sector over the course of your career. And you're a lawyer by training. You don't have an economics PhD. You're running an organization which is mostly a PhD, or many PhD economists. So can you just speak about how your background has helped you navigate this?
Sure. So when I graduated from college, I had no plan other than this idea that I liked what I saw of the careers of people like George Shultz or Cyrus Vance, for example. And that the idea was these are people who had a mainly private sector career, but served in the government at intervals and were able to do public service. And I grew up in Washington, D.C. My family was not involved in any of this, really. But this is what I observed, and I thought I would like to do that. And by some miracle, that's kind of what happened. It wasn't careful planning. So I always wanted to do public service, and I wound up doing that. I served as an aide on the Hill.
Powell looked up to a former Secretary of Defense.
That's how that happened.
And then I'll ask one last question for this. Do you have any advice for the students in this room whose interests are to move between?
I've never heard him
private
say
sector?
that. So I looked it up.
I think that's a great plan for people. People have different tolerance levels for volatility. So I mean, I quit the law and went into investment banking, quit investment banking and went into private equity, quit private equity and went into public service, you know. So if you're willing to tolerate volatility and steep learning curves, I mean, then if you're that person, then that's a great way to go. The other thing I'll say, though, is I have really found that when I was a partner in a private equity firm, I asked the head of the investment area, what do you look for? I mean, it's all about picking good CEOs and good business models.
It's a wild
what do you
concept.
look for in a good CEO? And the answer was,
he's like,
you know,
if you're comfortable with doing this and that.
That's really important.
I was like, bro, but like
I have seen
you
very
make
different
it. You
people
are the
be successful in leadership roles. Very, very different people.
No, for real though.
It's in, I don't know if it's in every person, but it's in a lot of people to find your own way to lead. And you don't have to be one way or another. You know, I can think of one
Powell's
person
been
at the
dropping
Fed
like
who was,
inspirational quotes lately.
She had a way of
ever since that 60 Minutes,
being
bro.
a very soft talker, and by the end
Low
of the
key,
meeting,
Powell's
everyone
been
was
like,
leaving,
you know,
leaving there thinking, how do I do her?
He's been
how
giving
do I
you
do
some
what she
messages
said? You know,
in there,
like, I wanna
not
do
just
that.
monetary policy.
It's just it's in everybody, and you should have the self-confidence. What I experienced when I first had to lead things was complete lack of self-confidence. Oh my God, I'm not ready to do this, and I think that's very common for people. I think people get more coaching now, but I would just say be confident in your own abilities.
Look at him.
To lead and take things on.
He had
and
hand
take risks,
gestures too.
because
It's like a watch list.
That will. If I could say that to something to my younger self, I think that would be it.
Amen.
Jay, we're running on time here.
It kind of relates to the
There's
PHILO.
lots more stuff we could talk about, but I'm mindful of time. So let me just first of all
Why are you
thank
mindful of time?
on
Fuck
behalf
it.
of Stanford for being here, engaging us in this conversation.
Come on.
It's been very stimulating. I know I learned a lot, and I hope we all learned a lot. And again, so thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Autumn. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dude, I'm telling you, every time I see Powell's old, bro. Unfortunately, man, I still love the guy. But
Okay, so we have a-
once he like zoom out from the podium, you realize, man, he's still like he leading us, man. But he definitely qualified for a reverse mortgage. But on that note, it's done, man. Powell, that was the main event. Honestly, you had a way bigger move off of the ISM services. So that was our data there, and we had a little bit more early. But essentially, he said the borderline, the same speech that he gave on Friday. There was a couple of things here when he was talking about, like, supply side and where they're at with, like, the balance of risks and waiting too long. He talked about cutting rates, and although that they'd wait. But, like, here's the thing. I mean, I don't know if I can make this any more clear, and it's really Powell making it clear. Maybe I should get Corinne from the White House to make it clear, because they know how to make things clear. You know, I think they're about to go on. But here's the deal. You guys realize that the one big driver, and this is where you got a little bit of lift here today, or at least like held up, is every time Powell is coming on, homie is talking about how the recent data doesn't change anything. That's big, because he keeps doing it. And every time the bonds are reacting, we're reacting, and we're moving to this data. And that's maybe why the bonds are so disconnected from the dot plot now, because Powell and the Fed are saying, we're not looking at it. No, we're not, nope, that doesn't affect, that doesn't change anything. And then meanwhile, every time the data comes out, the market gets worried about it. So it's very interesting, but that's what's easing the market when they hear that. But, man, it was the same speech. I think I would say 70% of the first beginning part, that first, like, 80-90% of that first written statement was what you hear on the FOMC and, like, what he even said at the last speech. So not anything crazy, my friends. Not anything crazy. But Chatadonia, how you feeling? You feeling good? Feeling good? It's 10 o'clock. We didn't get push-ups. I hope I should have reminded you. I moved around a little bit. I'm down. I need to stand up again. I did, but I'm down to stand up. Just give you a reminder. We're not even at the hour, but, you know, we've been lacking on them push-ups today. So move around, baby. Move around. Get the body moving. Almost halfway through the day. Yalla. The shareholder meeting is tomorrow. Or no, is it today? It's today, but Disney, I think they won. It looks like Vanguard voted in favor of the board of Disney, and now they have enough votes where even if Tryon got everybody, they still would lose. So, you can't keep a good man down. What now? Trying? Me, Nelson Peltz. Fuck you. Yeah, you can't stop me. Ho, 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 ho. You know, so they won. They're excited. And that's it. Maybe Disney, maybe. I mean, I wonder if Nelson Peltz will sell out. That will probably, because again, he has like a 30-40% gain. So, and if now he failed on this, if he wants to stay involved or not, he could, you know, his activism could walk away with a gain. Man, maybe, I don't know, maybe if we want to talk like psychology, maybe Disney now, are you ready? Maybe Disney now is more emboldened. Now that Disney's board won, they're going to come back, bro, and be like, what now, son? And then Kathleen Kennedy, bro, oh, she go, man, they're going to remake Air Bud, but with like the whole DEI thing, and like they're going to change every movie and make it 10 times worse, bro. They're going to have demon film series. Every next movie release is going to be a demon film or something, and they'll be like, what now? What now? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. From Air Bud to Air Bud. What's up? That's actually really messed up, bro. Air Bud, that's it. It's going to be a kid's movie. Air Bud trying to tell you, no, man, regulate your emotions with shrooms. Air Bud. And then Air Bud just giving them all drugs. And they're like, this is how we deal with our problems. Screw sports. Like, what? Kathleen Kennedy in the back like, good. Kathleen's just getting hyped off of this. And we're like, what? Meanwhile, Nelson Peltz is like, you should have voted. Should have voted. Mm-hmm. Josh needs to be in the writing room. They should put me in there just to tell them what not to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I come up with wild ideas, but like, they should put me in there in an editorial capacity. I could definitely just be like, nah, I don't think that one. Or if I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea, you should be concerned. And maybe they'd have to reconsider. White House law. Oh, damn. Well, I don't know. I could save it for after PHILO, but then what if she leaves?
A Palestinian-American doctor.
Maybe PHILO will calm you down.
In the middle of that meeting. So let me just say a couple things just at the top about last night.
Orioles orange,
you know,
really,
the president
Corinne?
and the vice president, they continue
I'm telling
their
you, man,
tradition
her
of honoring the
repertoire
Muslim
of clothing
community
and colors.
during Ramadan by hosting a meeting
Insane.
with Muslim community leaders.
Yeah, you have to
discuss
have
issues of
KJP, a little
importance
bit
to
of
the
exposure
community. Let's not
therapy
forget,
today. You have
this
PHILO
is,
coming up.
The sit-down conversation, the meeting.
So I'm just saying, if you want
asked,
PHILO, I'm just saying.
It's supposed to be private. They wanted a private meeting.
You
That was
about
something
to
that,
have PHILO after
as
this.
we have done our
Just don't
outreach,
forget
as
that.
you know, senior White House officials have been doing this outreach. The president and the vice president have been in communication with the community regularly since October, and this is something that they asked. They asked for a private meeting, a working
She wears
meeting, if you
orange,
will.
but she have
And so
different
we
colors of
understand
orange.
how this community is feeling.
You know what I'm
It
saying?
is deeply painful moment.
Like, she got
for many in the
12
Arab and Muslim
versions of
communities.
orange.
The president also
You know, like
expressed
like
his
you know, like how
commitment
they
to
got named like
continue working to
tangerine
secure
orange.
an immediate ceasefire
You know, they like
as part of a
Houston
deal to
Astros
free
orange,
the
yeah,
hostages and
Orioles
significantly
orange.
increase
They
humanitarian
like
aid
blissful
into Gaza.
sunset orange.
And the president made clear that
light
he mourns the
blue
loss
sherbet
of every
orange.
innocent life in this conflict,
You know,
Palestinian
orange.
and Israeli. The president and vice president are committed to continue engaging with these leaders moving forward. As I mentioned, we've had regular engagement with members of those
You
communities.
can now edit
as it
Dolly
relates to,
images in
the part of
ChatGPT
the
across
question that you
web,
just asked
iOS, and
me
Android.
about a participant
Bad
walking
for
out. Look,
Adobe?
I want to be really careful here. We said
Oh,
that we would
Adobe.
keep these conversations private, so I'm not going to continue. I'm not going to comment on any private discussions, but as I said many times from this podium, the president respects any American's right to peacefully protest, and we are going to continue to have these conversations, obviously, with that community. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks, Corinne. How did the White House decide who would attend the iftar dinner?
So what I will say is want to be careful here. You know, this meeting, again, was decided after we've done outreach for some time now. We wanted to make sure that this was a private meeting and that participants had an opportunity to be, to be honest and to be able to share their thoughts and feelings about how, where they are, how they feel about the situation happening, obviously, in the Middle East. I don't have a process to lay out how the list came about, and so I'm don't have anything to lay out in that realm. But as you know, and as I stated a couple of times, we've done outreach for this past several weeks, several months, to the Muslim, to the Arab community, Palestinian community, and heard from them directly. And they spoke, we listened, and we hope that they feel like they had an opportunity to express themselves and had an opportunity in front of the president and the vice president to talk about an incredibly painful time.
Was last night the president's first opportunity to speak face-to-face with someone who had been on the ground providing aid in Gaza?
So, look, I can't speak to the different leaders who have been in this meeting. It is a private meeting. We want to make sure that we give folks the opportunity to feel that they have some, that they know that they can speak and just be clear to us and have that and know that it is those conversations are in confidence. So don't want to read out who's been in the meeting or any specifics in that realm. I'm going to let folks who attended want to speak to that, and they can. What I can say is we've had multiple conversations, whether it's senior officials from the White House, whether it's this president. Not all conversations we obviously read out. We try to keep these private conversations in private. I don't have a list of folks of who they are, where they come from, if they've been to Gaza. That is something I want to be super mindful of.
What was the president's reaction to the fact that the doctor decided to leave the dinner?
It's very, very similar to what I said to Darlene. The president respects. He respects, any individual, any American, for them to peacefully protest. He understands that this is a painful moment for many Americans across the country, and so he respects their freedom to peacefully protest. I don't have anything. Anything outside of that. They have a right to peacefully protest, and we're going to continue to respect that. Kendra.
Thanks, Karine. Does the administration expect there to be emergency funding package for the Key Bridge in Baltimore to be announced before the president visits the city on Friday?
So, as you know, the Department of Transportation just last week announced $60 million to be able to put forward in building, having to rebuild that bridge. I don't have anything outside of additional funding. The president has been very, very clear. He wants to make sure that we make the community of Baltimore whole again, and he has said that the federal government will certainly cover the bridge being built. Our focus right now, outside of the rebuilding that bridge, is making sure that the ports are open, making sure that we continue to do that recovery, clean out that area. And so that's been the focus. The president's going to go on Friday. He will see himself. We'll have more information of what's going on the ground. But he gets regular updates, and I think that's important as well. Our hearts go out to the lives that were lost during that evening or that early morning. It's a sad news, and we are with the families who are mourning their lost ones at this time.
Ukraine. The White House issued a statement yesterday that was dismissive of Speaker Johnson's idea to tie that package to the policy banning future LNG exports. It said that the president wants the aid package passed right away, and that you support the LNG export ban. But can you clarify whether that means you're ruling out that proposal from Speaker Johnson? Like, is that off the table, or is this something that you might consider down the road?
I mean, we've been very clear, right? We've been very clear. The reporting we have said, as you said from our statement, is not true. We've been really clear about House Republicans should pass the bipartisan national security agreement that already passed with overwhelming support out of the Senate, 70-29. You've heard me say that many times before. We need to make sure Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself against Russia's aggression. We're going to continue to be clear about that. And there's a way to get Ukraine what they need all the speaker has to do is put that national security supplemental on the floor. The president supports the pause on pending, obviously, additional approvals of LNG export licenses to evaluate the economic and climate impacts on consumers and communities. He supports that pause. And there is a way to deal with what Ukrainians are fighting for right now. They're fighting for their democracy. They're fighting for their freedom against the aggression of Mr. Putin. There's a way to get them the assistance that they need, and that is to pass that bipartisan, we believe that would be a bipartisan support, national security supplemental that got bipartisan support. If he puts it on the floor, we know for a fact that Republicans will vote for it. We know where Democrats stand. He needs to put that on the floor. Okay.
Karine, the meeting yesterday was a scaled-back event, as we understand it. How troubling is it to the White House that prominent Arab American leaders are declining to come to the White House?
I mean, look, I want to be really clear, and we've been saying this many times before. Number one, we've done these outreach. We listened. The community wanted to have what we thought change the format, do a meeting where it was a working meeting. We respected that. We listened to them, and we had a working meeting. And so want to be really respectful of that. And look, we understand it's a very painful time. We understand that. And we respect that. And so, look, I can't speak to individuals who want to attend, not want to attend. That's for them to speak to. The president is going to continue to, and his administration, obviously, senior officials are going to continue to have these conversations. We're going to continue to listen to the community. That's what a president does, and that's what this president will continue to do.
I know the president spoke with Chef Jose Andres. Does the president agree with Chef Andres that Israel is using food as a weapon?
Look, we understand how Chef Andres is feeling, right? He just lost members of his team, I'm sure, who felt like family to him as well. The op-ed was very powerful. What he does is heroic, not just in Gaza, around the world, providing food, providing that essential humanitarian assistance. And we, you heard from the president last night in his statement. He's outraged and he's heartbroken. We are all heartbroken here by those 7 lives lost. And so we are going to continue to mourn with them, with Chef Jose Andres and obviously the families. I'm just not going to, he's going to speak for himself. We are very clear about where we stand. I think the president's statement was incredibly powerful, impactful, and really truly lays out how he feels about the current situation.
And on another topic, Karine, how worried is the White House about bird flu?
So look, this is something that we are certainly monitoring. We have been, CDC has been certainly working on top, working and focusing on this. We take health and safety of the American people seriously. It is very important to this president. Our top priority is to keep communities healthy, safe, and informed. We're closely tracking this, monitoring this, as I just stated, of the reports that are out there, and have active, relevant agencies to coordinate with and support local authorities. The CDC has said the risk to human health from this outbreak is low. They're continuing to monitor and will continue to coordinate with relevant agencies and officials. This is, when it comes to the public health of the American people, we take that very seriously, and we'll continue to track this.
Finally, what's the White House's response to some on the left who think that Justice Sotomayor should retire so that the president could appoint a replacement?
I've been asked this question before here at the podium, and when it comes to those types of decisions, those are personal decisions. That is, regardless if it's Justice Sotomayor or any other justice on the bench, that is for them to make. That is a decision for that justice to make. Again, it's a personal decision. That is not something that we get involved in, but it is something for, obviously, any justice on the bench. They should be given the space and the freedom to make that decision. I won't have anything else to say beyond that.
Thanks, Karine. How is Israel going to conduct that investigation into the strike that killed those World Central Kitchen Aid workers?
Look, you heard from the president last night. You heard from my colleague from the National Security Council yesterday and also earlier today. I think the president's statement was very, very strong, right? Very straightforward. He wants to see an investigation that's swift, an investigation that's comprehensive, that brings accountability, and he wants to make sure that it is made public. We leave it to, obviously, the Israeli government to do that investigation, but we want to make sure that it's swift, it's comprehensive, that it's made public, and it is important. We need to certainly get to the bottom of exactly what happened.
Can you explain what that would entail, a kind of investigation like this? This is a strike that happened in an active war zone. Can you give us some detail on what it looks like?
Look, IDF said they have an ongoing investigation is underway. I think that's important. We've called for this investigation to happen. I think that's important. We wanted to see it happen in a swift manner. We want to make sure that the findings are public and that there is accountability. I want to be very careful here. I'm not going to get ahead of that process. There's a process underway. I believe my NSC colleague mentioned that they have some initial findings. It's preliminary, and so that process is going to continue. I'm going to let that process go underway and let the Israeli government speak to that.
For the sake of transparency, can you explain what that process is and if the U.S. is confident in that process?
Look, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. I'm not going to get into a particular process here. We want to see something that is comprehensive. We want to see something that leads to accountability. We want to see it be swift, and we want to make sure that it is made available to the public. That's what the Israeli government, that's what Prime Minister Netanyahu said he's going to do, and we're going to let that process flow. We're going to let that process happen.
So Kirby said earlier today that they're hoping to get in the books a meeting in person next week with an Israeli delegation. Yeah. Can you provide any more details on that and who might come?
I'm not going to provide any details on that. What I can say is basically from the readout is that the expectation is to have a meeting in person. I think it was important that there was a virtual meeting that occurred obviously on Monday to talk about the Rafah operations. We've been very clear where we stand on this, very clear. We believe there has to be
See, I told you I needed her to make things clear.
To deal with Hamas in Gaza, as we're specifically in Rafah, a military operation.
Okay, you guys are doing good. It's been 15 minutes,
forward.
Give or take, 12 minutes.
Active conversations happening.
I know it may have felt like 12 hours.
Our government, and
that's why it's called exposure therapy.
I'm not going to go into details from here, as you heard from
some
us.
Some of y'all could. We start the clock now. Some of you are just breaking out of your shell. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we even listen to? Like that's you know, like Muhammad Ali. He said you don't start counting the reps till it starts burning. You know what I'm saying? So it's good.
I can say that nothing has changed.
Remember, PHILO is on the way.
You are
going to face PHILO next. This isn't even the final boss.
We are going to continue to have those really tough conversations, right? Important, tough conversations about how Israel moves forward with their operation. We want to make sure that civilians are kept safe, that are protected, and also folks who are providing humanitarian aid. The president was very, very clear. He also said in his statement that Israel needs to do more. We've been very clear about that as well. We're going to continue to have those conversations with our Israel counterparts, and look, you know, this is important to this president. But I will also add, that's why the hostage deal is so critical. That's why the president has been working 24/7 along with his team to get that hostage deal done. And if we get a hostage deal, it means that we can get more humanitarian aid into into Gaza, pardon me. It also means that we get to a ceasefire. We get into a ceasefire so that we can get that aid in, so that we can get also hostages home. So that is what we're going to continue also to work on.
Do you have a progress report on that hostage deal?
I don't have a progress report. You saw in the president's statement that his team continues to have those conversations in Cairo right now. That is important, and he, you know, we wish I can stand here today and say there's a deal, but those conversations continue. We have made this a priority. This president has made this a priority to get that hostage deal. It's important to get those hostages home to their family. It's important to get that humanitarian aid, and with a, you know, leading to a ceasefire.
And just one more follow-up on the meeting yesterday. Dr. Ahmad said that he had handed the president a letter from an 8-year-old orphan girl who was living in
Rafa. Has the president read that letter?
So I'm going to be really careful here. I'm not going to speak to contents of a private meeting. Just not going to do that from here. The doctor speaks for himself. He's free to do that, but we have said we're going to keep these meetings private so that we gave folks who attended the meeting the opportunity to be honest, the opportunity to make sure to have a safe place to share their thoughts with us. So I'm just not going to read out the content of a private meeting.
Well, since he chose himself to publicly disclose that he had shared this letter and the contents of that letter with the media, can you say whether the president has read
Again,
it?
I'm not going to speak to any content of a private meeting. That is something that many members who attended, all of them truly who attended, wanted this to be private. We're going to keep our side to this, our side of the promise.
This letter in part says, I beg you, President Biden, stop them from entering Rafah, without getting into his potential reaction to that. Does the White House believe that Israel entering Rafah is something that President Biden can stop?
We're having conversations, important conversations. The first one happened virtually, and actually last week when the Israeli foreign minister was here. Obviously, we had a conversation. Jake Sullivan, Secretary Austin, and others had conversations, and that involved the Rafah operations, or Rafah more broadly. And so it started then. There was a virtual conversation on Monday, and it's going to continue. Our hope that we can get to a place where we are indeed protecting innocent civilian lives in Rafah. You've heard my colleagues talk about there's more than 1 million Palestinians there who sought refuge, who are there seeking refuge. And so we want to make sure that their lives are protected. We know that there are Hamas operators there in Rafah, and so we want to make sure that Israel is able to do what it needs to do in getting those operators. But it is important, Hamas operators to be more exact, but it is important that we protect those civilian lives. We protect those lives. So those conversations are happening. We're expecting that it'll happen in person next week, and that's what we're going to work towards.
Just on the president's visit to Baltimore on Friday, do you know if he is going to the actual site of the collapsed bridge, and would he be willing to meet with family members of the workers that were killed?
So I know there's a lot of interest in the president's trip on Friday. The president obviously is very much looking forward to going to Baltimore, being there for the people of Baltimore. You heard him say he's going to be there for as long as it takes to make sure that we make them whole again. We'll have more to share on what Friday is going to look like in the upcoming day or so.
Thanks, Green. So what is the accountability that the U.S. wants to see here?
Well, let's the ongoing investigation happen. We want to make sure, the president said this, swift. We want it to be swift. We want it to be lead to accountability. We want it to be comprehensive and to make it public. And so I'm not going to get ahead of that. Want to see what the Israeli government says when they do this investigation. Just want to be really mindful about that.
Be mindful for anything specifically to take place.
We want to
mindful. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're feeling good, man. I know you just had to listen to the press conference ahead of that. So, a little exposure therapy on regulating emotions. Regulation. Oh, don't let me have too much fun, Chad. I have fun every day with this. I think y'all do too. It is PHILO time, baby. And honestly, before I begin, you see it in the chat. I see y'all, baby. I got to say what's up, and I got to give a big shout out
to all my PHILO warriors out there, man. For real, it's an honor every single day. So thank you for those who have spent the time with me during these moments, have shared good thoughts, have turned it into something into real life, baby. And overall, man, just had some fruit to bear and just love, man, and positivity. And those of y'all, man, who have the same goal and desire, self-improvement, and that responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And now we, like, again, what do you think yesterday? We talking self-regulation, man. It's all of this, baby. So, Chatadonia, God bless you and thank you. Looks like we got Disney news. Bob Iger wins proxy vote over Peltz. Oh, a little dropper. I don't even know if investors know what to do. I was like, I wonder if Peltz is going to sell, but we will find out. But, Chad, good work, man. I'm proud of y'all. And today, I got a good PHILO, man. I got a good little reminder, but there's a lot in this. There's a lot to take from this. I'm gonna kind of go around a lot of different points, but I'm gonna come at you today. I'm gonna just go right ahead, straight. Let's just get right into it. I'm gonna go right to the first thing. It's very simple. Listen, man, Chatadonia, I got news for you. The moment you start to feel bad for yourself, it's over. That's why I said I'm coming straight for you today, right now. That's it. That's the lesson number one. And again, it's kind of random how I would relate to it, but I do got to bring that one up. This one is a very important thing. You could be in a bad situation. Things can be bad. I'm not saying there's not going to be bad. Let bad be bad. But the moment you start to feel bad for yourself and give into that, oh, man. So, again, we talking regulating emotions. That's one of them. So that's why I think I could tack that one on here to start off today's PHILO. So, again, man, you could do anything. You could grind. You could do anything except feel bad for yourself. You know, and that it kind of relates to something too, man. You know, focus. Focus on where you need to be and not what it's not at. And don't feel bad when there is still good deals. Oh, man. You know, we've talked about a lot of different things and appreciation and all of that. You're getting a lot of Disney headlines there on the wire. But, bro, don't feel bad when there's still good deals. I don't know. Some of you may hear stocks when I'm talking. You may hear real estate. I'm talking light. Let me give you one. I will give you a PHILO business and life thing. Very simple. I don't know. I've said this before. I feel like a long time ago. You tell me. Only a child can talk themselves out of a bad deal. Oh, they don't. Chad. That's what I mean. There's still good deals out there. You be feeling bad about yourself when the situation ain't really that bad. You might have everything good and you just talked yourself into thinking it wasn't. You ever see those videos? Have you ever seen those? It's like a game show, Disney dropping more. And it's like a game show and they take like a kid and they offer the kid, they're like, you can have a vacation for your family, like a $20,000 vacation for your family. This. Or a stuffed giraffe. And the kids will take the stuffed giraffe. You know, how are you weighing some of the deals in life right now, man? And what is being presented? So, that being said, you know, why I guess I'm starting with this is it's supposed to come full circle with this concept now. It's a very simple concept. Humility. So why am I talking about you feel bad and this and bad deal, being a child, or then now he's saying humility? I want you to think about it. All these little moments in life, whether you're going through it now or you have, Powell is saying something about confidence. The moments of lack of confidence, feeling bad for yourself, anything. Think about it. Those are the moments for you to create something good out of it. I know it sounds very cliche, but these are the things that build up humility. You see, so I'm not telling you all this because one, I do hope you don't lose the essence and truth of it, bro. For real, the moment you do start feeling bad about yourself, bro, it's that is the wind, the straw that breaks the camel's back, per se. Is your mind, But whether you're going through that now, you have or not, the whole point of all of it is it should build up humility. And these moments, they do create their own opportunity. And now this is the thing I tell you with it. I heard this. This is a quote from your boy, Young Narnia. He actually writes way more than just Narnia. OG, bro. C.S. Lewis. He says something. It's OG, man. He goes, true humility is not thinking less of oneself, but thinking of oneself less. Oh, y'all don't feel him. I love that. Y'all feel that? I can say it again. True humility is not thinking less of oneself, but thinking of oneself less. I like it. I think it's beautiful. I think it ties in very well. It's not like, you're not a humble person if you treat yourself bad. Just because if you think these being lack of confidence more so, just because you think highly of yourself does not that doesn't define your humility. What defines your humility is how do you think of others. That's what it's saying. It's saying it has nothing to do with how you think about thinking less of yourself, but thinking about you less. Putting you from priority one to putting others at that spot. See, I think it kind of ties in. Saying it's one thing to not be confident, feel bad for yourself, but again, it's that's the stepping stone to teach you humility. And sometimes we think we're doing good. You know how many people I have talked to where they start feeling bad for themselves and they tell me, and you know why? And they tell me, this relates to the guilt PHILO, because they'll tell me they think they deserve it. Oh, y'all don't want to talk about this. Oh, come on. You know what I'm saying? For real, in a weird way, some people, they exacting justice on themselves sometimes. And then they're it's like a weird pseudo humility. It's in the same way people will be a pseudo pious. So I don't know if y'all feel me on this, man. But I think it's a good concept, bro. All in all, it's bringing up a lot. One, don't give in. Simple. Let the bad be bad, but don't feel bad for yourself. Great. Think about the good deals in life, and I hope you take them and even understand what life is even offering you in the moments. Good confidence, low confidence, good, bad, ugly, whatever. Especially the bad, though. Those are your building blocks for humility. And above all else, man, I hope you get it. There is a broader goal I could remind you of as we trade stocks every day. Number one thing is what? Just putting others above yourself. Don't ever forget about that, baby. Don't ever forget about that. I love it. So, Chad, I hope that's good with a lot of the other PHILOs we've been talking about. Just a reminder, again, to put others ahead of yourself and kind of realign some of the priorities. And at the end of the day, what it leads to, even some of the struggles. Don't give in, man. And above all else, just do it with love. live life, man. Take the good deals. You know, we all have it. We have a lot more than I'm sure. I don't know. Sometimes we feel like, I know we don't feel like we get everything we deserve, but man, we are beyond blessed. No matter, I'm telling you, and I say that unanimously for everybody. Why? Because you're alive, bro. And not only that, y'all live in a great country, and there's all of these different things, and that's what I'm saying, man. The deals and the opportunities offered, it's very good. So don't ever rest on that. And some of y'all are going through it now. Some of y'all, you have already gone through this, and honestly, this could go back to the beginning of even telling y'all thankful, being giving you a thank you, because way to show that humility. And hopefully, above all else, man, this PHILO, I think there's a lot you could take from it, but again, I think I'm going to have to wrap it up by telling you it's love, and put all above else, put others above you, and all the other things will take care of itself. Don't ever forget that, Chattadonia, but take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link, Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate Costs. And here it is, Disney. Shareholders vote to elect Disney's full slate of 12. Iger defeat activist Nelson Peltz in shareholder vote. Where is it? Full slate has been elected by substantial margin over Tryon. Voting tally subject to certification by independent inspector of elections. And that's it. So yeah, Disney is over. That's it. I don't know about puts. The next negative catalyst for Disney, it'll be if we hear that Nelson Peltz is selling out. So if he decides to sell out after this, which is a possibility, then we would have some downside, because he has $6 billion worth or whatever. So let's see. All right, but let me get you some Paul. Paul's good. That's not Paul. That's not Paul.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Well. Great song. I could give you guys another song, but, I think I'd rather give you something you haven't had in a while. They ask about it a lot, randomly.
Do you guys, do you know what's here right now? I don't think they know what's here. You guys have no idea what's here. You want pregame, power put, you want a song? I can play some music. Yeah. Oh, see? Took like 10. Took 10 comments, not even. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, standing 6'1", 445 pounds, straight from the Middle East, lending 10.
Dang, bro, that's cold. 440 pounds.
You got a little bigger.
You got
a little bigger since we've seen you, sir.
You gave me the 6'1". I'll take the extra inch, but the 445, I'm a lean, mean fighting 225 right now, all right? 225, and now I can out bench, out squat, out deadlift probably 90% of your viewers right now.
Whoa,
including yourself.
Okay. What can you bench?
I can bench at least 300 right now. Easy. Easy. And I'm 40. I'm not like a young buck like you guys. It's not.
40?
Yeah, bro. This ain't no game.
Dang.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And y'all 25, 26. Y'all
I mean,
don't
I
even...
think we all got old too, though, at the same time. You know?
you got, but you get new viewers who are still younger. So you guys, like, there's grandpas in here. Like, Najee's like 40, right?
Najee's 20-something.
He got 3 kids. He's getting old. He's got a mortgage payment now. He's getting old. Najee.
Real estate. He's 65.
Najee did not have 3 kids when he first started.
I guess not.
He didn't have a house. He didn't have a mortgage. Now he's here. All right, we made it. Okay, they want me to prove it. Let's go to the gym right now. You got a gym in here?
I do. I mean, I got to clean. I mean, that's why I don't go to LA Fitness no more.
Dude, I went to my gym and I got super sick.
I get it.
I was dead. It was like worse than that one virus that happened in 2020. Can we say that? Can we say COVID?
I think you're
I don't know. Well, it's
can
been a while.
In a couple months, you can't say it.
Last time I was here, the stock market was at 420. Giggity.
Yeah, so it said that the other day.
Now it's 520.
How do you feel? I mean,
I feel great because I don't play this game that you guys play.
Don't play this game.
The bond market is crushing me. Interest rates are high.
Yeah,
They're
how's
staying
lending?
high. Lending's just purchases. No refi. I am seeing a lot of people take out some equity, though, so that's kind of making me a little nervous.
It's kind of been the same, though, for the last couple of years, no?
No, this is like real equity. They're like, hey, we need to do a cash out refi. And I go, hey, you have a 2.9%. They're like, we don't care. Give me a 7% and give me $100,000 right now. I'm like, dang, bro, that's pretty bad.
2.9 is
2 refis last month. That's a record.
2
in a
I guess
yeah.
with higher rates,
They didn't even want a HELOC. They're like, no, do the whole thing. I'm like, all right, boss.
So they paid off a 2.9 loan.
They pay off a 3% for a 7%, but they got $100,000 in equity. So to pay off something, I'm guessing higher debt.
That's nuts.
Yeah, bro. That's how they roll.
What about the house flips?
House flips are house flipping. You know, they're flipping away. San Diego's at an all-time high.
It's amazing.
Yeah, San Diego for life, dude. Oh, it's better than LA. Yeah, that's the problem. Don't tell anyone, though. Are people watching this stream?
I already told them.
No? Oh, you told
them, man.
Stay away from San Diego. It's a horrible market. I'm going to move to
don't
buy
buy
real
real
estate.
estate.
There it is. Hashtag don't buy real estate or at don't buy real estate.
Are you still famous?
I'm still famous, dude. I had, 5 videos last month hit over 1 million?
5 million? Really?
1 million each for, yeah.
Oh, dude, so he's still Hollywood.
I'm still Hollywood,
That's good.
dude.
But now we see you. That's good. He's gotten a little, you got a little humble.
If I'm here, I'm humble. Yeah, no, I'm doing
I
yard
swear,
work.
It was like 6 months ago. He was like,
Yard work
I can't call, if I call, and then if I
Yeah,
call,
yeah.
I got other phone calls. and I
Yard
gotta
work. Yeah,
call.
so don't forget to follow Don't Buy Real Estate. What else? Send me some properties. Yeah, I'm paying you. What are you talking about? That's how it works in the social media world. I pay you to get on your stream. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Send me off-market deals. If you got off-market deals, we need some off-market deals. What else?
What about loans? Do you want
loans?
for
I
anybody?
do loans. We do the cult loans, cult real estate loans. We
Hey,
do loans.
what do you think about this idea?
Yeah, let's hear
I
it.
mean, Chad's kind of debated on it. What if we took the long term? Either the small one is at $20K now.
Okay.
At $200-$300 a month already at $20K, or we could even take the one at $179, and we turn it to
179,000.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We could turn into real estate.
I'll do you one better. Bitcoin.
Oh no.
Oh man, I was on fire with the Bitcoin, the crypto last month.
Wait, yeah, didn't you?
Where you been, bro? I've been fire.
I'm surprised, man. You should have put the $500,000 back into it.
You should have.
I know. I get bonds, 5%.
I bought something for like $5,000 and it went up to $100,000.
Excuse me?
You heard me correct. I bought a coin for $5,000. I bought $5,000 worth and went up 6 figures.
And did you sell it?
Of course I didn't. And the next day it goes crumbling down. I was like, I could have bought like 3 houses with that. Why?
So why didn't you?
I don't know. I thought I thought I was going to be a billionaire. I picked out an island.
How many times have you done this?
No, not like this. This is not like this. I've never been on a rocket ship getting ready to board, and Elon's like 5, 4, 3. We got something wrong. The heater's off, and then it just canceled the whole thing.
What coin was it?
I forgot what it's called. I still got it. I'm up.
Fucking FTT token.
No, it's something
Sam
horrible.
Bankman or something. He's
Am
like,
I supposed?
I forgot the name.
It's not on Coinbase.
How did you buy it then? How did you?
I had to go to Coinbase wallet.
You're 40 years old. How did you buy this? You're telling me it's not on Coinbase. You're 40 and you.
I had to Google it. I had to Google.
Fuck outta
Look
here.
at SYNC.
So you still have money in it,
dude. It was up. Look at how big it was. It was at 8.
Why don't you sell it now? You still
because it's an ego thing. All right, I'm not gonna sell it.
Yo, oh my god.
I'm not selling it until it gets to 130 grand again.
Homie just pulled out his phone like some crypto bro. Just pulled out his wallet. And this thing has $29,000 in it.
That's still. It was
from $5,000 in your
yeah,
life.
but it was at 100,000. You know what that does to your ego? It's just not. Oh man, I was planning.
I've held an NFT before. I still have
a monkey NFT.
And you were the one who said not to sell it. Everybody I asked to was like, no. I was like, I don't know, man.
That was me.
Know.
That was me.
But I'd say.
But I'll take it. And then the other one was ICP. That one tripled down.
Wait, you bought more?
No, I haven't bought it since. But I bought it at like $8. You know.
What's it at now?
20. Or 19 or something. That's how we roll, bro. I pick the winners.
So
okay.
It's crypto back. So you like crypto?
No. Buy real estate. Buy something.
Don't buy real estate.
Don't buy real estate. No. Don't buy real estate. Invest in it. That's the motto. But yeah, buy real estate. Don't buy crypto. It's horrible. I remember the days of Bitcoin and Ethereum going up crazy. And your like heart races and like you're too emotional.
There's a lot of
I was checking that thing every like 42 seconds.
I mean, you seem pretty excited.
And
about
the
that
kids are like, "What are you doing, Dad? What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm paying for your future, bro." And then like 2 days later, I'm like yelling and screaming at him. Like, "What's wrong, Dad?" He's like, "I lost it all."
Paramount, Skydance enter exclusive talks to merge. So I checked Para, but I hate Para. Be careful. I never win on this one. It's not moving. Is it a different ticker? PARA? PAARA? Little pop. Man, so crypto's bad for the emotions?
Yeah, bad for the emotions. Real estate's good. Remember, send me all your off-market deals. Make some money. Call it a day.
I see. Anything else, dude? What are the goals for this year?
Goals for
2024?
Year, it's kind of too late for that, right? It's like already April,
one quarter
May.
in. What do you think's gonna happen with rate? Do you think we're still gonna crash? So wait, you don't think real estate's gonna crash? Like what happened?
We are crashing. Just a different type of crash. It's a transactional crash. It's not a price crash. I'm not worried about prices anymore. I'm just worried about.
You were always worried about prices.
Yeah, and they should have gone, but they did go down in 2020, and then it just skyrocketed. But now it's just transactional. People can't afford anything. There's going to be some sort of affordability crisis, but home prices aren't going to come down. That's going to remain solid.
Wow.
But everything else.
This is lending tips?
But we're at an all-time low in transactions. This is like 2008 levels where no one was buying and
So like
selling.
what you mean is like you're doing like 1 or 2 deals instead of like 10 or 20? Like how much was it? Like give us an idea. What's a peak transaction?
I'll
what's
give
low?
you,
Like, what are we
and I'm
talking?
not like fully invested in real estate like as a salesperson. We've only closed 5 deals on our team this year. Last first quarter, we closed like 12. So it's a big difference because rates are almost a full % higher. But people can't afford it. Home prices went up. People can't afford the rates. People can't afford gas. People can't afford food. They're just going to continue to rent. You see all those memes like you'll never own anything, you'll be happy renting, and I think we're here.
Yeah, but what about the cheap houses though? Like everywhere else though.
Cheap houses, what? They're not even cheap anymore.
Well, yeah, I guess isn't crazy. All those like, you remember those like 10K houses, and like those are go for like 100K now.
It's
bro, even cheap. From last year like that. Y'all thought I was crazy with Flint. Those are already doing it too. I saw some the other day. I was like, what the hell? I still like Ohio though. I like Ohio. I like Indiana. All those places.
Those properties end up being a hassle. It's not even like that fun to manage. You get good write-offs.
It's I think it's like the long term.
It's a bank account.
It's with 5x leverage. That's safe.
Yeah.
That's it.
But
it's not gonna be like it's not gonna go in. The best case is at 5 years though. You do get good equity gains. Then you get it, and then if you're ready to move it on to something else, you can.
And I don't think they're cutting rates. I think they might do one maybe this year. I think it'll be next year. I think they're lying to us again. It's the same thing. It wasn't transitory. There's no price stability. Inflation's still at 3% year over year. That's not good, and it just keeps going higher. What they just raised minimum wage in California, basically.
$20.
$20 for what? People who have over 100 units.
Yeah,
right?
Or I think just fast food.
No, I think it's people who have 100 stores had to raise their minimum wage to 20. But what does that do to everyone else? They have to raise their minimum wage too, or their minimum pay because they can't compete. I'll go work at McDonald's for 20 grand versus the kebab shop for $15 an hour. Wouldn't you?
Well, yeah.
It's way easier.
I don't think they're gonna hire as much.
They're done. Who, McDonald's?
Well, I think some companies were saying like, if it's 100 units, I think.
I spent $100 at Chick-fil-A the other day for 4 people.
Yeah, it's expensive.
That's dumb.
It's $30 for 2 people.
That's not good.
It's 38,
yeah,
I think.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Same with McDonald's. Same with everywhere else. You can't get food.
We had this. It's not because fast food's no longer cheap. It's just about convenience. We had this talk, but let me ask you, any tin?
Go tin.
You got any tin for us?
Everywhere's tin. Give me a topic. We could talk tin. You want to talk Diddy?
No,
Don't
give him a topic.
You want to talk Diddy? You want to talk Otani? You want to talk
Otani?
Politics? Any topic? There's tin. It's not even tin anymore. We know it's all real. Like there's not even tin. Give me something good though. Definitely Otani.
Yeah, bro. How do you feel about him being?
That was shocking. I did not know
that he was a gambler.
I kind of had a feeling, but I didn't think he was gambling on sports. But now it's confirmed that he gambled on his own games.
I think he gambled on anything.
Yeah, he would.
At least he did good.
But he is from that part of the world that likes to gamble.
Yeah, they love gambling.
That's what they do. But I did not see that coming. Like, what's the point? He just signed a huge contract, which is another red flag that he didn't get paid on it because they knew he was a gambler. They were like,
he's gonna gamble it all away.
They're like, hey, let's just push this back.
100 years.
And then they're like, no, it's taxes. He didn't want to pay taxes. I'm like, you're gonna pay taxes on it either way, bro. I don't think that was the reason.
That's funny. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I think he was just addicted to gambling, but.
Let me ask you.
But he's so good. Like, what's the point?
He was just the golden boy. That's what's just weird now. Yeah. It's good he got his homie to take the fall though. That's what
you need a homie. You need a homie.
Michael Vick needed that. I don't know how.
He didn't have it.
Yeah, they're like the translator. He's like, all right, fuck it.
Same with that NFL guy who crashed that Lamborghini.
Oh, the other day.
Yeah, he's like, oh, my friend had the car. There's just a video of him walking. You're like, bro, that's you. You're like, nah, that's not me.
Not me, sir. Yeah, not me.
What about the bridge? That's too easy. Come on, too easy. Give me something good.
I mean, I could give you one now.
The earthquake yesterday? Come on, give me something good.
Who's going to win the election? Oh.
I've heard some crazy stuff about that one, too. I think... Are
you going to vote this year?
JB all the way, baby. He's winning it.
You actually think Joe Biden's going to win?
There's no way they let the other guy win.
You won't even say his name.
I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it.
Man?
No, I'm too famous now, and you're famous. I don't...
He said I'm too famous now!
I don't want you to get canceled and me at the same time. That's not good. That's not good for business.
Yeah, 12 months ago, bro, you were getting me banned every single time.
I was saying it all day.
I was getting emails. You would go off on LeBron. I got 6
LeBron.
emails.
How about LeBron? He's part of the team.
I forgot what you did. Something. Somebody. I remember I had LT on here.
I said I wish I was Tom Brady because he was a better looking individual than most people in a certain race.
Oh, you remember? So you remember?
I got hate mail. I got the hate mail too. Relax.
I was like, man, this guy was like, we can't. Now he's like, yo, you don't want to even say DJT. You want to buy some shoes? You want to get these shoes?
I can't believe that. Did I tell you the checkout wouldn't check out when I had the shoes in the cart? Oh, that's racist, dude.
That was what
happens. That happens.
Think they targeted Middle Easterners buying Donald Trump shoes?
Well, I think they're targeting anyone who's buying anything.
Nah, I mean,
DJ.
Did you hear that, Tin? That
What?
like there's certain SKUs on. No, seriously, I'm not even kidding. There's like certain SKUs at like Dick's Sporting Goods and like Bass Pro Fishing that if people purchase those SKUs, like you like low key get put on a list.
What are the SKUs? Like shotguns and
In like MAGA hats.
Oh, they sell those?
Yeah,
At
why
Dick's?
wouldn't you see? They sell. All, have you ever been to a Bass Pro Fishing?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think I've ever.
I've been to
one
Dick's.
either.
I've never seen a hat with a red color that says something on it.
This guy, look at man. What did they? This guy gets 5 million views in a week. He's like, and then the one orange dude or his skin.
There's two things you can't say on here. I'm glad no one asked me about the other one. All right, we don't want to
What?
go into that. What? No.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was like, wait a minute. What do you say?
At Don't Buy Real Estate. Okay, Sammy, go follow, subscribe. Is it subscribe or follow? Follow.
So
Yeah.
whatever you're okay. Whatever you're cool with, man. We
All right,
identify.
I gotta go to work.
All right, man. Well, thank you for stopping by. We
Later,
appreciate
boys
you.
and girls. See you online.
God bless you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't buy real estate. Lending tips in the flesh. My goodness. Don't buy gold. Nah, just real estate. Man, I hope you left my door open. All right, man. Mr. Hollywood. It's good, though. No, he came out. I guess he's doing some work here. I had him, he had to handle some stuff here. So it's good. That's great. Usually he's been like, oh, yeah, I'm busy filming. You know, oh, yeah, maybe my assistant will call you. I think he has an assistant now, too. You know that? I think he's Hollywood, bro. I'm telling you. But that's good. He's humbled, you know. I think he listened to the PHILO. You know, is he back? Oh, no. He slammed my door. You want the Chad loan sauce? I mean, he'll hook you up with it, but it just depends. Remember, non-QM loans. From Ubering to Hollywood, right? But, dude, that was weird. You guys don't know what just happened? Y'all don't know what just happened? I don't think y'all understood what just happened with LT. Something big just happened. If you're new and you don't know LT, I feel you. You're not going to understand this. But, nah. Oh, no. Do you realize what just happened? Do you realize what LT just said? He said, oh, dude, I don't know. Maybe 5 million views, bro. 5 million views. You start switching up? Bro. That was the first time in like maybe a decade that I've known him. I don't even know, bro. I think that's the first time in the last 10 years I have heard him say that real estate is not going down. My man, he loves real estate. He's been involved in real estate in that whole time frame. But I have never heard him not say. He's always like, oh, yeah, it's good. It's going down. Or, oh, yeah. That's wild. I've never seen that. That's a big one. That's a big shift. Is it the top? I don't know, man. It's weird. Because, again, even then, he would be bearish on real estate, but, like, he would still buy properties. Again, I mean, if it was a good deal, you know what I'm saying? But, like, he was all, like, dude, if you even go watch, like, I think I have an old video of me and LT in, like, 2019 driving around, and he's like, oh, real estate this, like, I'm always a big fan. I always said prices stay stable and not come down as much, but, man, that's wild, bro. He's actually, I've never seen that. I'm like mind blown. That's crazy. How can affordability and home prices not be correlated like he said? Supply and demand. That could be it. If we were going to blame it on anything. You're confused. Why are you confused? If you don't know him, you might be confused, but Again, I can't believe it. So I'm not saying YOLO real estate. I mean, my view's relatively been the same. I mean, like, for me to be bullish on real estate, at least I've always been bullish. But then, like, you know, I do have you got to be wise approach. That's it. I just don't think, I'm a cheap individual. You know, like, I do have a nice real estate portfolio, and I'm always down to buy some stuff. But when it's all said and done, like, I'm on the more frugal side. To say the least, and that's where I think everybody should pursue it. To be honest, I think the more frugal, the better. Nothing's going down. Well, I think I honestly I don't know if I agree with Elton. I think prices will come down once unemployment starts to react, but until then, I do think prices can be sustained for the most part. Yeah, Disney lost the vote. Silver, I like it. I think silver, I do think gold is the better play always. Unfortunately, I have silver. I was just using the silver noises not too long ago. I mean, it's great, but at the same time, like, I do think gold is superior, especially as it pertains to, like, policy. Like, if policy shifts impacting gold, you have a higher correlation with that than silver. However, I do like silver for, the way that it's lagging. And then, I mean, quite frankly, we've been talking about this the last couple of days. Silver's probably going to break out if this commodity and gold situation stays the same and is all still supportive. Silver is probably going to break out once we start getting data out of China that China's doing good. Once China starts doing good again, I think silver can pop pretty big. But you need the same situation. You need the same setup that you have now, but you just need China to ramp up online again. Nelson lost Disney, yeah. No one can afford anything other than the wealthy and those with 1 million to their name. I mean, that's why they say not to use, like, generals, like nobody, everybody, only, because it just depends where you live. Someone tells me everything's expensive to buy a house, but you got to tell me the price. So it just depends. I mean, it's definitely, every area is very different. And like I was saying, I think some of the big cities, it's wild. And in a lot of like San Diego, you need to make a good, like, it's $900,000 minimum for a house. You know what I'm saying? But like there's a lot of other places still in Cali outside, and then you go around America that are cheaper, but it just all depends on what the the relative pay and income is. Oh, China is the biggest. Are they? I think just China, you just got to look at the commodity effect and like industrial effect of silver. Silver is an industrial metal. So just like industry demand, as demand and industrial activity picks up, it impacts all of the commodity, even copper. Thoughts on selling to buy land in Barndo? You want to sell your long term? To buy, I mean, if it's a good investment, I'm down. But I would like a barn, though. That'd be nice. You want to sell your house to buy land in barn? Well, I mean, where are you going to live while the house is being built? So that's going to be the only issue. To list our house, we want to sell and buy land in Barndo. Yeah. That'd be the only thing that'd be a issue. Camper on the land. If you want to live like that, but honestly, I would try to find something a little bit more established, because, like, have you ever built before out there? It just depends. I mean, I don't know, like, you're in Alaska, right? because then like it just depends if they'll approve it quickly, and then you could get like an accurate quote. Oh, you're in Arizona? Oh, then never. I'm tripping. Like you can. It just depends on how long it takes to build, and then if the city's gonna approve it and like getting plans and all of that stuff. But why not sell it contingent on your house being built? You may have some, I don't know. You sell it to me for a discount, but I think you top ticket and just build your house. But it's just the waiting, that's the only thing. So you could live on a camper on the land, but the only problem would just be if anything takes a long time, you're going to just be living in a camper. And then if prices go up for the building or God knows whatever else happens, that's the only issue. LT, I was commercial. Oh, he already left. We have ran out of LT time. Disney going lower. Bonds came back up. Bonds might go break even on the day. Hims has a good pop there. 30-cent pop on Hims. Where is it? And then BHC, I forgot. That's the only other play I made today. So literally came right back up. I'm like down $20 on it. Vanny up 8. Vanny. Weed stocks are running earlier. Yeah, Disney's right there at the low. Again, shareholder vote. They lost. Or Disney won. Nelson lost. You'd be okay living in my camper. I mean, as long as there's a plan in place, that's it. I would be down with it, but not for like if there's too many variables. So like I'm saying, like, before like taking all those steps, I would meet with builders, the land. I would see people who've built recently in that area, see how long it took for approval, and I would even try to put money down and secure stuff and like secure contracts with pricing so it doesn't change as much. So like I told you, that's like sometimes the issue. Like I even had a friend of mine, he builds a lot in LA. I've told you this story many times. Like when materials would go up in prices, like the price of stuff would change sometimes so much that he would just sit on properties and not build for 6 months until things leveled out. So just because it does change a lot. So if you could secure things, that could go a long way as well. CCJ. We sold out a little lower than here earlier. Yeah, Hims is up 50 cents from that. Do we have a headline on that? Hims. Your girl's trying to convince you on the van life. She watches too much YouTube. Yeah, I mean, and then you be telling her every day, you're like, we'll never get a house. So I don't know, man. That's it. Bearishness plus YouTube. Your girl is now like, let's get a van. Let's just do the van, and we live in the van. I'd be down with it too, though. Like low key. Like I don't know. I'd want to do van life for like a month or two. Like if I could get like a satellite and get like a van with internet and just drive around, I'd do it for like a month. Bro, Hims, rip. Good call out on that, Troy. We don't have a headline, just a pop. They appoint Christopher Payne as senior executive. No, just no headline? That's crazy. I don't see anything either. Should get the van, visit Jazz. Yeah, bro. That'd be dope. I'd be down. If I got like a little bus, just drove around America for a month. Be like, what's up?
Honestly, though, I should do it. Honestly, like, and I'll do PHILO, and then, you know what? I'll just drive around, and then every night, though, I have to sleep at a new Chad's house. Y'all have to give me a home. I'll be like a nomad disciple for stocks, I'll hand out little pamphlets that say 10%, and then I'll just throw Bibles at people. But then y'all have to, or this is getting too weird. This is getting way too culty. Fuck that. Never mind. I mean, like, and then I watched him for years, and then he said I had to let him sleep in my house, or I'm not one of the cult. I don't know. And it was just a lot of pressure. And then he let me, and then I let him sleep in my house, and then I don't know. So I ain't fucking around with that. Nah, I'm gonna just stay at a Holiday Inn, bro. Fuck that. Nah, I ain't letting y'all Diddy me. Nah, screw y'all. But Diddy's weird, though. Y'all ain't, I don't know if I gave y'all any. Like, Diddy has just too many red flags. Man. Why do Bob Iger and Larry Fink look like the same person? They do. They might be cousins or something, trying to keep the wealth in the family. I don't know. It's weird white people shit. What? Can't stop, won't stop. They could be related. Snow died even more. I feel bad. CEO bought all that stock and then literally lost like 10%. He lost like $500,000 in like 4 days. He only bought to get their bonus. Disney, man. I don't know. We should take bets on if Nelson is going to sell. His average cost was $158. Oh, so he's not that bad. It just popped up a lot more after. More weed stock moves. CGC. I mean, MSOS on the high, 1.2. Then CCJ. I mean, we've just been holding up. I'm telling you, it was another bad day. Bonds are getting murdered, and then ISM services that gave you the free pass for today and just stopped any of the bleeding. So then tomorrow we'll get initial jobless claims. Yeah, I don't think you have too much. There's more Fed speakers, and then Friday non-farms. I think Tryon might sell. I mean, they have a good. It doesn't seem like it's a bad. Like, that's it. If you really wanted you bought the stock, made 40% on $3 or $6 billion, whatever the amount is. They don't want to take you on. Like, I can't believe Disney even won. That's kind of surprising. But why not just take your gain and walk away? Unless he buys more and they try again. Get some wheat. Does MSOS pay a divvy? That's probably really low. I don't see it has a dividend yield, sir. Oh, you're saying the MJ ETF? 5%. I mean, not bad, but honestly, dude, I would not want to own a fucking plant in my long term, even like corn or wheat. So I like agricultures for certain times, shout out to Sal. But like you don't really put agriculture stocks in your portfolio for the long term. Like they have cycles of booms and busts. So and then on top of it, I think weed needs to mature a little bit. I don't think like you're immature, but in the sense that Boeing dropping, and then L'Oreal takes $3 billion stake in perfume brand Amouage. Boeing flushing. 737 MAX production rate fell as low as single-digit number of jets per month in late March.
So news of jet production slowing down. And then Disney flushing now, 119. I like Philip Morris. I like MO too. But yeah, I think that's a better, that's less agriculture. It's a product, So yeah, but I'm not really a fan of weed for the long term. I'd had Boeing at like $100, $80 or something. I don't know. I don't even know if I want Boeing, man. I like weed for the short term. Yeah, I mean, I just got out of. I sold out too early, but we bought MSOS at $8. So we were just in on weed right here before this pop, and then we played it on one of the earlier ones too. So election year cycle of weed, I definitely think it's gonna be on fire. No pun intended. But then, like I say, and I don't think this is something you set and forget in your long term. Not at all. I think Walgreens still has the potential to come back, but I'm not gonna, after the divvy cut, I'm not adding to it. I would just not add to it, but I think it has a little bit. I think it has more potential than like a AT&T. You could grow weed for free and sell it for as much as gold. I'm gonna disagree with that. If you buy in weed for $2,300 an ounce, I don't know what you smoking on, sir, but that's very expensive. That's very expensive. It's very expensive. Gold is literally $2,300 an ounce as of today. I think gold's like $180 a gram or $200 a gram. It's not. I'd be like, damn, this is expensive. That'd be crazy, though. Like, in 20 years, though, they're going to have weed futures. I'd be down to invest in weed once there's weed futures. That'd be crazy. Some of y'all are going to... You'd be like, I request that it's deliverable. Like, I just bought 50,000 pounds of weed on the weed futures delivered by J.P. Morgan. Thank you. Go liquidate your gold. I ain't gonna liquidate my gold. I like gold. I've held gold for a while, man. Honestly, I wish it paid a dividend, but hey, maybe if it does go crazy this cycle, I'll get it on the back end. Well, weed is a plant. So I've always said it, like, from an economic perspective, it's an agriculture stock. It's agriculture. There's no other way to look at weed, unfortunately. And if you go look at how all agriculture think about tell me one other agriculture business you guys own. I'll wait. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't even have this in their portfolio, not to mention just like the business and how it operates is just like completely different. Healthcare, I think there's the only healthcare was GW and whoever, I forgot who bought them out. But like there's some like biotech applications of weed, but generally you're making money off people like recreation and smoking it and all of that. It's all of that is still agriculture when it's all said and done. ADM, I guess. Archer Daniels. No, we're talking just about someone asking if I would buy MJ ETF for the long term. He said, no. Altria one day, but so far, Altria's really slowed down on getting into the weed business. A lot of people really thought they would early on, but they just haven't. Maybe one day, if you know what it means.
what is that? Michael Schwartzman and his brother Gerald Schwartzman pleaded guilty in participating in insider trading scheme linked to deal that brought Donald Trump's social media business public. Oh, is that the old one? I remember, wasn't there something before it de-SPAC'd about like 20 million or something? And then SPY coming down a little bit. To gift the course, like the $5 one? I don't think so, unfortunately. Disney, the vote failed, or passed, depending on how you want to look at it. But Disney won, so Nelson Peltz lost. Do a $5 course. Yeah, we made it back in the day. It was just like a $5 thing. We started off, good intro. But I think at this point, most of the videos are on the YouTube channel. Or like, we've discussed it. I don't know, man. Disney might have been empowered after winning. I'm surprised, but they got Vanguard. That's it. So I forgot. Nelson Peltz got somebody big, but that's all when it's all said and done. Like Vanguard, I think Vanguard is the number 2 shareholder. So that's it. You get Vanguard, and that's a lot of sway. Stocks will never go back down, so I could put them in the long term. You know, at one point in the end of like 2021, 2022, man, people thought the same thing. And then it was like end of 2022, 2023. Nobody even wanted to touch a stock because they're like, it's just going to keep going lower. So patience. Patience, my friend. Patience. Don't you worry, Habibi. Don't you worry. Call me crazy. I invest in unopened Pokemon products. I picked up Sun and Moon unopened products for $50, and it's worth $300. Are you trying to get us into the Pokemon game? I'm kind of down. I've never flipped. Actually, no, I flipped Pokemon cards back in the day. Spot. Oh, I forgot about Spotify. Remember, they raised prices today. They shot up like 10%. Or was it 6%? Yeah, they're up 6.7. Pokemon futures. Charizard down big year over year. Yeah, man. Damn, we got 90% on Spotify. We only have that on the small YouTube. But hey, I'll take it. I will take it. You want to buy Hertz Energy? You don't know where to buy it though? Well, if it's OTC and you can't find it, that's kind of sketch, but is it foreign? You may need to try Interactive Brokers. They usually have everything. Oh, Levi, don't they have earnings? We played that last. They don't really move a lot. But I think that Levi one hit for a little bit. So I'm gonna take a break on earnings. I'm not gonna do any this week. I think we kind of talked about it, but we'll chill there. YouTube Music is the future. No, I think YouTube Music, they've been firing people.
They've actually, like, I think they've been winding some of it down. Spotify's done really well. When it's all said and done, I mean, I think Spotify already survived. A lot of people thought Spotify would have died a long time ago. People were saying the competition and all of that like a minute ago. So I think they held up pretty well. If anything, I don't think it'd be allowed, but Apple should buy them. Boeing's going down again. We had the first release of the news on the the report on the production delays. Not bad. Spotify, king of music. Well, YouTube? No, just like YouTube Music. I like YouTube Music, so like there's like a YouTube tab. It's just literally like YouTube Music to like listen to songs. It's kind of like and like even podcast. It has a lot of listeners, but again, just Spotify has been on top of it. Users indicate problems at WhatsApp in India. Pelts, it's about 3 to 6 billion. I think it'd be a pretty decent drop. I'd want to say like, I think he could probably drop the stock 5 to 6% of him selling out. And like even just like the knee-jerk reaction of people hearing it, not to mention the supply effect. Boeing still flushing. Palo Alto on the low. Kava. And bro. Dude. Chad. Dude, this is embarrassing. I told my girlfriend the other day, I was like, oh, I want to go to Kava. And she was like, you idiot. She was like, you drive by one every single day. And I was like, what? And yeah. There's a Kava like right next to me, and I've seen this place every time, and I've always avoided it because it looked like shit. Like I always thought it was like some weird I thought it was like a smoke shop. I'm not gonna lie to you. It looked like the branding of it and the logo, and it was like in the shopping center. I was like, I'm good, bro. But yeah, so apparently it's right here, bro. This whole, and I've seen it so many times, bro. Yeah, kind of like a dispensary, low key. Yeah. I didn't go, but yeah, my girl put me on game. Apparently, Kava's on the high right now. That's what reminded me. I don't think I'm gonna go. No, now I don't really want to, because I've seen this place so many times, and I've even seen their promotion, and I'm like, it's never really called to me. And I've been hungry. I ended up at another restaurant right next to it just by being hungry and in the area. It's like, man. Kava's like the Middle Eastern Chipotle. You get e-juice on your way out. Thank you for shopping at Kava. Try our new hummus vape salts. Thanks. BioMarin, weren't they running yesterday? And then again, we just had Boeing flushing there. I'll keep that one up. Disney too, they hit the low. And then bonds are right below break even on the day. SPY's just holding the top end after the services. You're green on the day, but you're still lower than 2 days ago in that little gap down. Meta, major disruptions in ad transparency tools. Overhaul and transparency tools for ads faces significant disruptions. Is that a warning? Check if Meta drops on that. Boeing's going down further. Boeing scraps airline CEO sessions as new chairman shifts tack. So now Boeing chair reaching out directly to airlines, people familiar. Are they having trouble finding a CEO? Or a good one? NYCB Einhorn buys? Are? Like he buys the whole company or he just buying a stake? I don't know if a TV reporter could buy them all, but then again, I don't know what they're worth now.
Before about names and names that have gone, parabolic because
I thought one of the
various
hosts
trends that happen to be going on at that particular time. Now, obviously, the focus is on AI. You made jokes about AI during
Meta,
your
and all other
presentation
services are
today.
down.
Steve Cohen was on our network today.
Gildan
Said
advisors
this is not
seek
like
bidder offers by
1999,
April
that there's
10th.
no bubble in the market.
Gil, remember
AI
we
is
flipped that
durable.
one?
That's the word he used.
Gil's
and would lead to
popping.
greater productivity and efficiency. You agree with that?
Remember,
You
we
think we're in a
flipped it
bubble?
around
What's your
these
view?
prices that one
I
day.
don't particularly think we're in a bubble. We covered our bubble basket stocks in the first quarter
You might
of
be
last
able to
year.
get a flip
And
off that. It just
right
depends.
now, all
I'm
of our
already in the
shorts are
BHC
idiosyncratic
still.
ideas based on situations with the particular companies that are involved. We don't have any basket short positions right now.
Interesting. You're still willing to short stocks, too, because that's been a meaningful change in the industry, too. Why?
We do. I think it adds a lot to our risk-return profile. Shorting provides cash for you when the market goes down, because everything goes down, and then you have new money to invest in other things. And I think we add value also by creating alpha in our shorts, shorting things that actually just go down.
I think I saw as well that you have a position in the GLD. Is that still current?
Yeah, gold is a large
You talked about gold for many years. You were talking about gold before it was fashionable to be talking about gold, and now we keep going up.
Yeah, and we own a lot more gold than just the GLD. We own physical bars as well.
Why so?
Gold is a very large position for us.
Why have you made it so large?
Well, because I think that there's a problem with the overall monetary and fiscal policies of the country, and that both policies are systemically too loose. I think the deficits are ultimately a real problem, and I think that this is a way to hedge the risk of something, not so good happening.
You think the chances are high of something good, not happening?
Well, I think it's a question of when, and when we don't know. But in terms of the idea that the fiscal situation is not sustainable and the monetary policy is low in order to support the fiscal situation, I think these are self-evident. And it's clear to me that this is just a math thing. Knowing when this is, I don't know, because it's a reflexivity. As long as the market is confident in what's going on, everything is fine. But the minute that changes, then there's a real problem.
So lastly, let's talk about rates real quick and what you think the Fed's going to do. How many times are they going to cut this year?
I think fewer than are priced in right now.
So fewer than 3?
Sure.
Do you think they cut? Do you think there's a chance they don't do anything?
There's a chance. I think inflation is reaccelerating. I think there's a lot of indication of that.
So you think there's a chance they could do nothing? You think there's a chance they hike?
Seems unlikely. I don't think they're going to want to do that before the election. They seem very politically motivated to try to keep the president in power.
It's a rare opportunity to sit down with you. I appreciate your time very much. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Scott.
All right, that's Greenlight's David Einhorn exclusively here at the Sohn Conference. Tyler, I'll send it back to you.
Fascinating conversation, particularly for me, that part where you talked about index funds and how they are.
Interesting. So again, he bought NYCB. That's why it was starting to go up. Says he buys gold. He's at physical. Down detector, 40,000 reports of WhatsApp reported in UK, scattered reports in Brazil and Mexico. So Facebook is going down right now. And then so is the SPY. I don't mean Facebook stock, but like Facebook services. Yeah, Instagram and WhatsApp. Instagram might be next. SPY is coming down a little bit. I mean, we're still in the range. I mean, all it is. And then Gildan, that hit another high. Didn't play it there. It was all to you if you wanted it. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. It's 11:30, 30 minutes till Power Hour. BRB.
In a very callous world, the TSMC news should have been good for Intel because it should have had those people who are worried about trusting TSMC with everything thinking maybe we need another backup plan, maybe we need to look more closely at Intel. But clearly, given the way that Wall Street reacted, that is not a derivative that they're betting on right now. TSMC itself is already diversifying its risk to an extent. It's built a factory in Japan, it's building one and bringing one up in Arizona. So there is some geographical spread of the risk there, and that's probably being mandated by its customer base who are worried about the geopolitics as much as they are about the risk of those plants being damaged by earthquakes.
Geopolitics over seismic risk. Hey, 20 seconds, Ian, how is that Arizona factory doing? Any updates there?
Yeah, I mean, the concern there was that it isn't as big as we want it to be, and TSMC came back and said, yeah, okay, we'll make it a bit bigger. So we'll see. I mean, it's a process, and until we see volume out of that plant and it having a genuine impact on supply for companies like Apple, we won't know.
All right, listen, we're going to leave it there. Hey, Ian, thank you so much. As always, our own Ian King, Bloomberg News, U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter Ian King out there in San Francisco. Shares of Intel, as we said, they are lower in today's session. We're down, about 7% here, 7.6%. Stock's down about 19% here in 2024. We mentioned TSMC. It is actually up 1.4% in today's session, and this stock has been on quite a tear. These are the ADRs, of course, that trade in the United States. They're up almost 37% here in the United States. So,
S&P 500 in the green as well, up close to 0.3%, while the NASDAQ 100 higher by 0.4%. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim. Rescuers are still searching for anyone who might be trapped in buildings damaged by that massive magnitude 7.4 earthquake that struck Taiwan. At least 9 people were killed. Hundreds were injured by that powerful quake. Dozens of buildings were damaged, including a 10-story building left tilting on the verge of collapse. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's latest European tour hit a speed bump in Paris. His official plane broke down, requiring an hours-long drive to Brussels. A State Department spokesman said the U.S. Air Force jet had a mechanical issue. Blinken's delegation drove from Paris to NATO headquarters for a meeting after spending yesterday with French officials touting the allies' support for Ukraine and the need to prevent a widening of the Israel-Hamas war. And congestion pricing in Manhattan is now a step closer to reality. The plan is to charge drivers $15 to enter Manhattan to reduce the number of motorists and cut down on pollution. The state of New Jersey trying to put a stop to the plan. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says it won't reduce pollution. It's just going to move it around.
You're not eliminating pollution. You're displacing it from Manhattan to New Jersey, and you're charging our commuters an exorbitant fee on top of that.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy bringing his case against New York's congestion pricing plan to federal court. The plan to charge drivers $15 just to enter Manhattan. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Fast track your career path with short-term training.
No, I'm not going to. Bro, why does Blinken's plane always get clapped? Isn't that the second time he's had like a plane error? Why they salvage title, man. By Boeing. I mean, they got good assets in a lot of things, and they're only one of 2 plane manufacturers, but I mean, there's still a lot going on. SMCI, yeah, that's on the high ticker right now. That went green, man. Avoid New York. I have not been to New York in a while. But I talked to my friend the other day. He lives in New York. He likes it a lot. I told him, I was like, why don't you go back to L.A.? He said, screw L.A. So, I don't know, man. But then everybody likes their place. I like my little corner of the world. You know, I do my thing. Boeing YOLO at 100. I mean, maybe for like an option trade. A lot of people are asking me if I buy it for the long term. I don't know. I don't have any plans for it, but we'll see if it ever does start to drop. That's all I don't know. Tilray and SNDL up over 16. Dude, the wheat stocks, like the individual names move a ton. I'm like low-key surprised. That the MSOS like doesn't move that crazy. It actually moves really, really weird considering. My price flip, I'm in at 1030. I was hoping to get I thought it'd go to like 11. So I thought it would come back off that pop. I don't know what the headline was. It popped 9%. That's why I was like, Users probe Instagram 5,000 down detector reports. Good news has to come out on Boeing other than just write it down. Yeah, I feel you actually. Eventually, right? It can't just all be planes falling out the sky every day. But it feels like that. I'm telling you, man, the last couple months, it's just been a nonstop barrage, I feel like, of Boeing headlines. The YOLO demon is strong with Boeing. When there's news, I mean, like we said, in the first time that stuff happened, remember, we hit a nice 1,000%er on the way down there. You just got to let the headlines come in. It'll go through periods, but I feel like a lot of people just get tempted to buy it. They just want to buy it. Like, should I buy it here? 150, and it's just like Boeing is a crazy stock. Like valuation, I've shorted it before. I think stubborn as hell. So it's a very, very wild one, man. I don't know what Kava News is. It just keeps going up. And then BHC, we're like right below break even. Yeah, bro. That's why we were talking about it. And then SPY's holding. So are the bonds, but bonds still red on the day. ASTS, similar to RKLB. It sounds familiar. Is there any like launches coming up soon? Get that out the way. Where's HIMS? I looked. I had that up on a scanner. Did they hold up from that little pop? I don't even know what that was. And then gold still at the high. Habibi. How they do this? OVV. Oil came down a little bit. Again, SPY just chilling. Where is it? Dell and Micron went crazy. And then TSM. Dell went nuts. 9%. Why does NQ price action suck lately? Depends how you play it. Like low key, I would buy or short the close and then sell the open. You'll probably make more money on that until Friday. And then the non-farms. But even then, even on non-farms day, it just seems like one of those one of those weeks. It just most of the moves happened there, and then it just didn't help that we came back from the holiday, and then bonds are near 4 or 5. So, and then again, I don't know about like small moves, but NQ will start moving crazy, NQ and everything, if the move index starts coming up again. So don't forget that too. If bond volatility is awoken again, the market, that's going to wake some things up in the market as well too. So like in a weird way, once this chart starts going like shooting up, your NQ is going to have a wider range. The bigger the green candles on move, the wider the range you're going to have on the day. Tesla popper Micron. Crazy theory, gold could be used in chips. Maybe that's why it's going up as well.
I mean, it may be having some influence. I don't know about like bringing it up to 10%, but yeah, there is some industrial use. AG shares. I'm sure gold, man. I want more futures. But gold's crazy. I can't. My dad, I haven't even told my dad, actually. I don't even know if my dad knows. Isn't that like, I have no idea about my dad's perception of gold prices, because I know he like loves gold and all that, but like I have no idea if he knows if it's up. Like, I haven't talked to him about it. So I'm like, Dad, you see the price of gold? Like, I don't know. I'll text him. He knows how to use a cell phone. I don't know how. He has a lot of gold, but I told you, like, he met somebody at church one day, and this guy at church was, like, preparing him for the rapture and, like, got my dad on, like, shotguns and gold. My dad totally, like, he turned my Middle Eastern father into a redneck. No lie. My dad owns shotguns and gold now. But, like, the guy, they really got him at this church. They really, I think it was a church in New York. He visited one there and, like, dude, that's it. He visited, and then on the way home, bro, that's it, the gold. Till the day he dies, this man loves his gold, bro. You have no idea. And silver, too. I love Dump. I texted him. I'll see what he says. Oh, I need to leave up the Boeing chart. My bad, bro. My bad. But there's so many things happening. I'm seeing like call outs and like this one's going up, then this one. Wait. You know what? Dude, I might have a silver coin. Yeah, I just texted my dad. I said, have you seen the price of gold? He said, no. How much? This guy's no fucking idea. Last time I talked to him, he said, buy gold. You trust, you buy all of it. It's good. It's safe. If you don't know what will happen, gold is very good. True gold bugs don't check the price. Hold on. I think I have something. Give me a second. This all just reminded me. Hold on.
Texas can take on its own to potentially detain people or arrest them. And we certainly saw some of that play out while we were at the border in Texas. But also a number of people that we saw crossing the border are presenting themselves to authorities right away. Even if they're not going through a port of entry, they're touching on U.S. soil and they're saying, I would like to seek asylum. But the fact is there's so many people who have crossed, particularly in the month of December. There was a lull in January and February, but when we were there in March, we saw the numbers starting to tick up. People are saying we would like to apply for asylum because there's so many people doing that. The system can't process everyone on the day, and in many cases it's taking weeks and months.
What's interesting too within this big take, excuse me, Peggy, is that when the busing started, right, for some migrants, that was kind of, I don't want to say a blessing, but it also meant that they could be kind of moved to somewhere else in the country. They kind of were upbeat about that.
Well, I think at the start, it's unclear whether a lot of migrants understood what was happening. But what we saw is a lot of people are using social media. And so a lot of messaging has gotten back to people in different countries. And so they understand a little bit better about the buses. And when we were in Eagle Pass, we did see about 40 people get on a luxury bus liner and head to New York. They called it one of the Abbott buses. And many of them were happy to get on because it's free. And also they have family in different parts of of the East Coast, and so that's a way out of Texas quickly. One of the things we noticed is that there weren't a ton of people in Eagle Pass itself in terms of like on the streets or things like that, because they are passing through these border towns pretty quickly. They're there for a few days through nonprofits or being processed, but then they are moving on to other parts of Texas and now through some of the buses to places like New York and Chicago.
Peggy, as you guys were on the ground, there's something about, reading a story and then there's actually somebody, you folks were on the ground seeing all of this, going to the rallies, hearing what the candidates or the former president and the president had to say about this issue. How are you guys in the newsroom thinking about kind of maybe what needs to be done, on a...
All right, Chad, are you ready? This just got really interesting, bro. Here it is. Yeah. That's not gold. That's silver. I forgot. I was like, man, I swear my dad gave me a silver coin. And I was like, wait, I do. I have silver coins. And now... So it sounds different than the bar. Does it sound different? I don't know. You tell me. Oh, yeah. Gold is pretty. Gold is pretty. It still does the ding, but nah, gold is pretty. There's more of a clink to the silver. Yeah, gold is pretty. Well, yeah. There you go. I went and found that, yeah. That was inspiring. That was inspiring. My goodness. Silver. I already put it away. I put away the silver. Maybe I'll have to keep it up there. Depending on the, if it's a good day, we'll use the gold or the silver. Just depends. So far, Obio and then BHC just staying. Can I move Boeing or no? I'll just move BHC. Spy at VWAP and then 10 minutes till power hour. How you feel, Chad? How you feel? Good day, honestly. I mean, I think today, if that data was bad, it would have looked a lot different. But I think this just gave you a baby parachute. We punt into tomorrow. Not much data tomorrow. There'll be a little bit. And then we go from that. I'm making you want to short everything? Why? What did I do? Fitch downgrades Nordstum's to double B. Outlook stable. Tesla again. All the chip makers absolutely fire today. Except for Marvel was leading earlier and then came down. But again, Micron, then Dell, then TSM, and then Broadcom and SMCI all went nuts. Avago. The flip price on BHC, $1 million, because you asked me that the exact same time or earlier, the same question, and I answered it. So now the price is $1 million. Thank you. No, man. I'm looking for 11. I'd hope so. AMD, they did. I mean, AMD was weird yesterday too. It was red, but it was still at 180, man. Boeing's right there at 185. I don't know. Wasn't it just at 170 though? Or am I tripping? Yeah, it was at 170, 177. I'll take it. This is where it popped, 2-3 weeks ago and kind of held up from here. So you haven't been below there in almost 2 weeks. Kind of looks like the SPY. People get on gold is when it gets. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Is this a safe space? I don't know if this is a safe space, but I kind of want to short gold. I know last time I lost like $200 on it last time. I was down like 1,000, then it came down and I closed it. I would have been down even more. Yeah, I want to. And dude, I've seen this, dude, anytime it moves up a couple $100, but last time it did this above 2,000, I mean, you're effectively up over 10%. You're going to tell my dad? Oh, wow. Honestly, you should tell him. I'd love to hear that conversation. What do you mean shorting? What do you mean? What? My son makes short gold? What does this mean? What do you mean? How does he get taller with gold? What do you say? Gold, he make a short gold. What does this mean? So I would love for you to tell my dad. I do believe in gold, but I also believe in like just random fat gold sell-offs after running up $50 to $100. That's just kind of how gold has been in the past. So like if you have, I've watched gold for a decade, and like literally it goes in bursts, and like it's not uncommon. Like after it makes a crazy run, it'll blow off and like settle off and like settle down to like a more appropriate price. That's what I thought was going to happen around here, and then that didn't happen at all. But like gold has just like, I'm like over the years, usually it'll make these runs and then it'll give up like half of it and base out. But even then, the first couple days too, like a lot, you hit a high, you sell off. Like anytime there's a big run on gold, I mean, it usually ends with a bang. Like even then, was this when? This was 2023? You went 1,700 to 2,000 and then, you know, finally chilled out. But then it levels out. But this is just insane. I don't know where it will stop. Close the lights. Random account is good. We were looking at that earlier. I think the Nugget plays up 600%. Where was it? The dollar will not. Well, where is the dollar? That's the crazy part, because the dollar, gold went up that whole time with the dollar going up. No, but the dollar could drop a lot. It just got murked today. What's priced in for this spy? It's not the analyst. It's the market makers. Just calculate the at-the-money strike prices, like the straddle price for a daily contract. So many people shorted gold. I almost got trapped. I lost $200 on it a couple weeks ago before Powell. So I already tried to short this. It did the last time it popped up, like what, $200, $300? I shorted it, I think like around 2160, and then I got blown out a little bit. Then it came back down, and then I closed out for like a small loss, and then it just took off and went up another $200. I'm telling you, it's like kind of nuts. But that's why I'm like, man, this is so. I want one, man. CCJ puts are most likely not coming back. You never know, homie. Might need some long term, homie. Yeah, I don't know. CCJ's a weird-ass stock. I'm glad, though. It's a good gain. I still think there's upside on it. I just made enough in profit where I'm just going to hold the puts just in case it's time to short it. That's what I want to, but I'm still a little nervous. Fucking gold. It should come back to 22. I mean, I think gold should maybe go to 2,000, but then again, a lot has happened since gold was at 2,000. That's the shitty part. Like literally, like everything from central banks down to even Powell and the Fed and all of that. So that's why I think gold is it's hard to tell whether or not it's lagging or leading. Hims, I don't know any news. I think they hired somebody new today, but that's about it. I don't think that's what caused the pop. Is it worth going back to school for finance? Depending on what you want to do, depending on like what career you want to pursue with it. And I mean, definitely if you have a passion for it. What time is it? About to be power hour. It'll be 30. I haven't checked Square News. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it. Let's see. You said ad? You want an ad? I could give you an ad. Hey, it's Josh AI. You may have heard the trade indicator go off. It's because it did. And you liked the video. So all features have been unlocked. Glad you're here. The play was short gold. I did it. I shorted gold futures, MGC. I did micros, so that's why I wanted to do the big one, but kind of like last time, I was like, you know what? We could make it a little different in price. So I did 3 of the MGCs at $23.17. Yeah, I still believe in gold. I mean, I know it sounds kind of contradicting. I'm just kind of looking for the like just straight gold goes crazy. This is too many dollars in too short of time. But then again, I mean, I did lose on that one. I'm telling Mr. Answers on you. May the force be with you, amen. Let me tell my father. I don't think you'd understand, man. It already shot up. Literally $1, man. It's bullshit. I'm already down $50. It's crazy though. Those MGCs can move. Cause like before I knew it last time, I was like, damn, I'm down $1,100. Like what the? Well, I thought these were micro. MGC. But yeah. Wish me luck. It just hit a new all-time high. Gold did. Just melting into power hour. What is this? Hold on. Send text to LT. Man, gold really? It just shot up to 2022 right away. Shout out, donated the membership. God bless the cult and the captain, Johnny. Is it Joni or Johnny? Johnny. Member for 12 months too, baby. God bless Disney and New Low. All right. I can't believe it. Chad, it's already power hour. It's Jonathan, but they call me Johnny for short. Johnny. I've never seen it with one N. I know someone named Joni. I'll be on Twitch in 30 days. It's a labor union contract. We're negotiating. Are you familiar with the what was it called? The Sean Fanny? Is that was his name? The labor UAW. It's a UAW Twitch strike. You know anybody named Luca who lives on the second floor? I think that's a joke I don't get. Otherwise, no, I don't know. Nobody named Luca who live on the second floor. My name is Luca. Oh, never heard this song. Never had this one. And then dollars down. So again, gold. I'm already down $75 on that. Gold is like, nah, man, we want to go higher. I'm sure a lot of people are getting short squeezed on gold. Because usually gold does sell off by now. That's why I think a lot of people get enticed for this play. I mean, I'm one of them. 75 on micro. Yeah, so $25 a pop. I got 3 contracts. But yeah, that was only $2. Which is good, though, because I want, like, that's the thing. Like, Because remember, when I play those GCs, I made like, beginning of the year, we did like 7 or 9 grand off gold. I was those big gold contracts. If you hit gold in the right way and you get that good leverage, bro, those pay. So the micros, I mean, if you have a couple of them, I mean, it adds up pretty well, especially when gold is like actually moving multiple percentage points. Yes, Iger won the vote. That's why. Disney's down. No Nelson Peltz. Sorry. Well, remember, gold is it's one part Fed, one part everything else around the world. I mean, there's things related to demand. I mean, gold it has a lot working in its favor. Like I say every time, despite my like gold short, I'm pretty bullish on gold. I have been since December 13th. Procter Gamble getting killed. Let's see. I like the dollar. Again, bonds right at break even. Yeah, they're down 2. Actually, I think I saw their daily today. They're selling. LT's good. It's near all-time highs, but it has fell off over the last couple of days. But otherwise, he still do very good. Very, very good. I got an MGC. Put your mother and hands up and follow me. Everybody in the MGC. You have to say it like that. That's the best way to, yeah. So here's the small account. He's not doing too bad. You know, we're very good year to date, but the high was like what, 19,635. We're down off of it, but we're still up. Again, we just had a deposit too, so that also helped out. But generally, even after these last couple of moves, everything's holding up pretty good still. Where's the FIDO? The Fidelity account. It's crazy, man. Nowadays, the long term really just does move like $1,000 a day, though, which is kind of nuts. But again, even then, like we're near all time highs that we just hit literally a couple days ago. But as things have been selling off long terms, now it's at 176, so we'll be like right here. You know, but it's done that a couple times. You hit the high, come down, set a level, let it dance, let it work. So I can't complain. I still like Starbucks. We were talking about it this morning. We were talking about Starbucks. We were talking about Nike and kind of what we're waiting for. But, yeah, I'm down with it, man. Everyone's selling GE spinoff to buy GE. Yeah, they just had that. GE's been doing great, though, lately. Chipotle split is in June. I don't trade options in the Schwab. We have another random account in there, but they're separate. So, like, even when I show that, like, picture, I set it up so that it doesn't include the balance of the random account. So, we have one account that we do trade on there, but that's for the long term. And then Fidelity. Fidelity has only seen covered calls. Again, beautiful stories with those accounts. We've had them for years, man, little by little. It's crazy, bro. You should have saw it. Honestly, I don't know if you heard it. Did you guys hear Lending Tips' voice? You should have seen his face. He was right there next to me. When I said 179 in the long term, he said, what? He got a little surprised there, man. But it's crazy how little by little, man, They have added up, and it's just something, we buy once a month, little by little. Just buy here, buy there, and just let it sit and grow, man. And it's been one of the missions here of the channel and something we've documented, and it's just amazing. So definitely think everybody should get it. All right, Raul. So you're getting a little bit of reds now. You're below VWAP. I mean, here's the paradox of the day. SPY overshot from the data, right? So now you're getting into the ISM services, but now remember the bonds sold off first while the market ran up. So now bonds are above the data, but SPY's still outperforming. So we'll see. But yeah, you're getting some candles here. You're saying the video went red? Yeah. iRobot flashing. City again on the low. I thought they bounced. Nah, City kept dying. So again, remember banks? They held up and died. A couple of value plays on the low. What are we looking like, man? We got what? 47 minutes left. And so far on the day after all of this, you got 240 names red on the SPY, 264 in the green. So almost 50-50. NASDAQ 100, 52 red, 48 in the green. And then Dow Jones, 15 red. Dude, it's 50-50, man. 50-50, habibi. iRobot on the high. Oh, I thought it'd be a red candle. Yeah, wait a minute. iRobot, hold on. You're getting a big red and then a big green. I don't know if anyone's going to buy them out or not. Market's selling off here out of nowhere. Again, iRobots, it says 870. I think that's just a high ticker, but it came down a little bit. I don't see any headlines on iRobot. Oh, wait, there, Jesus. Apple explores home of robots as next big thing after car fails. Oh, no. So iRobot running on Apple getting involved. I feel like that. Why wouldn't that kill iRobot? Apple's going down on that? I don't want an Apple vacuum. Fucking spend $4,000 on an Apple vacuum. I don't know. iRobot, I kind of want to play it, but I feel like it should go down, not up. But then again, Apple went down, then they went up, and then now the SPY. But that could just be with the SPY. So, I don't know. Bro, you just dumped the services. So literally, you're now below. Bonds are holding up magically. So you guys were asking me about the equity and bonds. Well, now it looks like equities were a little less resilient today. Because again, the equities are now matched up. SPY's matched up with where the TLT's at. But for the most part, I mean, bonds held up since services now. But SPY, we thought that would be a little bit more stickier, but not. It's a pretty big dump. It's 2 points, 2.2, I think, on the SPY. On the SPY, not SPX, which is pretty big. Yeah, it's like what? 20, that's like 20 points, give or take. Power hour things. Phase on the high or FAZ, F-A-Z again. iRobot's still going up. The robot vacuum news. Yeah, this one's weird. Apple's pursuit of home robot emerges as next potential innovation following setbacks in automotive. Though advancement in Apple robotics remains nascent stages, could face challenges in progression. Okay, SPY's starting to move up a little bit. Talk on the high too. All tree back to 39. Hey, man, let it go. Let them come down and we get more. That would be nice, though, if it somehow did come down and we got it at a low price once again. Because I'm still holding the deposit, so that's why we were talking Starbucks and Nike earlier today, even Pfizer. So still waiting. It's been dumping every power hour for 2 weeks. Why is anyone surprised? Amen, right? Like, literally either power hour or 3:30. Remember, we were like, get ready for the action. And then iRobot is still going up. That one's a little weird. I still don't understand that one. That's up 10% now. Apple vacuum. It probably would be good, but I'm not paying $5,000 for it. That's the only issue I have. I feel like an Apple vacuum don't come cheap. You think you're going to invite people over and flex your vacuum for a low price? No. That's a premium. Vacuum flex, you can't flex a vacuum unless you paid like $2, $3, $4 for it. You know what I'm saying? They're like iVac Pro Plus S. Bro, 12%. So iRobot broke out. At least he got that early. Good shit on that one, Jesus. Jesus got that quick. We saw the pop, but we didn't have a headline. The Apple eye suck. Suck up all dirt, dust, and anything else in your way. What? The eye suck? That's the weird new eye suck. Wear your goggles. Apple Vision Pro. What? This is... I don't want this. Oh, no, this does not. Can we do some positive affirmations? Did I ever tell you about that place? I think you guys know. There's a place in fucking California. It's such a California thing. There's a place in California called Gratitude Cafe. And when you go there, you have to order in affirmations. So, like, you want, like, a grilled cheese. It's called, like, I am enough. So you have to look the waiter in his eyes and say, I'm enough with extra cheese. And you're like, I am strong. I am courageous. No peanuts, please, though. I am courageous with no peanuts, though. Peanuts, I'm allergic, so I'll get very anti-courageous, please. Thank you. I'll just stick to the ketamine bars in Cali. Okay, yeah, some people. That's what you could do. And they won't let you, even if you try to, like, order and, like, you're like, can I just get the grilled cheese? They won't let you. You're like, not around here, buddy. Don't you mean you're enough? Good. Nope, I don't understand what you're trying. We don't have any grilled cheeses here. Money flows to me abundantly. Hold the chia. Thank you. You'd walk out. Yeah. It's all vegan, too. So the food is not... It's a trip. It's a trip. All right. So you're right where the data came out this morning, where we kind of started lifting up from. But my goodness. What a Raul. You know? I am him burger. I am him. I am Himothy. That's not on the menu, sir. I am Himothy. That's not. We don't offer that. I'm him. Son, I'm him. Okay. We're going to. Never mind. We got 30 minutes left. 40 minutes. Still a good amount. I mean, that just added some spice to the day, but then again, as the chat has accurately noted, I mean, most of our moves every day have happened from even last week. You know, it just happens at the end of the day here. So I'd get ready for 3:30, give it like 9 more minutes. Again, iRobot, that Apple news, that's been our latest. Para's on the high. Remember, they got that other one, Intel Big Red.
They had bad news from the morning, and yeah, they're flushing down 8. So same news, same bad guidance in the AM. Your gold short starting to print. I'm up $20, but, you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. One medium, small, good decisions with oat milk, please. All right, maybe. I don't think there was any news on MindMed. I think a couple days ago there was something, I want to say like a drug approval. MNMD. No, they were trading lower. They had a private placement 2 days ago. So I think that's it. I don't know what price the private placement was at. They scheduled Association Congress. Oh, nice. Maybe that's it. So they're going to be at the Anxiety and Depression Association Conference on April 12th. So that was yesterday. That could be the only reason why they're going up. But there was a private placement on the stock. So they issued some more shares, which isn't good. And then they're going to be presenting at a anxiety thing. And again, that's good because if they're going to be presenting, they might be announcing data or some level of study. You guys said that's sad. That's not supposed to be the impression, but okay. And then SPY kind of going a little lower here. Sudden drop, no, there was no news at all, but I mean, this is kind of what we've seen the last couple days, especially last week. Kind of last 30 minutes, 45 minutes, we get a lot more activity, and that's what happened. I mean, the weird part is bonds are holding up, and now SPY has given all the gains from ISM services. So even though bonds didn't make progress today, or they didn't get worse, they didn't make any progress, we're still near 4-5. So very interesting, but watch towards the close. When are you planning to use this month's deposit? I don't really have any plan. I mean, when the price is right, baby. You know, if Pfizer, BABA, PayPal, if they want to give me a good price, I'm down to buy them. So just kind of chilling, waiting. I'm not in any rush. Fully invested already. So one deposit, you know, we got some flexibility. You know, maybe even the Nikes comes down, you know. BMI. They've been interesting. A lot of people have asked me about them as like a long-term. Bristol's not bad. And then SPY, man, are we about to hit opening candle? Fortinet, new low of the day. And then 5201. Damn, back to 5200, bro. You were almost at 5230, but now we are dealing with 5200 again. So kind of crazy, low-key. Because remember, we got above it the first time yesterday. And then we shot above it easily this morning after the data. But now you were like, right, you briefly actually just flushed below 5200. So that wick brought you below there? Save for the long term. I don't think it's I think it's a speculative play. So I don't know about giving it the green light for the long term, but you know, I do think if you're willing to speculate and take certain risks, you know, there's some value there. But then again, just depends on how things play out. ES 5250. iRobot came down again. Weird Apple news. Intel's still at the low. Good long term. I mean, right now, Pfizer's one of the ones I still like. It's at least cheaper. I mean, but really, Pfizer is like one of the only ones that's like the closest I am to buying anything because it's still cheaper. Otherwise, I'd want PayPal a little cheaper. Maybe Alibaba. I could consider that as well, too. It's Pfizer. Disney killed, yeah. Where is it? Let me log in the Fidelity. Oh, Fortinet, you misspoke? Aw. It's all good. Disney 118. Disney, many lows on the day, Habibi. Many lows on the day. How do you know they didn't rig the votes in Disney? Calm down, Donald Trump. Okay? They're going to independently verify it. I guess rag. He's like, we're going to storm. We're going to storm Disneyland. What the fuck? Peacefully protest fucking Mickey Mouse in the... What? Calm down, Donald. So, what I wanted to see... Pfizer. At 2708. I guess last purchase we got some at 28.45 and then 26.34. So we're like right in the middle. We have 26, 27, 28. I like Baba too. I like the idea of just buying 14 Baba shares. So we get 100 and then buying Pfizer too. But then it's going to slow down my dividend progress. But that's not too bad of an idea. Now we need 16 shares of Baba. And then whatever the rest we do on Pfizer. This one's E-Trade. This platform right here. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, it shows that? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I've never used this thing. No, I'm gonna wait. I want Baba. I kind of want to buy Pfizer. I like Pfizer. I didn't realize I could buy it right here in the middle. But I should be patient. But I want those divvies. I was gonna buy Pfizer, but I think I'll wait. It's so early still. It's April, and I just keep using the deposit. I don't think this one's gonna make too big of a difference. GG bros in chat. GG baby. Welcome to Ramp Capital. How many more? I think I would grab less. I wanted to grab a lot, but I would grab, I don't know how much it would be. So I have $3,000. I don't know how much. I need 16 Baba shares. So 16 Baba shares.
times 72.31. It's going to cost me $3,000. So I'll be left with like $1,800 by 27, 25. Oh, 50, I think 67 shares. That's it? No. That's whack. Because if I get more, I think I'll, yeah. Yeah, damn. So it'd be like 67 shares of Pfizer, 16 shares of BABA. But then that kind of sucks. I'd want more Pfizer. This would be if I bought Pfizer and BABA with the deposit. Or I could just go literally, what? 27.24 divided by 3,000. Oh, wrong one. 3,000 divided by 27.24. I could pick up 110 shares. See, that's the thing. You don't need more Pfizer? Why not? What do you mean I don't need more Pfizer? I mean, I have a good position in it now, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to, like I said, to stack up and then, above all else, I have a goal. You know what I'm saying? So, like, in a weird way, Pfizer, I think it meets all of my criterias. It's cheaper. It's not at a premium. It's a quality name. And then above all else, like I said, I need to establish my dividends. You don't think it's as good as you think? Yeah, it's fair enough. But like I'm saying, my criteria, it's in a weird way, it's not about as good or bad as much as it is, growing that dividend. But above all else, like, I really think they'll be here in 10 years, and that's good enough for me. Well, we talked about puts. So you guys want to do a real life example? Because once again, someone said, why not sell puts? So let's do it on Pfizer, right? When would we want to buy Pfizer? Maybe we'll do 3 months out. So 3 months out is what? July? So we'll do July. If I kept the cash till July, right? And I didn't buy anything and I just kept it in the bonds, that's how much you would receive. We would receive $14 every month times 3. So we would make $44.10 off of bonds, right? So if we did nothing with that $3,000, we would make $44 off of holding the bonds for 3 months. So the only way we could get $40 in that same 3 months, equivalent to bonds, we agree to buy the stock at $24. We would make a little bit less. Do you guys see what I did? I just did the lesson I gave you earlier, but now this time I did it in reverse. So this time I found out what we would get paid on the cash, and then once I found out how much money we would make on the cash, now we know what premium to look for. So again, all I did was I found out how much the cash rate would pay us. So $3,000 for 3 months, we would get back $44.10 in yield. So now if I go to a 3-month contract and then I want to go and sell the put, the only thing that would compare, I would need to make premium for 3 months, either $44 or greater. So even then, the 24 doesn't even work. The only other contract would be the 25. So we agree to buy Pfizer at $25. You would make 50% more than what the bonds would offer you. You'd make $20 extra. And then you would agree. This one would work. And then you agree to buy it for 3 months. Any other option is you're better. If you want to sell a put on these, you're better off just holding cash in Fidelity. This one, you don't pay a dividend. And then you would miss out on, you would miss out on the divvy. So that would just be what? 2%? 6%? No, a little bit less. Yeah, you wouldn't get the divvy.
Pfizer. End of April 26th. Well, that's a different duration. This would pay you $18. I mean, that's 30 days. I really think it's the same price as the bonds. So again, if you're in Bill or you're in SPACs, you're getting $4.9 a month, 0.5% a month. So you get paid $4 more, about 30% more than Bill. So it's up to you. So like if you didn't buy Pfizer and just held it and held your cash, you make $14.70. If you sell the covered put or the cash secured put, you make $18. And then if Pfizer does die, you still have to buy it at a higher price. So I don't know if it's really worth the risk. ELV on the high. SPY's coming up here too. Well, I'm just using the risk-free rate, whether it's Bill or your money market. They're all around 4.7 to 4.9 right now. When is XOM earnings? Is it soon? Apollo offered $26 billion for Paramount. Whoa. Bro, I really want to play this, but I never win. That's insane. That's like 3 times the value. What? Paramount board chose to pursue exclusive Skydance merger. Bro, that's insane. So it's up 3-5 right now. I never win on these, bro. I'm telling you. I've played this so many times on Paramount, and I never win. But that news, that's crazy. They got paid. They got offered $26 billion, and then they chose to just do the Skydance merger. Today we change it. Oh, fuck. I got clapped instantly. I literally lost 10 cents. I lost 50, but I went 500 shares at 12.37. I thought I was gonna be able to. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to not. I didn't want to be cursed. I'm not gonna claim the curse. So I said that's not. I'm gonna change the generational Paramount curse on my family. Okay, I'm back up on it. No, I'm not really anymore. Man, that sucks. Intense. And it's gone. Like I said, I never won on this, but that sounds very enticing. It seems like they're closing a deal, gave a high offer. Man, everybody's been waiting for this thing to go nuts. What am I getting at? 12.37? Damn. No activity. One day. Levi. That one, remember, we hit those plays and then they moved around. It was all over the place. Zim calls. Oh, and where's the other one? Where's our gold? We're actually still up on the gold, so that worked. I'm down $80 on the para now. That did not work. I thought we were going to change history. I still think we can. I still think we can, Chad. You know that? I still have faith. We're going to change the curse today. We are going to change the curse today.
Mara, Flushing. It's 12:42, man. Good time, though. Not much time left on the day. Now bonds are trying to make a move. They may go green. SPY below VWAP. We did not change. Not yet. Not yet, but we will. Not yet, but we will, baby. I think Disney, people are just going to get nervous till we find out what Peltz has to say. Like, is he going to storm the Capitol after losing? Like, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, anything could happen. So we'll find out. I wouldn't dare play the VIX. Oh, where's that other one from today? BHC2. That one chilled. Honestly, that one barely moved. I think that one we might get some updates. But other than that, Para BHC, my only plays here today. Peltz could be dumping today, yeah. No, that's the worry. But if he did, then that means sooner he does anything, just more time, you'll get a filing or an update. But people are trying to find out what's the game plan. FN, all right. There's Para. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. 20 more minutes, man. 17. I'll be right back. I love you. God bless you. See you in a little bit. Thank you.
Investing in their face, except for you and me, Alex, of course.
Okay, well, just not from Ulta.
Just not from Ulta, yes, that's true. I'm not going to Ulta either, although maybe I will now. Maybe there's going to be incentives. Maybe they'll somehow put discounting in, although they didn't necessarily say that. So CEO Dave Kimball, he said that the first quarter, as you mentioned, off to a slow start. So they're on a different year. Their first quarter for 2025 started in February. So they're basically 2 months in. They're saying that if this trend continues, they're likely to hit the low end of the guide, low single digits for comp sales. And what's so interesting to me here is they're saying it's a soup of activity that's weighing on beauty consumers because, of course, in the pandemic, there were a lot of beauty areas that people were spending on because they're on Zoom, and then out of the pandemic on makeup. But now inflation, higher credit card debt, student loan repayments, political is finally weighing on what people didn't think that it could be weighed on, but spending for beauty. But you know what the interesting thing is, their sales growth has really been kind of lumpy. So next year, or this year, their fiscal year, it's expected to be up 5.2%. It's been anywhere between up 10% to down 20%. So sometimes I'm a little bit skeptical. I almost wonder if management teams, they have the opportunity to say it's this, when in fact they're just having some other kind of problem and they're using this narrative to cover it up.
Oh, well, we don't, maybe.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. That's my opinion. Yeah.
It's all part. It's like when a retailer talks about weather, like that definitely is an issue, and there's others as well. Looking at the chart, though, that chart's amazing, just, dropping like a stone, but it was also doing fairly well over the last year.
Yes,
what
agreed.
About competitors? Like some of the beauty guys, we talk about investing in face, some of the beauty guys have done really well.
They've done really well, but today they're all down. It's Sally Beauty is their number one competitor, and then comps that don't really seem like true comps, such as L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, these stocks are down. So maybe there is some kind of a fear that the pandemic beauty spend and then coming out of the pandemic beauty spend is fading. We don't know yet. We need more information. But right now, this stock really getting hit at about 15%.
Oh, we're never here to talk about beauty. So what's your thing?
Investing in my face?
Yeah.
Well, I've taken to that whole idea. I just do a lot of moisturizer.
But like what are you pay up for?
Stuff I can buy at Costco.
Oh, okay, girl. We got to talk about that. Right, Abigail, thanks a lot. I really appreciate that.
I shocked her into silence there.
She did. Estee Lauder, one of the worst performers on the S&P. Ulta just down. That chart just looks terrible, down about 15%. All right, coming up, we're going to count you down to the closing bells. Jason Pride, Glen Mead Private Wealth CIO, will be joining us. Let's take a look at where markets are right now. We made a little bit of a run for green, then we went back to flat. Now we're kind of in no man's land. Volume, though, isn't as bad as you would have thought. You have the S&P up by about 0.1%. Yields also going nowhere. The narrative just feels really soft today. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Fast track your career path.
Fast track it, baby. Chattadonia. Oh, yeah, we did it. All right, I sold out $150. I broke the curse, baby. Call it what you want. It's not that big, but I don't care. I broke the curse. 150. That would have been 200 right there. See? I gave it to him. I'm out. That's it. 150 and a breaking of the curse. That's all I needed. That's why I say momentum. Now I'm ready to play Para the next time around. Damn, it really, and they went up another 20? They hate me. There you go. There you go. BB. Spotify's going into the close. Again, they had the price news. We will see. I don't know. Where's gold at? Again, Para's still ripping. Gold, I'm up $9, so that's still near the 2018 high or 2,318. My gosh. My gosh. And SPY right under VWAP, and you are getting back to the high end of the data candle. So not too bad, if anything. Not too bad. Today could have been very ugly. It really could have after everything, but I do think your data saved you. Equities don't end looking as strong, and then bonds are still the concern, and it buys you a little bit of time for tomorrow. My God. Damn, 1290. Oh, I botched that. Damn, we could have got a little bit more. A lot more. Para. Yalla. There you go. Good for you, Para. The curse has been lifted. Tell everybody the curse has been lifted. Para actually hit. We got the news early and played it, and it actually hit. Holy. Yeah, that doesn't really happen too often, so I'm excited. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. That's crazy. I don't think there's XOM earnings. I could double check, but usually I don't think. It says April 26th. So yeah, I think you got like 23 days. NVIDIA flush. That's an interesting one. I guess the chip makers aren't closing as strong. Marvel sold off there. So I think this is a lot of the other names. I'm seeing random other names on the high ticker. MOS to YY. There's Spotify. I mean, Baidu's not too bad. Baba. There's the Pfizer. Domino's on the high. XOM. Oh, Micron. It was Micron and Dell. Those are the real money ones today. They're doing a little bit better. And then wheat stocks ripping into the close now. Para still up. So, again, that's up like, what, 6-7% since the first call out, first play. So, not bad at all. NVIDIA. Spotify going. Market on close, $1.6 billion to the sell side. Ooh. Ooh. And then SPY right off VWAP, and this is 10-minute rigged. Yalla. Yeah, so it's up $1 from where I trade. I only got 150 on that. I would have made 500, but there it is. He said bye. And then Caterpillar on the high again. Spotify. SPY still dancing around here. Is anybody else still in CCJ? I got out of it this morning, but I think a couple of chat. I think there's a couple of like uber bulls in C. Like people in chat really love uranium. So I know, like I just got on it recently, but I know some of y'all been really, really on that one. How do we have this much volatility with the VIX at 14? It's not really volatility. So just like remember last week how we were pricing in everything like perfectly, nothing was like happening outside of expectations. So the moves are ugly and weird, but it's not necessarily volatility. Again, up until recently, the bond volatility didn't tick up till a couple of days ago. And like if you think about it, like bonds, like this is volatility. Because you stayed like in a range, not moving, moving in a range, and then all of a sudden we go from like up to really down out of nowhere, and it was unexpected and not like really priced in. That move volatility more than this type of move, like just random 20-point sell-offs and all of that. So it's just weird, ugly moves in a shitty range sometimes, but doesn't necessarily mean it's volatility or things unexpected are happening.
I fire the board and take the deal. $26 billion. Well, remember, Paramount is like a family business, I believe. I think like Sherry Redstone or whatever. Like, I think it was like from her dad, and like it's just, I think it's a family thing. It's kind of like, have you ever seen the movie show Succession? It's kind of like heavy Succession vibes. CCJ. I'm mad, man. I could have made another $1,000 off of that. I made another 1,000 off it yesterday, and then this morning I made another 1,000. So I was like, you know what? I won't get too greedy. I protected it, but damn. Yeah, so she doesn't want to split it. She sold off a unit, which is surprising. And then we are going up further on Para, Spy dancing around, SMG, Netflix on the high, Spotify, CCJ, man, Para. That's it, bro. We broke the cars. That's dope. I'm glad. Very, very glad. Damn, 1355. AMRK on the high, too. That's it, man. You only got a couple more minutes left. Look at that. Damn, Para again? 1377, man. Is this still a curse if I only walked away with $100? I don't know. No. We broke the curse because usually I lose every time I would play it. So I'm glad. Yeah, that's, bro, you just got a 10% spike from when we bought it. That's it. It went up 4 or 5% on the top tick, but you're up a 16, 17 right now. Para. Oh, wow. I didn't think about it. Chattadonia. Market moving. We got a lot of news there towards the bell, but here's the deal, man. Market's about to close. So if you're new here, or if not, you should be aware it's going to get really loud in here. So whether you know or not, it is my job to inform you that it is going to get extremely loud in here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers, protect your ears, because people have reported that the loud noises have disrupted their day, appetite, attitude, have ruined their lives completely because a loud noise has allowed them to not regulate their emotions, and one thing leads to another, and their eardrums bleed, and a lot of other WebMD issues happen, and the whole point is I just want you to have a good day, and it shouldn't cause all of that. So simple. When you hear me say earmuffs, I hope you take it upon yourself to protect your ears, especially if you are a higher risk individual for loud noises causing any problems in your life. Okay, so when you hear me say earmuffs, the wise of the wisest will protect themselves, and if not, you'll turn up your speakers. You know what I'm saying? All right, sound good? Sounds good. All right, perfect. Okay, you ready? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. This one is not a drill. This is real. Earmuffs. It's about to turn up. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach
As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's around 70 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market would keep going down or move up and would just not do anything but kill your premium on both sides. Yeah, that's what happened. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah, as always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Code Rapid Awards program card, please flag down their flight attendant, and we'll get to that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Coat, and hope they have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. It's time to bring it home. It's almost the end of the week, and you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Wrap it up. You don't have much tomorrow, but getting to the end of the week. Big data on Friday. Do we go to 4.5? What's the market going to do? You got to make up your mind, and now you decide. Couple of earnings, but not too many, but you have less than 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it, we made it. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, information. A lot of good call-outs, baby. Hey, Jesus, Devlin. I saw y'all. Troy, y'all were on fire today. Good game. Everybody else, there was a lot in there. Some of you were calling out Bowen. Some of you were calling out Meta. I saw a lot there. We had news, baby, so let's go. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down. And listen, without a GG, you a baby back B-word. Without good sportsmanship, that's all I'm saying. More likely to get banned looking at. And I'm just saying, without the GG, what you doing, dog? Show that sportsmanship. Let's go. And then Twitch, you're in my heart and spirit. Once we finish negotiations, we'll be back. I love you still. Don't worry. God bless you. Good game. Hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. All my people showing love. Positive people. God bless you. You doing a dono today. You didn't have to, but you did. Shout out to members. Let's go. Good game. GG, bro. GG. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Huh. You know, I'm glad I claimed dominance over Paramount today. That was good, you know. I'm not letting my family name go down like that. You know what I'm saying? But either way, I love you. And that is the day, man. So go check out the links in the void. I'll see you on the watch list, and we'll see you on Co-Real Estate too, baby. But enjoy it, and peace. Song, and not letting me be able to close them out. Let me tell them how we want to win. We got to take back democracy. For if you don't fucking support democracy, you're going to prove that here in November. I'm going to win. That's what Lennon Tip said. Lennon Tip thinks I got this on lock. He got fucking Michael Bryant in the eighth half quarter. That's what he said. He said, I got this on lock. Watch out, hit him with a pump fake pivot, step back, step forward. Because we go forward, not backwards with this administration, huh? So I'm going to do it. I got it on like that. We're going to do it, huh? Anyway, you have a good day. Exactly, that's what. Nah. I don't have much to say. All I see is the election's coming up and marijuana's on the high. Is it ironic? Is it, are you going to tell you maybe the day before election we have a 420 celebration? Is that where we're going to hand out weed and cell phones? Maybe there'll be sky high. They can't even read the ballot. Fuck it, they have anxiety, give them a mushroom. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. I've reclaimed my time.